HasanAbi on the beat. Yeah. The people they won't leave. What is threatening about divesting in one apiece? The problem isn't the protests, it's what they're protesting. It goes against what our country is funding. Block the barricade until Palestine is free. Block the barricade until Palestine is free. When I was 7, I learned a lesson from Cuban Eazy-E. What was it again? Oh yeah, fuck the police. Actors and badges protecting property in a system that was designed by white supremacy. But the people are in the streets. You could pay off Meta, you can't pay off me. Politicians who serve by any means, APAC, Kufi, and all the companies. You see, we sell fear around the land of the free, but this generation here is about to cut the string. You could ban TikTok, take us out the algorithm, but it's too late. We've seen the truth, we bear witness. Seen the rebel, the buildings, the mothers and the children, and all the men that you murdered, and then we see how you spin it. Who gets the right to defend and who gets the right of resistance? It's always been about dollars and the color of your pigment, but white supremacy is finally on blast, screaming free Palestine to their home at last. We see the lies and claiming it's anti-Semitic to be anti-Zion, assessing Jewish brothers and sisters out there writhing in solidarity and screaming free Palestine, with them organizing and learning and finally cutting ties with the state that's gotta rely on apartheid system to uphold an occupying violent history been repeating for the last 75. The Nakba never ended, the colonizer lied. If students' intents posted on the law, occupying the quad is really against the law, and a reason to call in the police and their squad. Where does genocide land in your definition hot? Destroying every college in Gaza and every mosque, pushing everyone into RAFAH and dropping bombs. The blood is on your hands, by that we can see it all. And fuck no, I'm not voting for you in the fall. Undecided, you can't twist the truth. The people out here united, never be defeated when freedom's on the horizon. Yet the music industry's quiet, complicit in their platform of silence. What happened to the artist? What you gotta say? If I was on a label, you could drop me today. I'll be fine with it, cause the heart fed my page. I want a ceasefire, fuck a response from Drake. What you willing to risk? What you willing to give? What if you were in Gaza? What if those were your kids? If the West was pretending that you didn't exist, you want the world to stand up, and the students finally did. Let's quit it.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from gloomy California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day, regardless of all the things that are going on that aren't so beautiful or wonderful. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. It's June 8th, 2024, 12:57 p.m. and I am very, very late. And the reason for that is, of course, because I was shooting the episode of the Fear and podcast, as you guys know and love. Now, the reason why I was shooting it today instead of when I normally shoot it tomorrow is because the reason why I'm shooting it today instead of tomorrow is because tomorrow the 1,000 buckets challenge is going to happen. That's right. The 1,000 buckets challenge is going to happen tomorrow. And for that reason, I am doing a later stream today. IRL today. We might be actually venturing off. March and I might be venturing off. I'm setting it up right now, the bag and everything else, to go to the potential protests that are happening downtown Los Angeles later in the day. Anyway, I went to my first Pride. There was one in my small town. Patriot Farm was across the street. Those pigs, yeah. Congratulations, Chatter, to your first Pride. Hopefully it was a great one. Anyway, so here's the deal, folks. Here's the dealio. Here's the dealio. Here's the dealio. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. And a lot has happened in this world in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. Okay. And this is where I tell you about what happened. So last night I ended the broadcast, which Austin was here. My mom is here. I'm sure Austin already talked about it on the Fear End episode. You'll see. But I got in. After I ended the broadcast, I sat down, I watched a little bit of Blue Lock, I had my Quest chips, my protein, and then it was active recovery time. What does that mean? I didn't even speak a lick of words to Austin. I basically turned on Blue Lock, I sat there in silence, and I stretched. I didn't talk to my mom, I didn't talk to Austin. because I'm like trying not to fuck anything up before this goddamn thing happens tomorrow. Okay? I want to apologize for my previous remarks. I've done some research since then and I now completely understand. I hope you lose the platform your own. You incite hate and violence on others and cause divide, not just in the US, but around the world. You should be ashamed of your actions. Nope, not just deplatformed. And of course, automatically you assume I'm from Israel. I take no sides, just spam me. I'm not debating you. Was fun to talk. Hopefully never see you again. Heck, W is the last thing you said. Oh, look at that, dude. 2 months. That's a great start. I'm happy for you, chatter. You're on your journey. You are welcome in this community at any given moment. Change is welcome. We welcome you with open arms. That's a great start for you. Okay, it's great. In any case, yeah, that's one of the faster turnarounds I've ever seen. Yeah. So on the personal news front, we'll get back to that reform chatter in a second. I immediately dove into active recovery. What does that mean? I did legs yesterday, so I wanted to make sure that my legs were spry and fine. I did some stretches, it rolled out my back. Then I immediately dove in. I did some stretches, rolled out my back. Here's a photo of a freshly groomed princess from last night, looking beautiful. She's passed out right now. She's already dirty because I took her out to train with me, and of course she like got dirty outside immediately this morning. But anyway, last night, this was a funny moment. And then I rolled my bag out. And then what did I do? I dove into a fucking bathtub with Epsom salt. Dove into a bathtub with Epsom salt. Wanted to go to bed early. I was feeling like shit yesterday. This is like around 9 p.m. at this point. Laid in there for a little bit. Stretched a little bit more. Downed a thing of NyQuil. Jerked off, passed the fuck out. 10:30. Wake up at 6. Feeling brand freaking new. Okay, some much needed relaxation. Anyway, also here's my apology, as you guys know, for the delay, for the tardiness. Apologies for the delay and the tardiness. Here's a shirtless workout video of me. I'm doing some pike push-ups here for those of you who are wondering what this workout is. Hopefully that's sufficient. Hopefully that is sufficient. The way your scapula retracts is crazy. Yes, I have winged scap retraction. It's a major problem it's a major issue for a lot of the stuff that I do. A lot of the mobility, I have mobility issues. I'm too mobile. I'm hypermobile. When will you stream RAFAH attack? What? Kaya in the back is hanging out with her boyfriend, Huxley. Is this Will's preferred exercise to do self-sucks? Yeah. Can't score if you don't shoot chat. Read previous log. What did you jerk off to? Okay, well, that's ridiculous. What's in the green can? Mixing it up from the usual Coke Zero? What do you mean? It's Diet Mountain Dew. I always drink Diet Mountain Dew. Before we get into it, I need to ask. I watched you for years and I've never felt so hopeless in humanity. How do you keep it up? And can you give me some advice on how to keep the faith and everything being okay in the end? You just have to believe that your cause is just and continue to fight. That's it. New Amon animations came out. We're of course going to be watching that, as you know. Top G, fall of Andrew Tate, fall off. But yeah, the roomies are going to be there tomorrow as well. Killer Bean game trailer. There is no way they have a Killer Bean game coming out. That's crazy. That's an OG video that we watched, OG movie that we watched on the broadcast. But what was I saying? What was I talking about? Yeah. We're going to be talking about Israel freeing the hostages in a little bit. We'll, if I have some time, we'll cover the Kickstreamer Jawbry documentary. But yeah, that's it. Let's blast off. Will Austin be there tomorrow? No, Austin will not be there tomorrow. I have tomorrow's teachings already on the docket. Rate form. I've cooked them up. I've cooked them in the past on these courts. I've played with Elam before on this basketball court and I've fucking destroyed him, for the record, and Blau as well. I knew they were going to do this in preparation for tomorrow's stream. So I literally was like, bro, let me fucking do the NBA 3-point line challenge for the last 100 shots if you destroy Ludwig tomorrow. Probably not. In any case, what is this? I'm sorry for I want to lick Hasan. I'm sorry for my previous message. I've been reading and educating myself and my comments were weird and lacked sympathy. I'm sorry. Okay, dude, this doesn't just because that one chatter was like nice and learned a lesson or whatever. Hello, Austin. Austin Show's here, everybody.
I invited myself on the show.
You just dove in
bulldozed
here.
in. What's up?
I haven't
I
even
almost said the F slur. Shit.
Yeah, you can't do that.
What's up, y'all? How we doing? Happy Sunday Fun Day.
Well, it's not exactly
Saturday, shit.
It's not exactly a Sunday, nor is it a happy day. We're going to be talking about the Israeli hostage extraction mission that killed 125 Palestinians in a refugee camp. So,
Do you have anything else to maybe discuss prior to that, or is there?
well, sure.
You know, we don't have to. You know what? I don't have to be here. It's okay.
No, it's fine. We're gonna do that right now. Yeah, they saved 4 hostages though. Yeah, which is why it's perfectly great that they killed 125 Palestinians or
I don't
more
gotta
than
be here. I
it's
just
210 now. Jesus Christ. Okay, we'll cover that in a second.
We don't. I don't have to be here. No, don't feel bad.
It's fine.
I don't want to be your
It's fine.
charity
It's
case.
fine.
It's okay.
It's fine. See, I'm doing the bucket challenge tomorrow, and
So excited
in preparation for that, the people that are actually going to be there.
Yeah, Hasan, I'm not going to be there.
Yeah, I literally just told them that.
Wait, did you get upset? Did you tell? What did you say? The reason why? Come on, come say here.
In preparation.
He's also not going to be at Pride Disney,
Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. Me. I'm not going to be at Pride Disney.
the event that we planned for him.
No, I know. I've been.
Yeah.
I know. I feel very guilty about it.
Do you?
Yes.
Do you feel guilty about
I
it?
do. I feel terrible. I feel terrible. Love you.
Look at the bag. Yeah. We might not do it regardless, but I'm just I want to be prepared.
Hasan was really excited to replace me at Pride Disney until Will came in and said he was going to miss me there.
Hold on. I'm writing my blast off tweet, but we'll do some fun coverage before you leave, but like not for a very long time.
Yeah, no, don't worry. I'm not here for very long. I've got a very important flight to catch. Well, happy Saturday, everybody. It's June 8th. Pride Month is in full force. It's LA Pride this weekend. I am missing LA Pride, not going. Had too much Pride fun last weekend in West Hollywood. Hope you're having a great Pride Month. I haven't, I'll be honest, I feel like since we're on a political broadcast here, the conservatives have they been out in full force hating Pride on Pride, or they've been stuck on the Trump trial?
No, because
that they haven't been as homophobic as they normally are. I mean, granted, we still have a lot of the month left.
It's also because like there hasn't been a lot of. Are you good? It's all good. The mics are charged up and everything. Yeah. Oh, I was gonna potentially use them today, but we should charge them up for tomorrow as well. You can take them after.
So I actually think that the gay agenda is working.
No, the gay agenda is not working.
Wait, what?
Because corporations are not as like heavy-handed on their Pride stuff this year.
That's
I
true.
don't think.
They aren't.
Because they're afraid of the
backlash.
Conservative backlash. Yeah, gays haven't been as gay this month. I agree. You need to gay it up more.
Look, I'm trying. I'm wearing a little belly shirt.
Saturday fun day activities, including tomorrow's teachings.
Did you all see the Dr. Phil Trump interview?
Yeah, we can look at that in a second. Hold on. Tomorrow's teachings reacts later. Also 1,000 buckets challenge tomorrow.
Who cares? Bro, you're in a political stream. Shut the fuck up.
No, they're saying that partially because they just want me to cover the Nusayrat. Am I saying that right? I don't even know if I'm the Central Gaza operation that occurred.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. Why do people keep validating Dr. Phil? Because he's a famous person and we are charlatans in general.
Oh, is that one of those people like if we platform Dr. Phil, we'd be like...
No, it's just hold on. Do we have a blast off meme? I don't know. Do we? He's a fake Texan TV therapist. Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. He sucks. He absolutely sucks. I hate him. Can't believe Oprah brought about this scourge on this population, on us. It's a devastating, genuinely devastating. Hold on. Let me put this here. Here's the Dr. Phil interview for Austin. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. What was that?
Trump kind of looks like shit.
Yeah, he hasn't been looking too good.
He kind of looks like his hair's even thinner than usual. Do you think he's on Propecia?
I don't think he's on Propecia, but I do think that he's on Ozempic.
You think Trump's on Ozempic?
Yeah, I do.
He looks rough, man. Look at that flag on his suit, folks. It's very crooked.
Hold on. Austin, are you flying for the Trump-Biden debate this month or Discord?
I don't know if Hasan will have me on the debate this month. He hasn't invited me yet.
It's true. I have not.
I mean, do you want me there? Or?
I mean, if you want to be on, you can be on it.
No, I kind of want you to want me there.
That's ridiculous. Okay.
Can you invite me so I feel... This is what you need to work on in our friendship. I need you to invite me and make me feel included.
Yeah, please be on the Trump debate.
Thank you so much. Yes, I'll check my schedule.
Okay.
And I'll be back. I'll let you know if I'm free that day.
Okay.
I'm gonna text you. I'll let you know. Do you want me to be here in person or can I do it over Discord?
I would rather you be in person. I don't know, dude. We'll figure it out. I can't think right now. I can't think of this right now. Hold on. Let me just write the blast off tweet.
Men really can't multitask.
Well, it's because I'm trying to figure out if I should like post a fucking meme on this or not, because it's like a pretty serious title.
Yeah.
Let me just write the blast off tweet.
Men really can't multitask.
Well, it's because I'm trying to figure out if I should like post a fucking meme on this or not, because it's like a pretty serious title.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? I'm just gonna post it without a fucking meme. Here, we blast it off. Here it is. While Austin's here, we'll look at some like fun stuff, and then afterwards we will be moving on to serious news coverage. Okay, here it is. We blast it off. That's it. Let the people know. This was a cool thing. Someone who came in this morning said, I want to apologize for my previous remarks. I've done some research since then, and I now completely understand. 2 months ago, he said, I hope you lose the platform you own. You incite hatred and violence on others and cause divide, not just in the US, but around the world. You should be ashamed of your actions. You're a horrible human being and should have been swallowed. And I think I responded to him, but didn't ban him. And see, it's good. Sometimes it's good not to ban people after responding to them, because this person went, nope, not until you're deplatformed. Then of course you automatically assume I'm for Israel. I take no sides. Just ban me. I'm not debating you. It was fun to talk. Hopefully never see you again. Comes back 2 months later, says, I want to apologize for my previous remarks. I've done some research since then, and I now completely understand. Thank you for forgiving me.
That's pretty cool.
We appreciate reform in this chat.
That's pretty cool.
What thoughts on this ahead of tomorrow's challenge?
Point guard.
Oh, this guy's awesome. Lethal shooter. He's the GOAT. I might do something with him in the future. But yeah, it's great. We love to see it. We love to see reform in this chat. Hopefully one day Austin will reform as well.
Wait,
and by that I mean
being gay.
Yeah, he'll reform from being gay.
Not gonna happen, folks.
Yeah. But yeah, my real friends are gonna be attending. The roomies, Blau, Elam, Fusli, and Valkyrie will be at the 1,000 buckets challenge tomorrow. And in preparation for that, apparently they've been shooting themselves. They've been taking some 3-point shots. So let's take a look.
Wow. Oh God, the charity's never gonna.
What is well, it's fine. I have to be the one shooting regardless, not him.
Okay.
Bro, what is this release? Blau's actually not that bad, even though I cooked both of them. Bro is flicking it like that. That's crazy. He's doing a finger roll from the 3-point line, which is impressive.
Jesus Christ, Blau. Oh my God. Is he blind? Oh, there he goes.
There you go. He made one.
What the hell? Oh my God.
Yeah, his form is all off here. I have cooked both Blau and Elam on these cores before, just for the record. That release is a little wild. I've never seen a release like this before, but you know, it's good to see. Like, he has all the workings. Like, he brings it, he has it here. His legs are too straight. He should be buckling his knees a little bit so he can drive some force from the ground, which will help him, which will help him secure more power. But everything after that moment here, we'll look. So he goes up. All this up until this point is like fine. He's a low shooter. Partially because he's not putting enough force. I'm more of a catapult type shooter where I go up higher and release from above. But yeah, not enough arc and weirdly not enough spin. He shoots with one hand. No, that's fine. He got to use his other hand to guide too. I mean, he's not even using he's shooting from over here. He releases in the middle of the fucking movement. God damn, he's got some big ass calves. Do you want to?
Yeah, no. I'm ready. I'm doing stuff. I'm ready for Funday.
Okay.
Yeah, hold on. Hassan, I'm sorry. You know what? Look at me. I look like a fucking basketball player?
I know, but look at his calves. You can.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. You're right. You're right. Yeah. You're like, let me make this gayer for you.
I'm trying to fucking bring you into the combo.
Look at his ass cheeks, Austin. Come on. Look at his ass, Austin. Look at his calves.
Yeah. So
no, Blau's good looking. He's a great looking guy.
He's a good looking guy.
He's a good looking guy.
But yeah, it's just this release is all out of whack though. He like moves his hands in a weird direction. Can I tell you the most
unattractive part of Blau is?
What?
He's straight. It's the most unattractive feature about
you
too.
But he's queer presenting.
Yeah, but it's unattractive.
Mm-hmm.
It's an unattractive quality. And I mean that. Like, look, I don't think being straight is unattractive. I just think it's not attractive to me. Okay? So like, I find it to be an unattractive quality, something that would turn me off. You know what I mean? I don't, if somebody is straight, I am not attracted to them just because what's the point?
Someone said, isn't that kind of hot, like converting him gay?
No, it's not hot to me. The reason I think it's not attractive is like, have you ever thought about somebody have you ever not liked somebody or been attracted to somebody? There's just nothing they could ever do to sway you or convince you. You know what I mean? It's just not, being straight isn't inherently unattractive. It's just not, I've never understood
What about
that.
these two goons? So Logan and Brad just ran a full fade, no cameras, no content, massive respect.
That's it. That's it. Good stuff. Bro, thanks for letting that happen. Yeah. Sometimes, bro, boys gotta be boys, man.
Logan Paul's taller than Bradley Martin?
Wait, what? Boys gotta be boys? What do you mean?
Apparently they just ran a full fade. They fought.
Wait, was it like a fight? What's a full fade? Wait, what's a full fade? What does that mean?
They fought.
Wait, like they got in a fight?
Yeah.
Like it's like a fun fight, or like they got upset with each other?
I mean, they might have boxed, they might have grappled. I don't know. He clapped his cheeks respectfully, though. We need Bradley back on for Pride Month. Yeah.
Wait, I never met Bradley. Do you think he'd like me?
I don't know.
We need to have him on the podcast this month. I'm serious.
Yeah, no,
dude, we need to have him on the podcast because I feel like I could make him a little uncomfortable by talking about gay shit.
No, he won't be uncomfortable.
He won't? It wouldn't be?
I mean, he's not gonna. Here's a video of Bradley slapping a kid for taking his hat. Yeah, we covered this yesterday. That's Stable Ronaldo, also a friend of the show, like Bradley is a friend of the show. We covered this on Fear on Podcast as well.
You got to watch it. We can't talk about it now.
I heard he did. I heard he talked about it yesterday. But this is, what is this? Would you fly in a $150 million Boeing business jet?
Fuck yeah. Are you kidding me? Of course I would. I would fly it. I would love that.
I love this slap. I'm going to run it again. I want to run this back. Hold on.
It's funny. That shit's funny.
Dude, this is
my fucking hat. Damn.
Yeah, dude, it's that's something you never do, especially with somebody who is wearing a hat for a particular purpose.
He smacked his ass so hard, he's no longer an adolescent. Like, his balls dropped. Smacked him so hard, his fucking balls dropped, dude. I gotta download these. Don't look at my other screen. Just focus on what's going on here.
Me?
No, I need to.
I have a friend of mine who wears a hat consistently, and I feel like this is Ronaldo's learning experience. He will never take somebody's hat off again. I learned because I took my good friend's hat off and started fucking with him. And
who was it, Lord Kerr?
Yeah, I didn't get slapped, but it was a formidable experience learning that you don't fucking take people's hats off.
No.
It is the most disrespectful thing you could possibly do. And somebody like Brandon, who respect is clearly, being respected is clearly at the top of his list of things that he wants from people. This is the ultimate disrespect. And I'll be honest, Ronaldo deserved to get slapped up.
Ronaldo,
is his name not Brandon?
Bradley.
Fuck, dude. I called him Brandon on the podcast and you didn't correct me.
I don't remember you saying that, but it's pretty funny that you did.
Oh, fuck.
Okay, so Stable Ronaldo also had a response to it afterwards. This is part of the reason why I think he's really funny. He's a really funny dude.
I just got finished working out with Bradley Martin, who is 6'2", 260 pounds, and 35, and I'm 5'7", 135 pounds, 21.
Bro, 0 likes on
started
your
playing
comment.
the payphone clip, which he must
you
have seen
fucking
recently
fell
because it's been
off,
massive and it's
dude.
been blowing up.
What?
Look
Dude?
at that, 0 likes. Look at you, fell off, dude. Nobody knows you. Oh shit, you're not on Gay Talk anymore. Look at you, washed up. They're like, is that political guy?
I'm about to smack you harder than fucking Stable Ronaldo got smacked if you keep talking shit like
Could you
this.
imagine? Could you imagine?
Do 1 week of content on your TikTok without me featured prominently.
Bro, we're on the same fucking podcast.
I'm just saying. Okay?
We're on the same podcast.
Mr. Fell off.
What am I supposed to do?
Mr. Fell off.
Oh, you think? Hold on, just a minute. Just a minute. You think that the reason my TikToks pop off is because of you? Motherfucker, let me remind you, we were at Pride. Nobody knew who the fuck you were. They were like, oh, you're the hot guy. Oh, yeah, look at you. You're the hot guy. And then on top of that, your TikTok management started putting clips of me prominently on your TikTok.
My TikTok management. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
they used to, before, when you weren't posting on TikTok, you saw my TikTok was doing well. They started posting prominent Austin show, HasanAbi relationship situations on your TikTok to pop off. Don't give me that shit.
everyone is eating your ass up in here. They're not.
Yeah, look, no, they're eating your ass.
Okay,
they're eating your ass up. You just got.
I don't even want to get into this.
It's Pride Month.
Let's keep watching.
It's Pride
Let's
Month.
keep watching this clip.
Yep.
It's Pride
And once I
Month.
started doing
Common
that, I was
Austin
like, oh, I might as
W.
well steal his hat, you know. I thought it was a funny joke. I don't really know much about him. I didn't know he was bald. And then he slapped the dog shit out of me, and my friend kind of just sat there and watched it happen.
To be fair, I don't know what he's supposed to do in that situation. Die? Like what? Like this situation is ridiculous. Of course you're not gonna fucking do anything because he got very serious and smacked the dog shit out of him.
Yeah.
Austin acting like his TikTok doesn't have Hasan and 75% of them. We're not gonna. I'm not gonna read the rest of it.
First of all, we're fucking joking. I know putting Hasan in my TikToks helps the algorithm.
Sure.
Okay. Why do you think I fucking
Something's
started
wrong
doing
because
it?
my ears are fucking ringing and my head is pounding up, and I'm 90% sure something's wrong because my ears are fucking ringing and my head is pounding. But I'm gonna try not to be a pussy. I'm gonna go to the ER, maybe urgent care. I don't fucking know. And figure it out, but I apologize to Brad. I don't know if he's sorry that he hit me, but I guess...
Not.
You said what?
He's not. He slapped the shit out of you.
Anyways, you sat there and did absolutely fucking nothing.
That was a lose-lose situation. See, if I attack him, we're both getting the dog shit beat out of both of us.
He's right.
Anyways, Brad, if you see this, even though you didn't really apologize, I still am sorry. And yeah, I'm sorry I let you guys down. Stumble out.
I didn't know he was bald. I love this saga. This guy's the broccoli cut. I wonder if he's a fan of broccoli. Reload the page.
Yo,
Why?
guys, I just got finished.
Somebody asked if I would help Hasan if he got slapped like that.
I have two likes.
Look at the response.
Ain't you Austin's friend? Yeah, dude. I know. We're really hitting numbers on TikTok. Thanks, guys.
Hasan, you know, you fuck with me all the time. You can't take this one time. I can't fuck with you just a little bit.
No, of course you can.
Come on, I'm just poking fun. I'm just being silly.
No, I know. That is just incredibly annoying because it's like algorithm related thing.
I know.
And my haters are going to fucking clip it and be like,
they aren't, dude. No, your haters are me. I'm going to clip that shit, put it on my TikTok. All right?
Okay.
It's not going to, everybody knows it's not true. Okay.
No, it's fine.
Come on.
It's
take it.
Austin was talking shit when he was in the comments of my Hasan fan cam saying he was behind it. Okay.
No, that's not true. What are you talking about? That wasn't me. That wasn't me. I got a lot of editors that have control of my account.
Yeah, me too.
That wasn't true.
Anyway, yeah, some drama baiter's gonna come in here in 3 months and say this is why Austin thinks you fell off.
Come on, guy. It's so.
Anyway.
I forgot that was a thing. No, come on. It's
not a big deal. Let's move on from this, please.
All right.
What was I gonna talk about? You fucked me up. Okay. So yeah, there's a stable Ronaldo situation. Celtics' head coach is the Joe Mazzola thing is pretty intense, but insane. But I'm not gonna get into that. We're not gonna watch tomorrow's teachings right now.
Do you fancy a bossy B with the girls?
Bossy B.
Bottomless brunch.
Yeah. How your resolutes?
Resolution.
Yeah. Really.
What the fuck?
Savvy B.
Oh, some Sauvignon Blanc.
Yeah. Yes.
I would get that.
Really fancy some HasanAbi.
HasanAbi.
Really fancy a peppy tea.
Peppermint tea.
Yeah, I've really got to do a PazaP.
I've never heard this.
Because of PazaP.
Failed.
No. Yeah.
Parallel park.
Jenny Leckers.
The general election.
Yeah. Oh, I just really fancy some HasanAbi.
This is gas bill. Oh, garlic bread.
Yeah.
Okay.
I really need some Sally C.
Sally C.
Salad cream? What the fuck is a salad cream?
It's just like dressing. I think it's probably like some ranch.
That's the
derivative.
absolute worst way to refer to fucking dressing, dude.
It's
What
gotta
the
be
fuck?
dressing.
Sometimes I just need some Paris-y.
Paracetamol.
Yeah.
Paracetamol.
Junction. Yeah.
Oh my god, upper class British woman, man.
There's no way they use that all the time.
I don't want to know anything about England. This is the most we're good. We're good on England, I think. We're done with England. We're officially done with England. British politics meeting? Just for one day. Never mind, I'm back on the England train.
This happened
this past week. I didn't even cover it. Nigel Farage got fucking milkshaked in the goddamn face.
Oh, did she get arrested?
Look at how swagged out she is afterwards. God damn.
Oh, he got
I love that. She fucking yams him directly in the face and is just, what a queen.
And then trots off.
And then just walks away.
She must have gotten arrested, right?
They're charging her with assault and shit. Oh, boo. Fucking pussies, dude. Fucking lame asses. Okay, I'm back off the England train. There was a brief moment. Hunter Biden talk while Austin is here? Why?
Hunter Biden is the greatest wingman of all time, and I will explain why. Biden played music by indie folk band Fleet Foxes on his phone, and he smoked something she assumed was...
See, I don't. Why do the Republicans think that this Hunter Biden thing anybody gives a shit about other than people that are already going to vote
crack.
for Trump?
Vibe curator, Hunter Biden, more like Hunter Vibin. Again, a woman talking, a quote from a woman. I felt really safe around him while on crack. Yet some of you frat boys get 4 shots of Jaeger and start making women feel weird. All right, take notes, frat boys at Duke University. Man or bear? Man or Hunter Biden on crack should really be the question. She saw him again a week later. Second date, bagged the second date, and they stayed together.
I love this because she starts falling for him.
Together for 5 days at a Soho hotel. I love a hotel kickback. Who does it? He typically smoked crack every 20 minutes, she testified. Hey, he parties.
That's what I'm saying.
And
dude.
he was just so charming and so nice while on crack. I felt myself having feelings for... Come on, man.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if you're not voting for Trump, you think Hunter Biden is fucking cool. If you're voting for Trump, you think it's like as big as what the Democrats thought Russiagate was. So like, it's just like it's so stupid watching Fox News get so excited about some bullshit about Hunter Biden. Nobody gives a fuck. He's cool and he's got a big dick. That's what everybody's getting from this. Okay?
He's also not running for president.
Yeah, I know.
So
It
that's
doesn't
something.
make any,
That's
his
something
son.
that is something that people try to really hit on for some weird reason. It doesn't make any sense. He's not running for president.
Yeah, and Biden literally was asked about what he would do if Hunter got convicted, and Biden's response was lock him up.
Put his ass in jail.
Put his ass in jail.
This is Lethal Shooter. For those of you who don't know, he's a Red Bull athlete, an actual athlete for Red Bull. He is a fucking awesome content creator. I might actually collab with him in the future. I talked to Red Bull about this particular thing. This is not what we were going to be using tomorrow, but this is this nutty ass contraption that he made.
You're looking at the point guard. Over 150 nails sharpened with only 2 inches of error to go through.
Quen Blackwell mentioned you in her most recent YouTube vid. What does she say? She's like a TikToker, right? Quenlin Blackwell. Hey. There's something wrong with Kamala Harris. Is that the one?
You guys go drag me.
Where'd she mention me? Yeah, she's dope. She's cool. I've seen some of her stuff. 206? Are you lying?
Hello?
But I'm not going to go on a political rant because, honestly, I don't even get into politics because I can barely read.
Surprise, surprise.
I'm going to leave that to Hasan. Woo! Hasan is so fine!
Oh my gosh, she cut me
out of the fucking thing.
She put a thirst hog up there. Queen.
Hasan,
Queen.
if you ever want to teach me as a friend.
Queen.
Real recognize real, bad recognize bad, fine recognize
Okay, we
fine.
got to collab. It's over.
I was talking about this on the podcast.
The podcast.
Remember how you used to say that I never gave you compliments about how you looked?
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Yeah.
What's been happening a lot lately? I've been gassing you up.
You have been. That's true.
I've been gassing you up. You look better than I think I've ever seen you as a friend. You hit what? You look better now than I think I've ever in our entire friendship. You have peaked. You have hit a whole new high, and I'm proud of you.
Notice how he never gassed you up until you became a Slim King? Yeah, that's what it is. I mean, I was slim when we first met.
What? Come on,
I was
guys.
a Slim King when we first met.
It's always got to, nobody can ever, you can never take a compliment directly. You always have, there has to be some sort of other agenda. Like, I gas up Hasan now, and then you call me fat phobic.
Because, I mean, you are a little fat phobic.
I'm not fat phobic.
But it's Pride Month. It's Pride Month. It's
I'm not
allowed.
fat phobic.
It's Pride Month. You can be a little fat.
I love bears. I think bears are great.
Wow.
Wait. That's not what I meant. I'm so sorry.
The person that
that's not what I meant.
The person that milkshake barrage the fucking is what? Throwing shit at a fascist, supports Jeremy Corbyn, sex worker queen. The woman who was arrested for dramatically throwing a milkshake over a Nigel Farage is a Jeremy Corbyn supporting OnlyFans model. She's fucking awesome, dude. She's dope. She just keeps getting better and better. What is this? Was this the Daily Mail's attempt at like doing a smear job? It's so weird.
Is media just posting her W's?
Yeah, what the fuck? I hope her OnlyFans subscriptions popped off after this. Queen. Happy Pride Month, Austin. What is this?
To be nice. Your driver could be LGBTQ. Your tailor could be LGBTQ. Hairdresser could be LGBTQ. Your plumber could be LGBTQ.
Oh no, not the driver. Everything else is fine. If it's Austin, you're cooked.
No. I am driving a pickup truck right now.
Could be LGBTQ. Your teacher could be LGBTQ. Your bestie could be LGBTQ. The African mermaid.
What the fuck?
Wait, are they speaking another language?
Yes. Yes. When you don't understand what they're saying, I suspect that they're speaking a different language. The B stands for bald. Don't forget. No, it doesn't. Is this a good workout? This is the most insane thing I've ever seen in my entire goddamn life.
Dude,
what
that's
the
insane.
fuck?
There's many ways to do workouts that accomplish that level of strength, and that's not one of them.
That is fucking nutty. If he fails, he's gonna either chop his fingers off or slam his fucking.
Oh, that's nuts.
Gonna give himself a lobotomy.
That's insane.
Bro's arms look like he trains this 24/7. It's just, this is not a good workout. This is not a good workout.
What is he? I guess he's kind of training.
No, it's a close grip. It's a close
triceps.
grip. It is it's a close grip push up, but it's like, but it's fucking insane. Like the amount of what? Do not fucking scroll down. They are showing your OnlyFans down there. What? My OnlyFans?
Twitter has become just a nightmare to scroll through. Like,
what do you mean? Her OnlyFans is like, they're not showing censored stuff or pics that would are terms of service violations. This article in and of itself is awesome. This article is just posting her W's and basically promoting her OnlyFans. Like, it's dope. Revealed woman 25 arrested for throwing milkshake over Nigel Farage because she just felt like it is. She just felt like it is a Jeremy Corbyn loving OnlyFans model from a family of appalled staunch Brexiteers. As Reform UK leaders says incident was quite frightening.
What's a Brexiteer? Like somebody who didn't want Brexit?
It's Nigel Farage's beautiful gift to England. Brexit. No, Brexiteers, like people who were champions of Brexit. Yeah, get Brexit done party.
Is there a world where the UK joins the EU again?
Not this world, but you know, dude. England is so broken. It's done. It's so fucking done. England is so fucking done. I don't want to watch Talk TV fucking dipshits talk about her. I don't. It's not. It's gonna give me a fucking brain aneurysm. Victoria Thomas Bowen, 25, was arrested by the police on suspicion of assault after she drenched the new Reform leader as he stepped out of Wetherspoons in Clacton, Essex. She has since used the stunt to try and bring viewers to her explicit XXX content page, posting a photo of herself
and it worked.
scantily clad
It fucking worked.
alongside the link and the lyrics, "My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard."
I mean, it fucking probably worked.
Dramatic pictures show how the mother of one dodged Mr. Farage's burly minders before flinging the contents of a McDonald's cup towards him.
I saw the most genius OnlyFans advertisement ever on Twitter. I was scrolling and I saw this video, and it was like,
it was about this as pussy in bio.
No. I was looking at this video, and it was like, the caption of it was like, he broke into her house, and she was in the middle of the night as she was playing video games. And I watched the whole video, and then I was like, man, this just doesn't seem real. Like, the acting, if it's fake, the acting is so bad. And then I scrolled down, and like the whole video is an advertisement for her OnlyFans, in which that was just a fucking porno. And I fell for it.
Dude, you are such a boomer.
I can't believe this person did like a breaking and entering in
You're
the
such
middle
a
of the night.
boomer.
It was all on camera.
You're officially a boomer. You fell for the Joe Biden pooping his pants meme too.
I did. I thought I woke up. I woke up in the morning. I was like, "Oh my god, I can't believe that!" And it was only recently that I found out that it was clipped out of context.
Yeah. Also, here's a TikTok, bro. Even on my own page, what is going on? I might be unironically shadow banned because this is a TikTok of mine, and I wrote a comment on my own TikTok, and it only has 27 likes.
It doesn't push it to the top. You can't pin comments. That happens to me too.
Oh,
yeah. Comments are all algorithm.
I love this song. Dude, people in Quenlin Blackwell's replies are cooking you, dude. What? Why would people turn that like a positive thing into a negative? Like, I don't really understand that. And it's also 8 replies, dude.
Wait, scroll up.
It's just saying, "Are you with Austin Show? Are you friends with Austin Show?"
What?
It just
guys,
because they're going along with the old TikTok thing. That
Guys,
you just,
come on, okay.
Didn't a study come out saying Zoomers are just as bad as Boomers at media literacy? They're just bad in a different way, I think. When did you take your shirt off? Huge milestone. I mean, I posted on my Instagram and also on my TikTok. It is a big milestone. It's just because it's from afar.
Huge.
When did you take your shirt off? Huge milestone. I mean, I posted on my Instagram and also on my TikTok. It is a big milestone. It's just because it's from afar.
Huge.
It's because it's from afar.
It doesn't look that big up close.
No, it's not that. It's just that, like, I'm still not comfortable. Chat is trying to start a bit they won't let go of, driving jokes to the ground. I mean, that is literally what this chat does all the time for everything.
Yeah, like everybody calling me a selfish top and everything. It's just
that's a good joke, bro. That's actually a good one. So
yeah, you know why? Because I'm on the other end of it. That's why it's a good one.
Yeah. Well, not really. I thought that was Will in the dance for some reason. No, it's an AI thing that takes a snapshot of a photo and then places you into the photo and then makes you do this dance. Austin Ox did it. I think, took a snapshot of my body from this, like my head and my body from this, and then posted it. Or maybe not even from that. Anyway, Elon suspended that girl's account. Wait, really? This is the original dance? I see Austin Ox has archived this post. It came up archived. I've never seen it, so I suspect it was Austin Ox's doing. It's sick. The original song is pretty good. I'm not gonna lie.
I'll be sure you have to rock that stage. Listen to this in the car, you'll be getting more rage. Listen up, cause what we do every day is decent. Cabin crew on stuff on top of every playlist. If we see a dream, you know we're gonna chase it. So get over any fear, you have to face it.
I love the Irish accent so much.
That's my passion and I couldn't live without it. You can do it like we do it, don't doubt it. Any obstacle, we find a way around it. If you're proud of who you are and what you do, shout it. Think you can stop what we do? I doubt it. We've got the energy, we'll tell you all about it. Search for my spark, gallon.
Who's my maid? Nusayra, reminder? No, we're gonna get into it, dude. What do you want me to do? What, listen, we're gonna get into it in a second, okay? We're gonna start covering serious news in a moment.
I can. I'm gonna leave here in a few minutes.
This is an annual government program where they fund kids just doing anything creative that they want. That's awesome. Anyway, better bars than Drake. No need for a BlackBerry. I mean, they're not freestyling there. They're not even singing there. But you're right. It's a good meme regardless. Okay. All right. Yeah, let's do it. We're gonna get into some serious news. Or I'm not gonna do the Boeing thing.
Have a good weekend. Are you mad at me?
No, I'm not. Why would I be mad?
I feel
at
like
you?
you're upset at me.
No. No, I want to cover some serious news.
Okay.
That's it.
Can you give me a hug at least?
All right. Oh, it's fine. Now it's nice and warm with your butt. All right. We're gonna get into some serious news now. Obviously. What is the TOS for this one? This is a rescue mission, and only in Israel do rescue missions feature, I guess, the slaughter of hundreds of people. Apparently the numbers right now, you promised that today would be fun day. What do you mean you're doing news? Dude, what the fuck are you talking about? Of course I'm going to cover this. Like, what are we doing here? Like, are you all right? It's a major piece of news, dude. Yes, I'm going to cover this massive development. What's your take on women only voting for women in elections to balance gender? Genuine question, and myself split? Yeah, that sounds insane. Anyway. No, I did. I said I'm going to do Saturday Fun Day stuff later if I can get to it. But obviously, I'm going to first cover real fucking news. Like, that's an insane expectation that I'm just not going to touch, like, serious news at all. Anyway. Okay. So, there is a hostage rescue operation that took place. Israel rescued 4 of the hostages alive from Gaza. In the process, they killed hundreds of people. Israel carried out its largest hostage rescue operation since the war with Hamas began, rescuing 4 out of central Gaza amid heavy fighting. At least 94 Palestinians dead. That number was 94 in the beginning. That number has increased to 150 official, and now the final tally is 210. Americans participated in this? I'm not sure. I did not know that America participated in the slaughter directly. I did not know that. Did you see U.S. Special Forces were on the ground? I didn't know that there were special forces. This literally happened while I was live. I didn't get to do more of a. I didn't get to figure out what was going on completely. So I'm just, this is a developing story.
It was a defining image of October the 7th. People at the Nova Music Festival running for their lives. 1,200 were killed that day, and more than 200 held hostage, including 25-year-old Noah Agamani, screaming as she was taken away by Hamas. "Don't kill me," she cried. Today, she was reunited with her father. The IDF said she was one of 4 hostages from the festival who were rescued from Gaza, releasing footage of the complex daytime operation that took weeks of planning. The others rescued were Almog Mirjan, Andrei Kozlov, and Shlomi Ziv.
We're committed to getting the release of all the hostages, and we expect Hamas to release them all. But if they don't, we'll do whatever it takes to get them all back home.
This is Andrei Kozlov, in the red shorts, returning to Israel, hand to mouth in apparent disbelief. A group representing the hostage families said today was a miraculous triumph. But as Israelis celebrate and the hostages recover, what did it take to rescue them? Because this was the scene in central Gaza today following the Israeli operation in Nusayrat. Health officials said at least 94 were killed. Hamas said the death toll was over 200, among them women and children.
and babies.
We were at home and a rocket hit us. My 2 cousins died and my other 2 cousins were seriously injured. They were doing nothing. They were just sitting at home.
Al-Aqsa is the last remaining hospital in central Gaza. One paramedic said this was a massacre, that they killed dozens to free 4 people, and that the Israelis...
One of the 4 rescued Israeli hostages, Noah Al-Gamani, is seen in a medical center smiling and talking on the phone. The Israeli prime minister was among the callers. She was last seen pleading for help while being abducted on Hamas. She was actually last seen in a video where she announced that Israel had murdered 2 of the captives she was with via airstrikes, but Al-Qassam soldiers were able to rescue her from under the rubble. She was also one of the hostages that they prominently said was like suspected of being raped and would give birth. Like that was another like insane thing that people were doing. Look, I'm glad that the hostages have been released. It's just that there is a way to do this without killing a single fucking person, and that's too much. That's too rich for Israel's tastes, so they don't want to do that. So they're going to keep using the hostages to bludgeon the entire Palestinian population over and over again. This is one of the very few successful hostage extraction missions that have been conducted so far. There was another one, like there was literally one other, I think, if I recall correctly, beyond this, like one other instance. And the only other instances have specifically been Israel directly shooting the hostages or Israel bombing the hostages. According to Barak Ravid, a senior official in the American administration tells me the U.S. abductee unit located in Israel helped the effort to free the 4 abductees, they're saying. The American soldiers stationed on the pier even threw us 2 sixes of water.
Fired randomly around a marketplace and at people's homes.
The Israelis allowed women and children to enter the house, then they hit it. Well over 60 martyrs were killed. We don't know which bodies belong to whom. They're in pieces. Nobody is in one piece.
The ambulances kept arriving this afternoon, but some have been unable to reach the wounded, with more than 400 reported injured. Families once again caught in the middle of this 9-month-long war. Israel claims that Hamas hid the hostages in people's homes. Hamas today said our people will not surrender and the resistance will continue. The scenes in Gaza and Israel today are alternate realities. Benjamin Netanyahu clapped as he met Noah Al-Gamani and her family. He has other reasons to smile. His rival, Benny Gantz, was expected to resign from Netanyahu's war cabinet tonight over his handling of the conflict. That was quickly postponed. Will today's rescue embolden the Prime Minister to continue yet more operations inside Gaza, and thus finish any hopes of a ceasefire? 4 hostages were freed today, and dozens killed in the process. With 116 hostages still left, what price will Gazans pay for their safe return?
Kieran Moodley reporting there. Well, earlier I spoke to Sharon Lifshitz in Tel Aviv, whose elderly parents were both taken hostage on October the 7th. Her mother was freed later that month.
And how the fuck are you glad that you got extracted when 200 Palestinians died? I don't think you understand what I'm trying to say. I don't want the Israeli hostages to be killed. I want the Israeli hostages to be freely returned to their homes, to their families. Except I want there to be the exact same care and consideration for the Palestinian human beings that are being trapped inside of Israeli facilities as hostages, as a bargaining chip on the Israeli side. Okay? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that this is being posted as a fucking W when 200 human beings were mercilessly slaughtered in the process. It really shows you the dynamic. It really shows you the dynamic and how little care or consideration is given to the Palestinian humans. They're just simply a number, simply a statistic, simply a casualty. You just saw harrowing pictures of babies, like not just shred up children, not just people under the kids under the age of 18, like little babies with bruises, with serious fucking wounds. And also, like, the hostage that they're talking about in that situation is Noah specifically is an IDF soldier as well. Like, that was fundamentally in that process a prisoner of war. Many of the hostages that are remaining, was aside from like some of the hostages that haven't been extracted yet as a consequence of Israel's unwillingness to negotiate, are at this point, most of the hostages that are remaining are IDF. Israel used trucks disguised as humanitarian aid. Yeah, I saw that as well. We'll cover that. I'm not entirely certain on how that worked.
But her father is still missing. I began by asking for her reaction to the rescue of the hostages today.
I feel very, very happy for them, for their families, for the hostage themselves to come out of it. We have become a real family, all the hostage family, and so these are people that we know. And
yeah, I mean, Francesca Albanese said the same thing. Relieved that 4 hostages have been released. It should not have come at the expense of at least 200 Palestinians, including children killed and over 400 injured by Israel, allegedly foreign soldiers, while perfidiously hiding in an aid truck. This is humanitarian camouflage at another level. Israel has used hostages to legitimize killing, injuring, maiming, starving, and traumatizing Palestinians in Gaza, and while intensifying violence against Palestinians in the rest of the occupied territory and in Israel. Israel could have freed all hostages alive and intact 8 months ago when the first ceasefire and hostage exchange was put on the table. Yet Israel refused in order to continue to destroy Gaza and the Palestinians as a people. This is genocidal intent turned into action, crystal clear. We know that since day one, Israel has had no interest in freeing the hostages at all and simply using the hostages as an opportunity to keep pummeling Gaza into the fucking ground, reducing it to rubble. This is why I've never allowed that into the discourse at all, ever taken that into consideration. Israel's actions showed that. And right now, today, in one of the only successful hostage extraction missions that Israel has conducted, and who knows if they killed other hostages in the process, by the way, of this extraction in the bombing campaigns, Israel will turn around and be like, yeah, see, we did it. We did it. A massive success. And the media will go along with it and report on this as though this is a phenomenally successful military operation. It's not. It's anything but that. If the United States of America conducted an operation similar to this, it would be considered an abject failure, because it is. Abu Ubaidah made a statement saying that Israel killed more captives than they retrieved. Yeah, there's eyewitness testimony from the ground saying that humanitarian aid trucks might have been used in the process, like they were hiding. But I don't know how that worked. But I also don't know if there was a actual direct U.S. involvement beyond or utilizing the pier. Barack Ravid has reported that the U.S. administration was involved to a certain degree in the hostage extraction. Okay? Israel does the equivalent of walking down a hallway with 2 swords stretched out and claims they're minimizing harm. Yeah. It has been reported negatively for the U.S. A comparable situation is the CNN reporting on the Kabul airport massacre by the U.S. armies. Yeah. It's sickening. Of course, if you don't personally think that Palestinians are human beings, you think, wow, what a major dub. And many people don't think Palestinians or Arabs are human beings in general. So they are going to post this as a major dub. Look at this. It's a successful operation. You just hate Jews. You hate Israelis. You want them all to die. Okay? That's what the counter will be to all of this statement, not recognizing that killing 210 plus Palestinians, 400 wounded, is unimaginable cruelty, especially because the notion that there isn't an alternative, a peaceful alternative to all of this, is ridiculous. Israel's own ceasefire deal. Remember, Joe Biden brought up Israel's own ceasefire proposal that suspiciously Israel is refusing to abide by its own deals. The red line that Joe Biden supposedly put forward. It's just very interesting that all of that is in the rear view mirror now. We welcome the rescue of 4 hostages who, after 8 months of captivity, have finally been reunited with their families in Israel. The United States will not rest until every hostage is returned home. The proposal that President Biden outlined 8 days ago would bring relief to both the people of Gaza and the remaining hostages and their families through an immediate ceasefire that could lead to the release of hostages, a surge of humanitarian assistance, Gaza's reconstruction, and an enduring end to the war. The only thing standing in the way of achieving this ceasefire is Hamas. It's time for them to accept the deal. They're still going along with Hamas is not accepting this deal narrative. I feel like I'm losing my mind here. Diplomatic cable leaked to me reveals Biden admin is worried about social media posts claiming its Gaza aid pier will lead to a U.S. military involvement in the area, which it calls disinformation, despite the fact that the pier was paid for and positioned by the Pentagon. I mean, it's not very good. Like, the propaganda overall is not very good. It's pretty easy to parse through, and I hope that more people start recognizing this. And that's it. I don't know what else to say other than the fact that they're just, you know, blatantly fucking lying. It's kind of wild how glaringly obvious and how easy it is to parse through the lies too. It's just like, it's not even good propaganda. It's just very bad propaganda at this point.
We're very, very delighted for them.
And what does it do for you and the rest of your family? Because you have been waiting for news of your father dead for 8 months now. Does a moment like this give you some hope?
To be honest, I think these are very dangerous and rare operations. The vast majority of hostages came back with a deal. I think that I don't feel that we can return all of them via military operations. There's a deal at the table at the moment, and we have to accept it to make sure everybody that is still alive come back.
There's obviously joy and relief at the release of these hostages, but we know at the same time that scores of people, women and children included, have been killed. And I just wonder what you feel about that.
I feel that always when civilians get caught in a situation, it is horrendous. I think that Hamas is to blame for this impossible situation. Hamas is holding hostages among civilians, is holding its military operations among civilians. It needs to come to a deal. The Israeli government must agree to the deal so that this horrendous ongoing situation can be over. Civilians on both sides are being held ransom to a very right-wing militant organization and government, and that is the cause of a lot of death. There's no doubt about it.
So as someone who is desperate for news, desperate for the return of your father, give us a sense of what it is like for you and other families at the moment.
This week, we also heard about the death of 4 hostages. One of them, a British citizen, Nadav Papelwell, that lost their life somewhere in January. These are people, 3 of them are from my kibbutz. They were 80 and above. They have survived for months in this horrendous situation. We are sitting the Shiva for them now. I can't tell you how broken our heart is. It's not possible to break anymore, we always think, and then it does break into smaller shreds.
And just finally, if you don't mind me asking, I'd say your mother was released relatively early. You know, this is enormously difficult for all of you. She's in her 80s. She was held hostage for over...
Guys, please keep your eyes on the fucking ball, okay? I know there's a lot of people in the chat trying to send me more food, fat ass. It's what? People are trying to send me all matter of different kinds of information flying around currently, okay? About whether the pier had a helicopter pad, and whether the pier was like key in extracting the hostages, all this shit. 7 hostages have been released with these operations, but the IDF will now make special op porno most of the population can jerk off to while the hostages keep being killed. We'll forget the 4 hostages just announced dead. We'll forget the story from yesterday about the former head of negotiations team saying way before the ground offensive, we could have gotten women and children out without a single murderer. Without releasing a single murderer, I'm happy Noah's home, but can't celebrate for obvious reasons. Yeah, there's no... I don't know how to describe this other than like the most revealing aspect of all of this is something that many of you already knew in this community, which is that Israel does not think Palestinians are human beings. And neither do many in this population as well. There is no clearer indication of this reality. There is no clearer indication of this reality than the reception. Like, it is not seen as like an insanely bloody, murderous rampage, and instead seen as a simple, successful hostage extraction mission. People just don't give a shit, and I don't know how else to talk about it other than, you know, people simply have lost sight of their own humanity in this process.
For 2 weeks, how is she doing?
My mom deserved to know the fate of her husband after 8 months. We know he was alive and she's waiting for him. But with time that goes on, the chance of an 84-year-old man to survive diminishes by the day. And the light is escaping from our eyes, you know, the chance that he will come back home to us. I think that he's a man who done a lot in his life for other people, and he does not deserve to be taken hostage and treated in this way.
Thank you very much for talking to us today.
You're welcome.
Well, joining me now is Dr. James Smith, who has just returned from Gaza, where he was working in Al-Aqsa Hospital until Wednesday. Thank you so much for coming in. Huge numbers of casualties from this attack will be going to that hospital that you were in just a couple of days ago. What are your colleagues telling you things are like?
So we were actually working at both of the hospitals that you see in the footage that you've shared, Al-Awda in Nusayrat and Al-Aqsa. And in the days that I was working in the hospital, we had seen several mass casualty incidents, but they were minuscule in comparison to what has happened today. We had several colleagues working in the emergency rooms of both hospitals today, along with working alongside our Palestinian colleagues there. And they described the most horrific conditions that I have ever attempted to comprehend as an emergency doctor. Tens of patients on the floor. They have a resuscitation room in Al-Aqsa Hospital that is capable at the best of times of treating 3 people. They had 10, 15 patients side by side on the floor there, many of whom had been intubated or were critically unwell. We saw a morgue that was overflowing with the bodies of people that had been killed. I've worked in that hospital not only in the last couple of days, but back in December, January, and this is unlike anything that I have seen before.
I mean, brutally speaking, the pictures look as if it's chaos.
What? How did this guy go from, if I don't steal it, someone else will steal it, Yaqub, to, I've always seen ethnostasis as wrong. Israel being an ethnostate is deceptively made to look like a good thing for all Jews, but that's not the case, Saj, to, hopefully this teaches people to hold civilian hostages in the middle of a population center. Don't hold hostages and this won't happen, chat. Like, how the fuck does that happen? The mind of a juicer is so unimaginably complex. Like that, just one like remotely successful seeming operation all of a sudden shifts the priorities of this person so dramatically. Genuinely curious, why are you upset at the lack of mention of the death associated with the hostage rescue when nothing has been verified, but at the same time you also speak about how nothing from Israel has been verified? Genuinely curious, why are you upset at the lack of mention of the death associated with the hostage rescue when nothing has been verified, but at the same time you also speak about how nothing from Israel has been verified? Wait, what? Brother, what do you think this is? Like, the lack of verification comes from U.S. involvement, but when a fucking media outlet, a Western media outlet especially, which has no interest in like reporting on the humanity of Palestinians on any other fucking day, says it, this is as close to verification as you're going to get. What do you mean? Also followed 13 minutes ago, but genuinely curious. I love when people just hit the just curious when they're not actually just curious at all. I don't mean this to be provocative. I just want to know how you determine what is propaganda and what isn't. Like, do you think that the footage that they showed, the ones that you can show on television and not the ones of like the father picking up his what he suspects is his dead son, whose brain is fucking leaking out of what used to be his skull, and then the son moves a little bit and then the father rejoices thinking that his son might be alive, only to rush him to the hospital immediately. That's the kind of stuff that they can't show on television. But the stuff that they do show on television is a shit ton of wounded babies and children in a hospital. Beyond that, like, do you think that that's just fake? Is that what you think is going on Western media? Are they also lying? Is that what you think is happening? I try to be as careful as possible, but, you know, I started off the day saying that there was only 145 dead. That number has reached up to 210, according to the Washington Post. How about you take your curiosities there if you have an issue with this? According to 2 medical sources at Deir Bala Hospital, locals are still recovering bodies from under the rubble and searching alleys for the market for more casualties. They describe this as the largest mass massacre they've had to handle since the war began. Another thing that you should be curious about is why you immediately go, well, Israel has killed 36,000, maybe even more since Israel's killed 36,000 plus since October 7, right? Why is it that far? Why is it such a far stretch? Why is it such an unimaginable thing that they would do another hostage rescue mission under the and what the actual intentions of just killing a shit ton of Palestinians as they have done before. Like, is it when I get information from Gaza, I weigh it against what I know about Israel's actions. I weigh it against what I know about the Palestinian Health Ministry. There's no reason to lie about it. Joseph Borrell Fontella is High Representative of the EU Foreign Affairs Security Policy Vice President, says, reports from Gaza of another massacre of civilians are appalling. We condemn this in the strongest terms. The bloodbath must end immediately. At POTUS, 3-stage plan is the way forward for an enduring ceasefire and an end to the killing. Yeah.
Chaos, as if it's absolute carnage, but presumably there are still processes that you as doctors have to try and kick in and to get work done to save people's lives. What happens?
So the team there, the team led by the Palestinian doctors and nurses, has tried over the course of the last 8 months to maintain a triage system of sorts. So the most critically unwell people are seen in the red area, and then the yellow area for those that are less critically unwell, and the green area for what you typically refer to as the walking wounded. But the extent of the sheer number of people that have been injured in these airstrikes today has meant that system has effectively collapsed. In addition to that, we've had regular power outages in recent days. The last day that I was working in the hospital, we had a patient on a ventilator who died because the power went out and the ventilator stopped working. These are very, very difficult conditions. When we talk about a collapsed healthcare system, what you see in the footage here is that in action.
And the truth, presumably, is that even the people who get to that hospital who are alive with treatable injuries may die anyway.
Of course. Frequently, we ran out of essential medical equipment. We didn't have the medicines that we needed. We didn't have the equipment we needed to administer basic first aid. Patients that need to go to the operating theatre to receive life-saving surgical interventions often were in a long queue of patients, and they just simply didn't make it.
Can I ask you briefly, you literally have just returned today. I mean, what does that do to people like yourselves and the Palestinian doctors who are still there? How does it impact on you?
It's horrifying. I mean, I see my colleagues, I recognized colleagues in the footage that you've shared there, and I cannot comprehend how the barbarity of this has been allowed to continue for as long as it has.
And will be damaging for everybody involved.
Yeah.
James Smith, thank you very much for coming in. Thank you.
תודה לכם.
נועה, יפה שלי, אוהבת אותך. יש לנו כיפה שמיים.
This is a pretty good back and forth between Ken Klippenstein and who does pretty good work otherwise, but and friend of the show Felix Biederman. To me, the most interesting part of the document is the disarmament policy. It would be nice, but why would Hamas agree to this? You're so close to getting it, my bro. There's nothing to get. Hamas doesn't care about ordinary Gazans, so why would they disarm? To which Felix responds with, what does ordinary Gazan actually mean here? Even just the armed combat wing alone has pretty large numbers in relation to the population of Gaza. Do school teachers and bakers stop being ordinary when they pick up a rifle? Is there some idealized apolitical Palestinian? This is actually very important to comprehend here. This is why I've made the distinction beyond October 7 when talking about Palestinian resistance groups and the role that they play in Palestinian society. The role that they play in Palestinian society since Israel's siege is a defensive one. They are just and well within the boundaries of international law in picking up arms and engaging in a spontaneous militia activity against the occupying force, the Israeli occupying force, that is. Now, obviously, the way we look at the situation, you see people in military fatigues, and then you see people in fucking Adidas shirts and you know, coming out of tunnels, and you're like, well, there's disproportionate asymmetrical warfare happening here. You're not conditioned to understand that those dudes, no matter what they were doing a month prior, whether they were personally involved in Hamas or whether they were not personally involved in Hamas but are simply now waging war as a consequence of being forced into waging war, doesn't change that reality. I think everyone is pretty aware that now that not every single Palestinian supports or even necessarily likes Hamas, but it's absurd essentially to claim that they have no mandate or significant base of support among regular people. You know what I mean? Isn't that dangerously close to fueling the fire that the idea of all Gazans are terrorists? Resisting a goddamn military occupation from an incredibly fucking militant, incredibly well-armed nuclear state is not terrorism. It's the nuclear state that is doing terrorism. You are resisting against terrorism. This is why I make that distinction. I think a lot of people fail to recognize that. Okay? The terrorists in this circumstance are the Israeli Defense Forces. The Israeli occupying force is engaging in an unimaginable act of terror with its overwhelming civilian death and destruction. Okay?
Israel just carried out a remarkable rescue operation of 4 hostages held by Hamas. This operation required ingenuity and courage of the highest degree, and our soldiers performed in an unmatchable way. We're committed to getting the release of all the hostages, and we expect Hamas to release them all. But if they don't, we'll do whatever it takes to get them all back home. Hamas is committing war crimes every day, including the holding of these hostages. Our soldiers are performing in the most valiant and moral way to end this war with a victory against these killers and against these kidnappers, and we shall prevail. Thank you.
This morning at 11 a.m., Israeli Special Forces.
This is in English, by the way, so notice that. Something to consider always, just so you know who the audience is that needs to hear this in their minds.
Conducted complex hostage rescue mission and successfully rescued 4 of our hostages from Hamas captivity in Gaza. Noar Gamani, Almog Meir Jan, Shlomi Ziv, and Andrei Kozlov. They are back home in Israel. They are alive. They are well. They will undergo medical examination and will soon be reunited with their families in the hospital. Noah, Almog, Andrei, and Shlomi were rescued after 246 days in Hamas captivity after they were brutally kidnapped from the Nova Musical Festival on the 7th of October. This was a high-risk complex mission based on precise intelligence conducted in daylight in 2 separate buildings deep inside Gaza. While under fire inside the buildings, under fire on the way out from Gaza, our forces rescued our hostages. Israeli forces have been preparing for this rescue mission for weeks. They underwent intensive training. They risked their lives to save the lives of our hostages. This is what we do in Israel. We risk our lives to save the lives of our hostages. While we are happy that our 4 hostages are home, we will not lose sight that 120 hostages are still being held by Hamas in Gaza. Men, women, children. When we say that we will do everything to bring our hostages back home, we mean it. We will not stop fighting for their freedom. Any other decent country in the world would do the same.
This is a major propaganda moment for the Israeli government. Like, the endless bombing campaigns, all of a sudden there's like in their eyes, in the eyes of the Israeli government, now there's at least like somewhat of a reason for the senseless violence. You know what I mean? That's all it took. Are these literally the first hostages rescued? There was one other hostage that was rescued in another campaign that also amounted to a shit ton of bombing. I think it was Jabalia that was bombed? It was in RAFAH, I think, early on. Israel has, of course, killed far more hostages than they have saved. How is this a propaganda moment? They killed tens of thousands of Palestinians, and among them their own hostages. They killed 200 plus just to rescue 4. What do you mean? I don't think you understand. It's a propaganda for the Western world, for those who are listening in the Western world that are looking desperately at anything, any W. That's my point. This was bloody. This was traumatic. This was morally abhorrent. But ultimately, the fact that they rescued 4 hostages, including Noah, especially, who was seen as like, who was repeatedly talked about, the images of her being kidnapped was repeatedly shown on media for months. That is all it takes. They could have killed 1,000 Palestinians and they still would have thought that's great. It's a phenomenal W. It's propaganda for those internally in Israel that is looking for any kind of success out of this that doesn't just mean dead Palestinian children, recognizing that while they might have an appetite for that kind of death and destruction, the rest of the world is not looking at it with similar lenses. It's also a big W for the likes of the American State Department, who's been desperately trying to defend Israel. That's it. 105 freed via temporary ceasefire, 4 hostages released by Hamas, 3 with white flags were killed by the IDF, 4 Israeli rescue missions, 1 hostage killed, 1 soldier saved, 2 hostages saved, at least 74 people killed, 4 hostages saved, at least 210 people killed. This is what I was thinking of. So Israeli attacks on Gaza have killed an unknown amount of hostages in Hamas captivity and at least 36,800 people so far. Yeah, they've killed about, I believe, 70 hostages and retrieved 7. So really successful. Definitely, they definitely care about the hostages and their well-being. Israeli state media confirms that Israeli special forces used a humanitarian aid vehicle to sneak into Nuseirat, where they rescued 4 captives. They don't mention that Israeli warplanes carpet bombed the area and killed 200 plus Palestinians to secure their escape. Mass murder is an insignificant detail in the Israeli news cycle. Well, they have military censors too, so they sometimes are legally not allowed to report on it because Israel is the most moral democracy on the planet. Not to say that they want to. Anyway, I don't know. Can the Hebrew speakers help me out here? Do they actually mention that they used the humanitarian aid vehicle?
את כל פרטיו אפשר לפרסם, אבל בכל זאת מה שכן עוד אפשר לומר בערב הזה.
כן, בערך בשעה 11 בבוקר נכנסים הכוחות, לפי דיווח פלסטיני, כשהם בכיסוי של סיוע, מסעית סיוע הומניטרי. ככה הם נכנסים לפי אותו דיווח פלסטיני בתוך המחנה נוסיירת. כשמגיעים, הלוחמים מגיעים לשתי דירות, מרחק בין שתי הדירות האלה 200 מטר. אחת נמצאת בקומה שלישית ואחת נמצאת בקומה ראשונה. בדירה שבה הנוער גמני מוחזקת בקומה הראשונה כמעט אין קרב. הלוחמים מחסלים את המחבלים שמחזיקים אותה. מדובר על לוחמים...
They said that it's according to a Palestinian report. Oh, Channel 12 reporter was fired for saying the captives looked healthy. It's wonderful stuff. All right. Here's what happened earlier today. Pro-Palestinian protests in D.C.
Demonstrators are gathering in Washington, D.C. And moments ago, they actually had a brief encounter with parked police just outside the White House. That's where the protest has formed there. And they are contesting what they say is President Biden's failure to act after Israeli military forces began operations in RAFAH. CNN's Brian Todd is on the ground outside the White House there in Lafayette Square, where it looks like the numbers of people have grown. What's going on, Brian?
Yeah, Frederica, this crowd has grown in size and in energy level for the past couple of hours. What we want to show you is kind of the central piece of symbolism that they wanted to unveil here. This is what they call the People's Red Line. This is what they were hoping would be a 2-mile-long red banner, and you can see it's got signatures, messages all over this banner here. This is right outside the fence of the north lawn of the White House. The fence was erected just over there. An extra security fence is about 9 feet tall outside of the regular security fence, because the last time they had a protest here, the protesters threw balloons full of red paint. They threw signs and other objects onto the White House north lawn. They wanted to try to prevent that. So far, we've seen nothing like that here. But again, a lot of passion, a lot of energy here. And the symbolism of the red line is because this crowd of people believes that President Biden misled people when he said there was a red line for Israel regarding the incursion into Rafah that occurred about a month ago. They believe that the president misled people. They're here to express their frustration with that and to call for an end to U.S. aid to Israel and for this movement basically to grow and to put more pressure on the White House. Here's another piece of symbolism. Take a look at this huge Palestinian flag. This is at least a couple of 100 feet long.
Well, I mean, they don't believe that the president misled people. The president did mislead people.
This was carried over here by hundreds of pro-Palestinian protesters through the park, and now is just kind of being unfurled here. The plan is for this banner, this red banner that you see here as I kind of walk this way, to extend all the way around the White House. This was in 100-foot sections a short time ago. Then they kind of got everybody together and put it together. They're going to try to go all the way around the White House. We're going to try to assess whether they...
Park police dance as protesters throw bottles and chant fascist at him. Yeah, 3 were released in operations. Hernando Marman and Louis Har were rescued in February from Rafah, killing like 70 people. And in October, Ari Megidish, a soldier taken captive from the border on October 7th, was rescued from the north. I think the military censor was heavy at work back then and didn't let many details out. A better review of the red line is huge. That's pretty cool. It's really too bad Trump is the opponent. If it was any other Republican, Dems would be in ultra panic mode and would maybe actually do something, but they know people don't want Trump, so they think they have it in the bag. Well, this lifelong Democrat is fucking sick of it. Fuck you, Biden. Honor the red line. Yeah, no, I think you're not wrong. They should still be fearful of Trump, though. But you're absolutely correct in your assessment, I think. Our resident liberal chatter is 100% correct. The Biden campaign is not worried about the actions, or at least not worried enough about the actions that Israel is taking in terms of how it complicates the calculation for an electoral victory against Donald Trump. This is genuinely a bad idea for multiple reasons. Obviously, they should be more afraid of Donald Trump because the last time they were super comfortable about a Trump victory, we got Donald Trump as the president in 2016. Beyond that, however, there is real zealotry at play here in a way that is like almost unique from the Brandon side of things and many of the State Department officials as well. You have this is not materialist thinking, but this is one of those instances where I would go so far as to say confidently that I think the personal motivations and personal aspirations, personal ideologies of the Biden administration and high-level officials in terms of their opinions on Israel and how much violence Israel should be able to conduct, I think that goes beyond pure American State Department interest. And that's precisely why you see so much back and forth within the American the American State Department in general on this issue. We've never seen this many resignations in a row from the American State Department, both because they find the actions of Israel to be unconscionable, but also because they personally think that this is hurting America's soft power chances for the future, ruining and dismantling the international rule-based order or some semblance of an international rule-based order that we are supposed to be the defenders of, the world police. I don't know how genuine some of those people are in their belief that America is the champion of these sorts of causes for human rights. But I do legitimately think that there are definitely a lot of people in the American federal government that think that Israel has gone way too far and it is harming America's chances of continuing to dominate the world without direct military involvement. This is playing a role in America's chances of controlling international organizations of justice. This is hurting America's soft power capabilities across the board. This is demonstrating a glaringly obvious hypocrisy that people are finally paying attention to. This hypocrisy is obviously never really stopped with Israel and our involvement with Israel for 75 fucking years, but never before did you have this many people pay attention to it and recognize it. And I think that actually does make America look infinitely worse, especially when it tries to tell other countries like Russia or China, well, how are you going to do this? This is fucked up. Can you imagine if U.S. Navy SEALs complete a hostage rescue mission and killed 210 civilians in the process? It would go down as the worst U.S. military operation in history. Yeah. There was a large anti-war protest in Tel Aviv today, organized by an umbrella organization, Alliance for Peace, including Standing Together, Omdim Be'echad, Breaking the Silence, Looking the Occupation in the Eyes, Hadash, and dozens of other orgs. You don't see numbers like this often. Wait, is this before or after the hostage extraction was promoted in Israel? Because the hostage extraction has been doing numbers in Israel from what I saw this morning. they've been going nutty mode with it. Like they've been going crazy over it. I saw footage of this is after. Okay. I saw footage of that's important. That is actually really interesting. That is actually important. It's crazy to see these numbers for genuinely pushing a ceasefire.
But actually able to make it all the way, because it is quite a large perimeter around the White House, especially where this fence has been set up, Frederica.
All right, Brian Todd, thank you so much. We'll check back with you.
And Palestinian solidarity protesters have gathered outside the White House in Washington, D.C. Thousands are demanding an immediate ceasefire and an end to the siege of Gaza. Protesters plan to hold a 2-mile White House in Washington, D.C. Thousands are demanding an immediate ceasefire and an end to the siege of Gaza. Protesters plan to hold a 2-mile.
You have to remember something very serious here, by the way. A chatter asked, well, now that 4 hostages have been released, don't you think that there would be more pressure from Israel to release all the hostages? No, because the way in which these 4 hostages were released is very significant. They were released and 210 Palestinians were killed in the process. That's a win-win. When hostages were being released due to a ceasefire negotiation, if you recall, that was really bad for the Israeli government. Why? Because it showed that you could technically deal with Hamas, you could reason with them, and you could meet their demands. And the longer that would have gone on, the more people's appetite would wane for restarting the war. This, on the other hand, is great. This is they can just turn around and say, oh, this is a major W for us. See, we can actually extract hostages while being violent. Okay? In their minds, it completely justifies the military operation. They were desperate looking for a justification for it for the past 8-9 months, and they will use this as that justification. It's laughable if you look at the situation. It's laughable if you look at the fucking situation overall. Here is the mother of one of the hostages that was released.
Thank you for bringing my son to me, to us. I'm so excited that I could hug him today. We have a strong, 20 hostages in Gaza, and we want a deal now. We want them to come back home as soon as possible. Thank you for the army. Thank you for the government. Thank you for everyone. Thank you to our
I'm so excited that we killed 200 Palestinians. Bro, are you crazy? Come on, dude. She's the fucking mother of a hostage. What are you talking about? Of course she's going to say, I'm so glad that my son has returned home, and thank everyone that did, that everyone that participated in that process. But even then, she's still saying we have to do a deal. Focus on what's important here. She's still saying, I hope that we can do a deal so that everyone can return.
our people, to our people. Israel Chai. Long live Israel. I couldn't stop hugging him. I couldn't stop. And tomorrow is my birthday, so I got my present. Thank you.
She got a present tomorrow. It's a birthday.
The Israeli military has rescued 4 Israeli hostages alive from Gaza. 1 woman and 3 men were freed amid heavy airstrikes from 2 different locations in central Gaza. Noah Argamani, seen here, is among the 4. She and the others are said to be in stable condition. They've all been taken to hospitals in Israel for further medical examinations. Hamas kidnapped all of them from the Nova Music Festival during its terror attack on October 7th. A short time ago, an Israeli army spokesman had this to say about the rescue operation.
This morning at 11 a.m., Israeli Special Forces conducted complex.
Barak Ravidis found something to be mad about at the D.C. protest. Protesters near the White House expressed support for Hezbollah and Hamas military wing Al-Qassam brigades, who are designated as terrorist organizations by the U.S. government. Yeah. Of course, he found something to get fucking mad at. In between, isn't he in Israel right now? What the fuck's he doing?
Hostage rescue mission, and successfully rescued 4 of our hostages from Hamas captivity in Gaza. Noah Argamani, Almog Meir Jan, Shlomi Ziv, and Andrei Kozlov. They are back home in Israel. They are alive. They are well. They will undergo medical examination and will soon be reunited with their families in the hospital.
We're joined now by our correspondent in Jerusalem, Tanya Kramer. Tanya, good to see you. I imagine it's an incredibly emotional day for Israelis and especially for the families of the rescued hostages. How is this news being received within the country?
Well, I think you're right. I mean, this is an incredible, emotional day. There's a lot of joy. And also, you know, you have to understand Israel has been in agony.
Does the far left and far right have common ground in their hatred of Jews and Zionism? Are you fucking stupid? The far left is comprised of all different ethnicities and backgrounds, including Jewish people. There is no hatred of Jews on the far left. The far right does not even hate Zionism. They just hate Jews. If you're talking about whichever kind of far right person you're talking about, there's plenty in the far right that love Zionism, hate Jews, but still love Zionism. And there's a shit ton on the far right that claim that they hate Zionism, but they just hate Jews. They hate that Israel gets to have an ethno-state while they can't do their own little white ethno-state.
Over the hostages that are remaining in Gaza. And of course, this rescue operation carried out in broad daylight in Nuseirat, that is in central Gaza. Now, we are hearing from the military spokesperson there earlier, give some more details that this was in preparation for weeks, as he has said, with many different units involved. Those 4 hostages were kept in 2 different locations. They were extracted from there and then flown by helicopter to the hospital to the Sheba hospital in Tel Aviv, where they are now. And we're seeing here, of course, in the past hours, images from that hospital on the Israeli channels. We've seen also Noa Agamani there. She was talking on the phone to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Now, we understand that they are all in a reasonably good health. They are undergoing, of course, more checks. They have been reunited with their families, but it's certainly a very, very important day here, because this week had started on Monday, actually, with the announcement by the Israeli military that 4 more hostages were presumed dead in Gaza. And now, a couple of days later, finally, some good news for the...
That's actually a great point, by the way. How'd they die? Who killed them? I wonder.
Family members and the relatives of those 4 hostages that they were rescued now after almost 9 months in captivity.
Well, indeed, I imagine that Israelis have been hungry for some sort of good news. To date, just 3 other hostages have been rescued in more than 8 months of Israel's military operations in Gaza. Tanya, do you think today's rescue will somehow boost public support for the war and possibly even for Prime Minister Netanyahu himself?
Well, it might give him some respite from all the international and all the domestic pressure he has been under, especially in the past couple of days, because there is an agreement for...
While I despise Deutsche Welle's coverage on this, it's important to fucking hear the unconditional dick riding of Israel's side, because they are correct in their analysis when they say Benjamin Netanyahu got a massive dub today. And the ceasefire negotiations, in my opinion, took a massive L. Because that's all... Dude. Israelis have been so fucking desperate to point to, like, any success out of the 9 months of death and destruction. And obviously, internally, the 9 months of death and destruction is somewhat of a success in and of itself. They like that. There's plenty in Israel that do have a healthy appetite for this death and destruction and think that that's a dub in and of itself. But this isn't just that. This is now a justification for that death and destruction. This is now a way for them to say, this is why we've killed 36,000 people so far, to save these 4 lives. Okay? And you want to know the worst part about it? Other than, like, obviously the unimaginable death and destruction, American media will go along with this narrative, I suspect. They will use this as an example and be like, see, there it is. They did it. They did the damn thing. 70 hostages have been slaughtered by Israel because they've, they've been treated as Palestinians functionally because they're in Gaza. Not only that, but also they will then immediately and quickly turn the crosshairs back. They will then quickly turn the crosshairs back to those who, like myself, will be very critical of this situation and say, oh, Hassan or others like Hassan are obviously upset that 4 hostages were released because they want all Israelis to be held hostage by Hamas. They want all Jews to be held hostage by Hamas. And not just myself. I'm using myself as a placeholder here, but like the media will quickly move back to the types of commentary that gets a lot of clicks that everyone is comfortable seeing and experiencing and analyzing.
For a ceasefire that also includes the release of hostages on the table, and both sides, Hamas and Israel, have so far not really agreed to this latest proposal, and he has been under a lot of pressure because publicly, I mean, a majority, you could say, of the Israeli public wants to see that this agreement is being done. But Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is also under pressure from his own cabinet, and he himself has kept on saying that only maximum pressure will bring the results. So this is kind of, supporting him in his military strategy to say there will be no end to this war. But we also have heard from Benny Gantz, the former defense minister, who's a member of the war cabinet. He was actually supposedly giving a press conference tonight, and it was expected that he might actually quit the war cabinet. That press conference has now been postponed. So you could say maybe this pressure will at least for the time being be a bit less. But still, there are 120 hostages still being held in Gaza. And these rescue missions have been very rare. So I think, the reading here in Israel is at least that there needs to
New York Times pulled their article stating 200 plus Palestinians have been killed.
Be some kind of agreement to bring all these hostages back home.
Well, meanwhile,
let's see. I have the Washington Post one up here still. Let's see if they change it. No, their title is still the same. They updated 42 minutes ago. You can be happy for the rescued hostages while simultaneously being incredibly sad anger for the loss of Palestinian lives as a result. Yeah, the thing is, for me, there is another opportunity. There is another way to release these hostages without a single fucking Palestinian child being murdered. That's the issue. Do you understand? That's the major issue here. Like, it's not like there wasn't an alternative plan on the table that the U.S. media, alongside the Biden campaign, wasn't it worth it to save those 4 hostages? Fuck no. What? Are you fucking stupid? You think there's a planet where you think there's an unironic planet, not this one, but another one, where I would agree with killing 200 plus people? What? This has got to be a top of the hour ad break debate or something, right? There's no fucking way this person is being serious. Yeah, no, I already ran it, bro. I already ran it, chatter. That was a bad bait. The reason why I haven't been serving, or I've been serving the ads, but not talking about it, because, it's a serious issue. Anyway, how many people are out there mistaking the death toll of civilians for armed combatants? I don't think people are mistaking that. Also important to mention that the released hostage, Tommy Metzger, married 60 years to Yoram Metzger, just found out her last words with her husband was at a Hamas tunnel. But Tommy isn't an impressionable 19-year-old soldier. She was outwardly critical of the right-wing government, so no call from Bibi and Herzog to her, obviously. Oh, yeah. I know. I covered this already. I showed this already. Anyway.
While Hamas health authorities say a large number of people were killed amid these heavy airstrikes to rescue the hostages. I mean, the area where this operation took place in central Gaza is the site of a refugee camp. Tanya, what do we know about the situation there?
After 5 minutes and 50 seconds, we finally asked the question in the most unnuanced way possible. Well, this was the site of a refugee camp. How do we feel about this?
Well, absolutely. When this news broke, first that, the Israeli army said they're carrying out intensive airstrikes, and an intensive operation in Nuseirat refugee camp. Now, this is in central Gaza. This is also an area where a lot of Palestinians that had fled or had been ordered to go south by the military had now gone back because of the offensive taking place in Rafah. It's a very crowded area. And after 9 months of war, we all know the situation in Gaza is extremely difficult for civilians. Now we're hearing that there were reports of many injured and killed being taken into the hospital. One of the few hospitals that's actually still somehow working in Deir al-Balach, which is south of Nuseirat. And the Ministry of Health there said that at least 55 people were killed. It doesn't distinguish between militants and civilians, but there's also a lot of footage out on social media of the devastating footage, I have to say, about the aftermath of that strike, that it's showing that now hospitals there are struggling with...
Yeah, this is Deutsche Welle, so it is literally probably one of the most woke outlets in Germany, by the way. With DW News being one of the only, I was even asking this question in Germany. Like, if you want to understand the German situation, understand that we're currently watching like one of the more left-wing coverages in Germany, specifically because this is also supposed to be like Western facing. Yeah, Germany's out of fucking control, dude. They are insane when it comes to Israel.
With the influx of injured. And of course, these are very contrasting pictures that we are seeing that coming out of Gaza with those devastating scenes once again. And of course, the joy and you know, the development, this positive development, bringing those 4 hostages home that we are seeing in Israel.
DW's Tanya.
It's not the same everywhere in Europe. It's not. Especially because Channel 4 exists, for example. As much as I shit on the Oibrovs, like Channel 4 is probably one of the best resources in the Western world for things that are happening in both the occupied Palestinian territories in the West Bank and things that are happening in Gaza as well. They have been consistently good.
Tanya Kramer in Jerusalem for us. Tanya, we appreciate your reporting. Thank you so much.
Long red banner to represent what they are calling the people.
France and Germany are the worst. The rest of Europe is bad, but more or less because they're following the interests of capital. No, I mean, even France is not as bad as Germany. But the irony is, of course, there are constant polling. There's constant polling happening in Germany. And the thing is like, regardless of the constant propaganda from German television, I believe there's still a not insignificant number of German citizens that are pro-ceasefire. So like the majority of Germans, just like the rest of the world, are not exactly aligned with their governments on their seemingly endless mission to eradicate all Palestinian lives in the Gaza Strip.
Red line. Heidi Zoa Castro joins me now live from the protest site in Washington, D.C. Take us with you, Heidi. What's going on around you?
Layla, there's so much going on around me. I'm surrounded by a few thousand protesters who are from here in Washington as well as from across the country. They've been planning to come here today to unfurl this symbolic red line that is now surrounding the White House. It actually stretches some 3+ kilometers, and you can see the people wearing red as well in symbolism of the red line that they say that President Joe Biden of the United States has put repeatedly on Israel not to invade Rafah, not to incur more civilian losses among Palestinians. And yet they say again and again that red line has been allowed to be crossed. And I actually want to bring one of our guests. This is Sammy. Very nice to meet you, Sammy Al-Kaifi. You came from New York City, 3rd time here protesting. Why continue when so far Joe Biden has not budged on this?
We can't stop. We got to just keep coming out till they stop the war on Gaza. There's no way to stop. We just got to keep doing what we're doing every day.
Describe what's happening here today, what you hope to be communicating to the White House behind us.
For him to stop the war. That's what we're here for. ASAP, soon as possible.
Yeah, you've seen the images we all have of the suffering. How does that impact you personally?
Listen, I got my own kids. I can't describe the feeling, you know, having to lose somebody from your family. That's all I can say. It's hard. It's hard. I'm sorry for it.
Not at all.
It's just you're feeling your emotions. You can't hold it sometimes, you know. So
I've seen this, a lot of emotion coming not just from you, but from so many protesters, and particularly just today, reports of now 200 plus civilians killed in Gaza. And yet President Biden was speaking on this earlier in the day. He congratulated Israel for its successful, he said, operation in getting back those captives. He didn't mention the loss of life in Gaza. How do you respond to that?
President Biden don't want to look bad in the face of Israel. You understand? He can't, because they fundraise his elections. You know, they provide funds for him to go out and people to vote for him. At the same time, I don't think these young generation out here will vote for him. My vote will not be for him for sure.
What do you want him to do specifically? You said you want him to stop the war. What can the U.S. do?
The U.S. is the one that gave Israel the green light to go in Gaza. So they have the power to do the same thing and stop the war if they really want to. You understand? But they just, I guess, it's a game that they're playing. You know, they blaming each other. You know, America say, okay, stop the war. Then Israel still continues the war. So it's like they're doing the opposite of what he says. But behind closed door, I think they're all on the same page.
You said you brought your wife and your children here today. This is a moment, a pivotal moment in history. What do you hope they take away from this?
Listen, I mean, I brought my kids to see what life is all about and the struggle that everybody got to go through every day. You know, and this is reality. You know, it's not Hollywood. This is real thing that's happening right now in the world. You know, where children are dying, and they need to see that. You know, they probably not see it here in America, but outside America, it's really, it happens all the time. It happens all the time, all over the world.
And to not look away. Thank you so much. And there you have it. This is the same sentiment that I've been hearing over and over again, not only from Sammy, but also from younger voters, from older voters, from all walks of life, all trying to communicate this message.
Not voting Joe Biden is voting for the other side. Polite Pineapple, you should definitely, instead of doing that, immediately demand that the Biden administration capitulate to the reasonable demands that many of these people are making in key states. Okay? Why aren't you there? I'm not there because I am fake. I'm a phony. And not because I have a literal fucking fundraiser that I set up for tomorrow that has taken a month for us to put together.
Message to the Joe Biden White House that the U.S. must be more forceful in having Israel stop its genocide in Gaza.
Heidi, a very emotive issue there. Thank you so much for bringing us that. I greatly appreciate it.
Stronger. Don't you think every decent country who's loyal to its people would do all of its, what the fuck? Is this some Nazi shit? Would all of its bring its hostages back from a terror organization, even if there are consequences of killing 200 people, including a lot of Hamas members who are choosing to hold these poor hostages besides civilian Palestinians? I mean, there are literally Israeli prisons full of fucking Palestinians in them. Some of them are in fucking civilian areas as well. I don't think you would have that same exact energy if roles were reversed. You wouldn't have that energy at all. And you want to know how I know you wouldn't have that energy? You're currently justifying the death of 200 plus Palestinians in an effort to extract 4 hostages, which you could have fucking extracted through a ceasefire negotiation, but that wouldn't have meant continuing the fucking bloody campaign. That's how I know the little amount of emphasis you put on Palestinian lives and the high value that you place upon the Israeli lives. You value Israeli lives to a much greater extent than you value Palestinian lives. That's it. 1 to 50, to be exact. Israeli media report that soldier Eliran Mizrahi killed himself due to severe depression following his return from the battles on the Gaza Strip. The soldier used to share videos and pictures of himself taking part of war crimes in Gaza. Oh man. Oh, so sad. I don't know if this is real news, bro. I need more confirmation from this. I see a lot of news articles like this from not just Quds, which is a little bit more respectable, but just in general, I see a lot of like tweets such as this one. You know, I'll see it when I'll believe it when I see it, if you know what I mean. What is this? I think it might be fake. Oh, there you go. If Mizrahi is his surname, he could be a Turk. Yeah, that is true. The first time that I found out that there were Jewish Turks was when I went to University of Miami and met a dude who was Turkish and he was Jewish and his last name was Mizrahi. I assume Mizrahi is a common surname, who was Turkish and he was Jewish and his last name was Mizrahi. I assume Mizrahi is a common surname, but spelled like that. My grandpa is a Jewish Turk. Dang, look at that. Maybe that's why you're anti-Zionist. Actually, I don't know if your family is anti-Zionist. Were you and him friends? Yeah. He was very cool. I liked him a lot. He's basically a Kahanis. Oh, fuck. Okay, never mind. Bro, how are you going to be Turkish and a Kahanis? Like, that shit is crazy to me. Like, how are you going to come from the Ottoman Empire? Kahanis are so funny because they're literally like, they're like the Groypers of the Jewish community. Kahanis are literally like, you know what all the fucking... You know the fucking shit that like anti-Semites say that Jews believe? Like they'll always be like, this is what Jews really believe. They're literally just showing Kahanists like a tiny fucking subsect of Jewish supremacists that are psychopathic freaks for the most part. Apparently that picture of D in a crowd in Israel was fake and people are trying to give me shit about how you said it was stupid. What did I say? Who gives a shit? What picture? I don't even know what you're talking about. Anyway.
Dr. Abdel Fattah was finally able to return about 2 weeks ago, and he's here today to speak to us.
Status quo is live on the ground in Los Angeles. I Googled Kahanis and saw JDL. Holy fuck, insta-cooked. Yes, JDL is the Jewish Defense League. They're white power, but like Jewish power, which is ironic because that happens to be the Kahanis party. Or at least the party led by a Kahanist, the Jewish Power Party. How interesting. JDL is the Jewish Defense League, and the Jewish Power Party is Itamar Ben-Gvir's party. Here's an Apple reply to Beyond Ru's tweet. This is exactly the kind of cynical, racist, genocide laundering we can expect. Israel's rejected multiple deals that could have seen hostages return with no casualties, but instead has chosen a path of total carnage backed by the U.S. Yeah, this is like a phenomenal way to understand what Western media is going to do because the dumbest person is doing propaganda for them. If you want to know, you know, what the dumbest person you know is probably going to, what the dumbest person you know who is like really, really interested in getting you to shut the fuck up about Israel in times when Israel is like doing senseless baby murder on a regular fucking frequency and will never stop chirping now that like they finally extracted 4 fucking hostages. That's what they're going to be saying. Same with the people with the surname Haddad like me. Yeah, isn't that literally the fucking... Isn't that the Bella Gigi? Isn't that their actual last name? I thought instead of Hadid, it was Haddad, right? And Hadid is like Western-fied version. Okay. Where the fuck is the... Oh. No. Fascist Pigs Canadian edition. So... here, we'll look at the peer stuff in a second. We'll cover that aspect of it too. I'm not entirely certain, but a U.S. official told Barak Ravid that U.S. hostages cell in Israel supported the effort to rescue the 4 hostages. The extent of their rescue and the extent of their support, I do not know. But here, moments of the Israeli attack and the relentless shelling of the Al-Nusayrat refugee camp unfolded. Israeli occupation forces accompanied by American forces snuck into the camp inside of a humanitarian aid truck. Now, I don't know if this is like, this isn't verified. Okay. I will repeat. This is not verified. No, Hadid is an Arabic family name. Haddad is different. Hadid means iron or metal. Haddad means blacksmith. Okay. Thank you. The extent of U.S. involvement could simply mean U.S. giving intelligence, or it could mean that they fucking Trojan horsed it, but probably not. The United States provided support for the successful Israeli security forces raid that rescued 4 living hostages from captivity in Gaza on Saturday, 2 U.S. officials confirmed. In a statement issued by the White House, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan congratulated Israeli security forces. CBS News learned on Saturday that the U.S. role came mainly in the form of intelligence support. 2 U.S. officials confirmed that, but declined to share sensitive details regarding the operation. 1 Israeli special operator lost his life in the rescue mission, and nearly 100 Palestinians were killed. The Biden administration has had a major effort underway since October 7, providing support to Israel on hostage issues, including diplomatic, intelligence, and at times military support. The U.S. has previously acknowledged providing overhead surveillance support to help locate hostages. Video circulating online Saturday shows an IDF helicopter taking off from the beach with the U.S. pier in the backdrop. 2 U.S. officials told CBS News that the U.S. pier was not used in the IDF operation. It is offshore to assist delivery of humanitarian aid. A U.S. official explained that the helicopter landed south of the facility on a beach, but not within the cordoned area of the pier. Are you ready to show me your dick? Ask your mom, chatter. She saw it last night. Here's the video that everyone is talking about. There's a video circulating on Hebrew social media claiming that a helicopter rescued 4 captives from central Gaza on Saturday, confirming Israel's use of the American temporary pier. If they didn't take hostages, they wouldn't need to rescue them. W. Biden. Yeah, dude. Real W. Real big W, dude. Only 200 killed. Big W. Yeah. You know you can make that exact same argument against Israel, right? Like, obviously you would never make that argument against Israel because you're pro-Israel, but like, it's the notion that you have to recognize why October 7 happened to begin with, or why hostages were taken to begin with. It's a very silly way to go about it. And if you are to ask that question, you then come to the recognition that Hamas and the entirety of the Palestinian Resistance Front that collaborated, and including but not limited to atrocious actions that happened on October 7 in their hands against the civilian population of Israelis, on top of the Israeli occupying force bases that they targeted, their percentages for civilian casualties to enemy combatants straight up is infinitely more moral and more successful than what Israel has done so far. But of course, you don't make this calculation. You don't even give the dignity to the Palestinians to do a moral equivalence between a ascetic resistance front against the 75-year military occupation that started with mass ethnic displacement and an ethnic cleansing campaign in the form of the Nakba. You can't even put these two on the same moral playing field, even though one is a resistance born out of a necessity to resist an apartheid occupation. So the notion that those 200 would still be alive if they didn't take hostages is unimaginably cruel. It is not one that I say towards Israelis when we discuss October 7. You know, do you understand? Do you have an answer for me, or are you just going to chirp at chatters? The rescue mission that brought back these 4 hostages is considered one of the most complex military operations. By the way, have you seen the hashtag Nova Party movie from the 7th of October? Can you please show it on stream, and not only the pro-Palestine side? Brother, I don't know if you understand. I can't show that on stream because there's so much death and destruction. Just like I don't show all of the fucking Israeli murders of Palestinians on stream. Okay? It just sucks for your cause, I guess, that there's an infinite more number of cruelty and death and destruction on the Palestinian front than the Israeli front. Oh, it was so complex, dude. It was so complex. Yeah, the complexities are mind-boggling with fucking 200 plus Palestinians dead. Anyway, Israel used the U.S.-built humanitarian aid pier. I don't know how valid this is, okay? To sneak in a unit of Israeli soldiers and reportedly American soldiers. The soldiers boarded the humanitarian aid truck and drove to the Nuseirat refugee camp. Once inside, they were discovered by Palestinians, which resulted in nonstop Israeli aerial bombardment and the soldiers opening fire inside the central market, killing over 210 Palestinians and injuring hundreds. The humanitarian pier gets exposed to be an occupation, assassination, and massacre pier. I don't know how valid this is. Yeah. This video just shows the helicopter landing in Israel, but 3 other hostages released were rescued by helicopters too, so I wouldn't call it confirmation. Yeah. And no, the Israeli media report that you think is confirming it isn't confirming it. We looked at that video earlier today, and chatters who speak Hebrew said that in the report, it's not a military person that's confirming it as an operation, but instead in the report, they're saying Palestinian reporting claims that Israel hid inside of humanitarian aid trucks, Israeli troops. Saying the piers for aid is like saying Russia bombed Nord Stream. No, the pier is just for PR. That's my assessment. A lot of people have been like, oh, they're using the pier to like sneak in American weapons. And to them, I always say, why would they need the pier for that? Oh, they're using the pier to sneak in American soldiers. Like, why don't they just fucking... First of all, there are already a shit ton of American citizens in the IDF serving right now that are operating inside of Gaza doing war crimes, okay? There's no reason for any kind of mystery here. There's no They don't have to be shrouded in secrecy. Israel itself is the fucking military base. Israel as a nation state is the American forward operating base. What the fuck are we talking about? They don't need to build a goddamn dinky to on the other side of Gaza that's out in the fucking open. Like, they're literally shipping weapons every day openly. In any case, I don't know. It could be that could be a thing that they did. I'm simply stating that they don't necessarily have to use the pier for such a thing. This is the other, yeah, dude. Look at how precise the military operation is, that they're just fucking bombing. I don't know if there's TOS on this. Hold on, I gotta check. Okay, none of this shows humanitarian aid, by the way. Moments of the Israeli attack and the relentless shelling of the Al Nusayrat refugee camp unfolded. Israeli occupation forces accompanied by American forces snuck into the camp inside a humanitarian truck, they say, but it doesn't show any of that in the video. This is the shit they call deterrence belts, where they bomb indiscriminately around the area they operate so that no one leaves or enters. Bro's looking at Israel shelling a densely populated civilian area that we currently suspect killed approximately 200 plus people, and going, they are not doing war crimes, man. Bro, you're literally watching the war crimes with your own two fucking eyes. What are you saying? At this point, it's not simply a difference in agreement or a difference in opinion. You're simply denying the reality in front of your eyes. A role reversal in this situation would immediately lead you to say, this is bloody murder, this is genocide. You're talking about the Nova Festival when you say, look at the genocidal fucking things that happen at the Nova Festival. Look at the Israeli side of the atrocities 8 months ago at this point, by the way. And simultaneously saying this in and of itself is not war crimes. I can only personally make the assessment, judging by what you have said thus far over the course of the past 5 minutes, that you do not view Palestinians as human beings. Your calculation does not factor Palestinians as fucking human beings in this situation. A massacre survivor says the A truck stopped and it was full of clothes and cutlery. 10 IDF soldiers exited the truck and sprayed him with 3 bullets. Then Israel began to intensely bomb the area with fire belts, i.e. simultaneously dropping a large amount of bombs indiscriminately. Oh, this is the only video that shows that it might be humanitarian aid trucks. Israeli soldiers used a humanitarian aid truck and a civilian car to sneak into central Gaza and execute today's operation that butchered over 215 Gazans and released 4 hostages. Then they escaped through Biden's humanitarian pier, knowing it won't be targeted by Hamas. Here's the truck, followed by tanks. There's a better angle and a longer vid. Those are the Zionist Special Forces entered the central Gaza Strip, an aid bus and a relief organization car. What's the point of the truck for cover if there's tanks behind it? I think maybe it's to not have it be fired upon by Hamas. Like, oh, it's just aid. They're just bringing aid in. Those are APCs, not tanks. Yes, dude, tanks. APCs, armored personnel carriers.
طلع سيارة كمان سيارة المجدلاوي اللي بيعبي كاز من عند أبو عرب.
It's their exit, not entry, I believe. Does this truck look the same as the one parked on the pier vid in the heli? I don't know. I'm trying to make sense of this, okay?
سيارة المجدلاوي تبع اللي بيعبي كاز عبد أكيد تفضل جيب ماجد.
34 MKD50, thank you for the 50 of the subs. Improperly using symbols of humanitarian aid organization is a war crime known as perfidy. Yeah. You know what else is a war crime? Dressing up as a doctor to do an assault on a hospital on a person who is completely out of combat because they're in a fucking hospital bed. And yet Israel did all of those. That was the war crime bingo. And that wasn't even in Gaza. That was in the West Bank, by the way. Occupied territory. Israel's the belligerent occupier in that situation, just like in Gaza. Okay? They fucking killed a dude in a hospital bed. So, and they did that while dressing up as civilians. That was months ago. That was 100% real, by the way. That did happen. Brianna Wu defended that as well back in the day. Here's the video footage of it from the hospital itself. This was the dozen Israeli soldiers who stormed the hospital disguised as doctors, nurses, and patients, and veiled women, and executed 3 Palestinians in Jenin in the West Bank. Most moral army, by the way. Yeah. For those of you who are saying, if they asked for this themselves, the Palestinian population, a total of 13,000 Jews were killed. About half of them burnt alive or suffocated. Stroop reported 110 German casualties, including 17 killed. The uprising was the largest single revolt by Jews during World War II, also known as the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. Dov Devon unit is the one who did the recon intel on Nusayrat camp, same unit that did the hospital thing as you're explaining. The Dov Devon unit is one of the most despicable. They're basically Mossad agents that live in Palestinian territories and act as Palestinians, speak perfect Arabic, etc., and live undercover until they pull off a mission. They took a random dude outside hostage to use as a shield, went inside in costume, killed 2 brothers and the dude in the hospital bed, and one of the after photos showed a bullet hole in the pillow, suggesting that they put a gun through the sleeping dude's head. Yeah, I remember seeing the bloody hospital bed where the bullet hole was directly where the person was like laying in bed, as in they were sleeping or literally lying down. Shlomi Eldar, even leftish, dovish veteran journalist Shlomi Eldar, who has spent so much of his career in Gaza, thinks that 200 murdered Gazan is a reasonable collateral damage for the release of 4 hostages who could have literally been home months ago if Israel ever bothered to give 2 shits about them. And the last sentence he added sounds a lot like the bad old "there are no uninvolved" mantra. This society is deeply sick and sickening. He says, I am against indiscriminate shelling or bombing to eliminate one or more wanted persons, but this time it is the price of rescuing abductees who were held among a civilian population. I have a feeling that many in the camp also knew. Yeah, dude, it's a moral rot that has taken place. Shlomi Eldar has been really shit as of late. A moral rot that caused a lot of... This is why Zionism is inherently fascist, and having liberal Zionist leanings is simply a PR move, whether you recognize it or not. This is why liberal Zionism is still antithetical to being a humanitarian. Okay? It is no different than saying that you're a liberal Nazi, because at the end of the day, when push comes to shove, no matter how critical you are of certain aspects of the occupation, you ultimately still think it is just. In your heart, you believe that the occupation and the apartheid is just. This is precisely the reason why I say you have to be anti-Zionist. Bro is not looking at, I live here and don't get fed only from the medias, but I do see through my own eyes the reality here. Of course, I am not for civilians killed, and I'm against our government, especially Ben-Gvir and Smotrich. But I know personally who are right now in Gaza, and I know how the army is trying its best to minimize the casualties. Brother, you have eaten the propaganda, the Israeli propaganda so thoroughly if you think that the army is trying its best to minimize casualties. They are not trying to they're not trying their best to minimize casualties. They're trying to destroy all matter of apartment complexes, schools, mosques, everything in Gaza, and make it impossible to survive in for the millions of Palestinians that are still there. Okay? 40,000 killed, close to 40,000 killed up until this point, is not trying to minimize civilian casualties. I have friends in the army. I don't need any propaganda. You have friends in the army. Oh, okay then. Okay, let me ask you this. If I said I have friends in fucking if I said I have friends in the Al-Qassam brigades, do you think that you would assume that I'm more inclined to eating pro-Palestinian propaganda, or less inclined? I hope you can see it. I hope you can understand the point I'm making here. How would you feel if I said that to you? Oh, dude, I am not listening to propaganda. I have friends in the Al-Qassam brigade. If I said something like that, do you think you would consider me more biased or less biased? Because by your own metrics, this only proves that you're even more biased. I would go so far as to say they're an 18-year-old, probably. Yeah, people being like BRB, he's asking his superiors. No, he's not in the IDF. This is a young Israeli kid who wants to most likely join the... People being like BRB, he's asking his superiors. No, he's not in the IDF. This is a young Israeli kid who wants to most likely join the IDF eventually when he's old enough. Bro's not looking at I live here. Because Hamas is hiding in them. I have proof that Brother, you don't understand, okay? Just do a role reversal in your mind and you will understand how fucking nutty that sounds. Do you hear me saying October 7 was valid and just? Because guess what? There were Israeli soldiers hiding amongst the kibbutzim. The Nova Festival attack was perfectly valid and perfectly just because there were Israeli soldiers and Israeli police fighting back. No, I'm not saying that. You, on the other hand, do not have that same consideration. The difference between you and I is that although I recognize that Israel is an apartheid state, although I recognize that Israel is a genocidal apartheid state, although I recognize that Israeli society has permanent brain rot from endless amounts of fascist propaganda, that Israelis are still human beings at the end of the fucking day. That's the difference. You, on the other hand, expect me to assume that Israelis are human beings, obviously, and also then further continue with this narrative that Palestinians are not. That's it. A lib take? That's not, dude, you're fucking so stupid. If that's a lib take, then God damn it, I'm a liberal. Like, yeah, dude. Yes, I think that all human beings, regardless of whatever their ideological commitment is, as long as they're not in the act of death and destruction of a civilian population, deserve freedom and a capacity to change their minds. Okay? Yeah, I guess I'm a liberal in that situation then. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Oh, I do not believe in, like, I don't personally like, there's Israeli chatters in here that are fucking anti-Zionist. Like, what are you guys talking about? Like, indiscriminately firing upon a civilian population is going to cause targets that are not valid. People that should not be targeted at all. That's why it's the easiest thing to say, and it's the easiest assessment to make, that it's not justifiable. Understanding where certain actions begin is very different than that, though. Like, why certain actions take or certain actions happen. Why do you attack German culture on account of faulty political views held by the modern government? Do you think that attacking the identities of people from Germany, Britain, and other nations will help activism and civil discussion of your causes? What? Dude, if you're crying about me making jokes about German culture and the German government, is that offensive to you? You know, you just got to suck it up a little bit, all right? Why do you attack the German culture on account of faulty political views held by the modern government? Do you think that attacking the identities of people from Germany, Deutschland, Britain, or other nations will help activism and civil discussion in your causes? I just think it's dangerous for chat. Okay? What do you think will happen? They are radicalized as it is. So do you think that, like, chatters are going to do anti-German hate crimes? Is that what you think is happening here? Is that, like, you think chatters are going to be radicalized into doing anti-German hate crimes, including the Germans in the chat? They're going to do the anti-German hate crimes. Because if you think that it is a dangerous prospect with your anti-German, anti-Deutschlander sentiment that you're expressing right now, you're doing anti-Deutsche radicalization, okay? Then you should probably be in awe of the German government in and of itself. Your audience is Americans that already have the monolithic view of foreigners. This just stokes the flames. Yeah, dude, we're gonna fucking, you're right. Americans are gonna do anti-German hate crimes. Walk through it a little bit. Walk through the fears that you have. One of the largest NATO countries, one of the largest and most significant NATO allies, the fucking industrial engine that fuels the entirety of the EU. America is going to cut ties because HasanAbi made fun of the Germans a little bit. You know? Bruder, there's going to be weit und weit violence if you keep this up. Americans, they are going to shut down the NATO bases. This just makes other figures talk like you do when considering different nationalities. Isn't Germany one of your biggest not English speaking viewership? Yes, it is. It is my biggest not English speaking viewership. This is from Germany. Perhaps the reason why is because they can't get this kind of anti-German conversations going anywhere else. Because Netz or whatever the fuck, NetzDG is rendering these conversations useless, yeah. You keep this up and I will refuse to eat the doner. Okay? Mustafa's Gemüse doner will no longer be frequented by me. You keep this up. See, that's what I have to deal with here? No, I know. Shlomi Eldar had a whole scoop investigation a few months ago about a Hamas conference. He confirmed Hamas was genuinely convinced they'll occupy the entire country and allocated localities to different officials. Even if the conference did happen, his reporting on it was pathetic and delusional, disappointing from a guy like him who used to do genuinely good work in the past. I think, like I said, if you're a liberal Zionist and October 7, you watch it, you are forced to reckon with two different things. Many liberal Zionists saw October 7 and went, okay, we were too soft on these fucking barbaric monsters. That's why you see a lot of liberal Zionists who would be like very critical of Israel turn around and go, no, actually, Israel has a right to defend itself. October 7 was the first shot across the bow, and all Palestinians will get punished. I hate it. I don't want, humans to die because I'm a liberal Zionist, but like also if they're going to die, then they're going to fucking die, because Zionism ultimately is fascist, and therefore it's a higher order of ideology amongst liberals. It overpowers all of the other quote unquote humanitarian points of view that you may have had leading up to a moment. It opens you up to radicalization. This is a very dangerous prospect and one that I routinely talk about. Post 9/11 America is a great example. Exactly. So many liberals after 9/11 became like rabid, bloodthirsty, Islamophobic monsters, right? Anyway, so that's the situation. This massacre survivor says the A truck stopped. I mean, he's not wrong though. Bro, at the top of the hour, you're wrong to think that this is a good bait, okay? Online, this is the second time your Turkish ass has tried to fucking debate me, okay? Yeah, reklam. Reklam means ad in Turkish, for those of you who don't know. Subscription status, hidden looking ass. But a ton of libs were anti-Bush, anti-war Andes post 9/11, not at all like Israelis. Yeah, I'm willing to bet, okay, not like 20 years after the fact, but I'm willing to bet that 5 years in, actually no, because then we went into Iraq, and then there was even more anti-war sentiment. I was going to say, like, Americans in the beginning were, pretty fucking bloodthirsty. Let's be real. That's why everyone, including Bernie Sanders, said yes to invading Afghanistan. Anyway, last night, leaflets were dropped on Gaza's middle area ordering 100,000 plus Palestinians to evacuate once again to nowhere. We call on officials to implement an immediate ceasefire and end this humanitarian catastrophe. I guess the thing that I was going to say is American liberals, by and large, or American politicians in general, became even more bloodthirsty and more hungry for war post 9/11. However, you have to remember, you have to analyze the society by its material conditions, by its experiences, by its opinions, by its propaganda. And for Israel, they've had 75 years of anti-Palestinian sentiment run rampant, right? So I feel like finding an anti-Zionist in Israel is going to be, in many respects, harder than finding an anti-imperialist American, because the level of propaganda in Israel, I think, is higher than the level of propagandizing for America's wars, because Israel has the maintenance of an ethno-state. America, for all of its faults and failures, for all of its white supremacy, is still a relatively diverse nation. And I don't think that I think America is far too predisposed with running pro-capitalist propaganda that it doesn't even have like enough white supremacist propaganda. Like, our white supremacy is baked into all of our institutions, but like, we still, as it stands, do not currently have in the books a direct law that says like America is for white people, in the way that Israel has a law that dictates that it is a state for Jews only. It is a Jewish nation state for Jews. Like, think about the post 9/11 Islamophobia that ran rampant in the United States of America. Now channel that to 75 years and you will start understanding with endless Islamophobia only increasing as time goes on. And then you arrive at Israel. Then you arrive at why the Jewish population of Israel, by a very significant margin, thinks that the war in Gaza is actually not violent enough. You know what I mean? Anyway, don't let this distract you from the fact that Turkish chatter tried to bait me at the top of the hour. The top of the hour ad break is upon us. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. We're going to move on to Top G, the full of Andrew Tate from Amon Animations, friend of the show. I got to pee real quick.
Andrew Tate, Ibrahim Boustati. Round 1. Fight. Perfect. You lose.
I like living in countries where corruption is accessible for everybody. I find it offensive that a police officer in England will stop me for speeding and then refuse to take a bribe. But if you're a billionaire or if you're Boris Johnson, you can go to Epstein's Island, you can fucking throw parties during COVID, you can do whatever the fuck you want, right? If corruption exists, which it does, let us all play. Why do only they get to play and I don't get to play?
This is not your bottom of the barrel virus.
A lot of guys are asking me how you get rich. I'll tell you how you get rich. You go to corporatate.com and you join Hustlers University. Buckle the fuck up. This is the smartest thing you've ever done because this is the first time where I'm going to lay down all of my knowledge in the world. I've always been rich, but I'm not just rich because of money. You have to understand, I'm rich because of a bunch of things that money cannot buy. Like, my life is GTA. I don't need to play a game for GTA. If I want a gun, I'll fucking buy it. If I want a car, I'll fucking buy it. I want a bitch, I'll get her. It's me. I am GTA.
Bro, how are you calling him a loser? He's like a 5-time kickboxing champion. He has like a $30 million net worth.
The reason 18 and 19-year-olds are more attractive than 25-year-olds is because they've been through less dick. If you lose in the game, you get another chance. In life, you get one shot. But if you get some balls, that's what life is a game.
But that's not lame. Like, he's saying a lot of the shit that needs to be heard.
Women are the true currency of ballers. Fuck money, it's women. As a business, your primary concern is always making money.
If anybody deserves to be cocky, it's kind of him.
Everything must happen instantly, quickly, fast, speed, attack.
Let this not distract you from the fact that I probably have a higher net worth than Andrew Tate because he lies about everything, including how much money he has.
Hitler conquered Europe with blitz.
But of course, that's not going to change Sneeko's assessment that, you know, me having money is, of course, bad because hypocritical, because socialist. Andrew Tate having money, even though he doesn't have it, is cool because he's capitalist.
Creed, you need to go quickly because females have no innate responsibility or honor. How can I feel depression when I've smashed and destroyed 68 people's faces in front of me?
Not after tomorrow. You're going to lose so much money in the fundraiser tomorrow. I don't know why you think a fundraiser means like I'm the one giving money. No, man, you guys are getting $100 for me to make the 3-point shots.
Men who thought they could test me in fair combat. How can I feel depressed? It's impossible. Do you understand?
Bro, you got like the best fucking mentality, like brain, like ethic I've ever seen in my fucking life. What the fuck?
Bro, it's Andrew. It's a polarizing situation. It looks like you're on the side of the resistance. So, you're on the Nebuchadnezzar with us, broadcasting pirate signals into the Matrix. If I'm Morpheus, you can be Neo.
You're talking about spending money. I'm talking about making money. So as a hustler, you always have to be about making money. And females are an asset. So when I realized I had all these assets, I had to find a way to monetize the assets. I knew some street pimps. I've known them for a long time. Straight street pimping is completely... In fact, no, it's not a completely different game. The psychological aspect is the same of what we're going to do. The skill I'm going to teach you is exactly the same. I could easily translate mine to a street business, and you could easily street pimp with the things I'm going to teach you. Your goal is to inspire a girl to make money and give you the money. So the way you're going to do that is...
I've had a lot of dubs in my career, like sequential dubs and the gift of foresight in many instances, whether it be the downfall of Kick, which was endlessly predictable, especially with today's lenses, even though people don't give me props for that. For calling it out ahead of time and warning people. I've had a lot of dubs in terms of you know, foreign policy related things like Nord Stream pipeline, yada yada yada. But I would say that one of the funniest moments of foresight was literally me directly saying, Andrew Tate, you're gonna go to jail. Like, just in that conversation that I had with him years prior, I made inferences to his improper dealings, given his tendency to self-snitch. Hoss predicts everything except the important things. What are you talking about? Oh, you're talking about Russia. Russia would never invade Ukraine. Yeah, look how well that turned out.
You have to have some element of influence. I had a
True. I don't have the gift of foreskin, so I have to have the gift of foresight.
separate phone with all my girls' guys in that phone, and I kept control of it. You don't let your girl have this, because if your girl ever runs off and leaves you, you don't want her to have an address book of all the guys she can get money from. It's important. I'm telling you, it's a very important element, that control. So I end up with all these chicks just stuck in their house, sitting there, bored, completely in love with me. And of course, they don't go out. They're not allowed out. You stay in the house. You don't go nowhere.
Oh, come on.
No restaurants, no clubs,
economics, and the way societies work. We look at society and say, you know what? A society with brave, strong men who are full of honor and duty, they're going to be a safer societies overall. So time will prove me right, but I have nothing against the guy. He's fine.
Andrew, I've seen some of your work as you're doing the rounds on Twitch here. And a lot of the things that you said that you've been called out on, specifically in regards to like women driving, are just generally untrue. There's no empirical evidence to back up those claims, which is why you resort to anecdotes quite frequently.
I can say the world is round and there'll be a percentage of people who disagree with me. That's totally and utterly fine. I come on here and talk about my own personal experiences, and my experiences, men are better drivers than women.
No. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. There is a truth, and then there is your own personal experiences backed by anecdotes, right?
No, listen. You're deriving your truth from an internet study. That's fine. The truth of life is the truth that you experience as an individual. That is the only truth that we all live within. You live within your truths, I live within my truths, because these are the truths I've experienced as an individual. People are listening to me and they're either agreeing with me or
but
not.
you're still wrong, and that's the problem. And
Prove
then,
to me I'm
you know,
wrong.
well, if you just completely devalue empirical evidence, the entirety of the insurance industry that relies on making these sorts of calculations to ensure that these quotes are as profitable as possible, which ends up charging men higher rates than women, is a statistical likelihood that men are more dangerous drivers than women and get into more car accidents across the board. If you're going to look at all of that and say it doesn't matter because that does not correspond to my own personal experiences, then you're silly. You're being silly. You're being a silly person. If everyone thought like you did, right, we would have no scientific achievements on this planet. We would still be living inside a fucking cave.
Everyone's saying kick you. You've come on here deciding you really want to stick up for the chicks, and maybe, you know, one of them will drive over to your house. It's cool. We've got better things to talk about.
Look, let's be real. I don't think I need to be a male feminist to be able to attract women, okay?
It all makes sense to me now. You believe what you're told to believe. You don't believe your own eyes. You don't believe your own ears. And that's why you're going to sit here and talk about empirical evidence that you found on Google. Cool. If you believe everything that's on Google, that is your prerogative, my friend. And if you think that makes you sound smart in the modern world to say that I read a piece of paper that tells me to believe X, so I believe X, and I ignore my own personal experiences. And you think
I'm
that
not
makes you
asking you to ignore your own personal experiences. I'm simply asking you to look at the data.
So let's change the subject because you've just proven your point.
Okay. Do you believe the Earth is flat? Oh, he took his headphones off?
He gets very stressed sometimes and, you know, takes his headphones off.
Yeah, it's cool. Andrew, do you believe the Earth is flat or round? Spherical? Globe?
Round.
You believe it's round, right? But when you walk outside, it feels like it's flat.
Brother, and I respect...
It looks flat, it feels flat, but you believe it's round. Why do you believe the Earth is round?
Because I have personal experience that would prove to me that the Earth is round.
Oh, you have personal experience. What happened? Did you go up to the fucking moon? Is that how you figured it out?
Exactly. I flew up into space, and I looked down on Earth, and I saw a big circle.
That's crazy. Why is my head so tiny? What the fuck, man? Oh my god. Oh no, don't let him get into his Bugatti. Don't do it, Chris. What is happening? What do you mean? This is literally real, bro. This is a documentary. This is real footage from the fucking Tate compound. This is how it went down. Okay? Yeah, I was collaborating with Chris Redfield and distracting Andrew Tate while they were conducting their operations. This is an accurate. You know how like in news media they'll be like, "Oh, this is like this is a recreation." Like that's basically what this is. It's a recreation, an accurate recreation. A dramatic reenactment. The dramatic reenactment is kind of fucked up though, because they did definitely slaughter my head size in it a little bit. Kino, rev up the Bugatti.
25. Yeah. Can't say I've faced that many Metal Gears before, but I think we can deal. No way we can. We can, because we have no other choice.
Hello there. I hope you enjoyed the video. It's been some time, but don't worry. I haven't forgotten you or my dark and sinister ambition. How could I? I'll never forget. Anyway, if you enjoyed this video or would like to know how I make these things, consider joining my Patreon. I greatly appreciate the support, and in fact, I always carry around this list of everyone who has ever supported me.
Oh, shit.
If you enjoyed this video or would like to know how I make these things, consider joining one who is Colin, Carl Salov 88, Tom Servo 5, Fairhurst, Dan F, Blitzwich, Dan,
Amon Animation is the best HasanAbi head. The HasanAbi head universe has ever offered.
Deuce, A.S., Sean Vitka, Uncle Dave, Nikita McGay, Alfred Jerenko Young, Sebastian Di Natale, Dennis, Adam, Nabil Masud, Hunter Fernandez, John Rundin, Nom, Uncle Dave, Nikita McGay, Alfred Jerenko Young, Sebastian Di Natale, Dennis, Adam, Nabil Masud, Hunter Fernandez, John Rundin, Noms Chomsky, Eagle Sedita, M. Duffy, Jay Nira, author of Raven's Dream and Lola's Haunting.
Yeah, this was his. This was the OG.
Thank you all, and farewell.
The GOAT. This was the OG. It still makes me sad. You guys are the frogs, by the way. Sandwich.
I'm here to talk to you today about music, art, fashion, one of the greatest problems that our generations are facing. The biggest scourge that affects our society. Against all of the cultural and social progress we've seen is the battle against intellectual thought. Are you guys comfortable with that? This is a war against critical thinking, a battle against intellectualism. It's a war against rational behavior. And we're not even aware of it. And that's terrifying. Whew. What kind of an example are we setting? The problem with America is that because of cultural imperialism, we are literally teaching the rest of the world how to think, what to wear. The Kardashians are lying to you. Culture used to be the backbone of the resistance. All it seeks to do is sedate the masses. Culture now seeks to appeal to our primal urges, our base needs. We're now in the age of mediocrity. You can bring about the positive change you want to see in this world, because the revolution will not be televised. Revolution will not be televised. Only you can bring about the revolution by taking it to the streets. Keep resisting.
You fucking idiots. You absolute fucking morons. God damn it, I hate you so much when you do this shit, chat. I hate it so fucking much. You're like 12 years old. You fucking fuck! Are you fucking brain dead?
Dude, when I first watched this, I felt so sad. Like, just kicking the frogs. Just kicking them like that. Kicking the chatters like that. But now, this was what? How many years ago at this point? 2021, right? 3 years ago. Now, when I look back at it, I'm like, it's so valid. Sometimes the frogs need to get kicked a little bit. And devoured. Is this the reason, the video, the reason why you stopped yelling at chatters? Sam Cedar went off on Shabiba why he'll wear a yarmulke but not a mask. Yeah, it's great, dude. Calm like a Tom, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Punish Bernie. Ugh, so sad. The dream. Yeah, now I love frogs. Dude, play the Crowder one. What the fuck was his BuzzFeed's ass? Was this the original edit? New Michael Reeves video? Yeah, we're going to look at that in a little bit. Hold on. She said her eyebrows are better than mine. Today, the Israeli Channel 12 anchor was expelled after commenting on the good health and apparent comfort of Israeli detainee Noah Argamani, referring to the good treatment that prisoners receive from Palestinian fighters. Bro, how are you going to say that? That's crazy. Of course she got clapped. Oh my God. What the fuck is this?
We now
Anti-white racism is blatant in America. No one tries to hide it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Tim Pool gonna get a lot of fucking play from a particular community of defenders of the white race. Uh-oh.
We have institutions that are putting in tests. You know, like the Harvard lawsuits restricting white people. Yeah. And oftentimes they're explicit in why they're doing it. They're outright saying too many white people. Yeah. So too many Asians. So we're gonna change the structure so that we get rid of them. And then you've got corporations that flat out tell people, "Oh, you're white. Sorry, we're not interested." I'll tell you a quick story. We had a pro skateboarder on this show a few months ago. He was a gay man, and he's like, it's not really a big deal. It's like, I don't go around telling everybody, but he got approached by a friend who said, hey, they're doing a commercial for, I think it was a shoe company. And it's like Pride Month or whatever. Would you want to be in it skateboarding? And he was like, oh, wow, that'd be cool. And when they submitted his reel, the people running the commercial said, why did you send us a white guy? So here is a gay man for their diversity commercial, and they said white person.
Why'd you send us a white guy? Like, okay, just because he's gay doesn't mean he's not white. What the fuck?
And then we played the commercial. No white people in it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think actually you've actually hit on a really important insight.
Tim Pool's talking about the Austin show here, by the way.
right, that a lot of people miss. And in fact, even people who've written on this issue miss. And an area where I differ a little bit from other folks who've written very good books in a slightly similar areas, guys like Christopher Caldwell and Richard Denania, kind of.
Richard Denania? Richard Denane is literally a straight up white supremacist, bro. He's Palestinian, but pro-Israel. And also, it is also literally a fucking dude who used to write like straight up Nazi shit back in the day. And his opinions haven't really reformed all that much, okay?
Written books about this is that I don't think the Civil Rights Act in and of itself is the totalizing thing that gets us to where we are now. In that, as you point out, these laws are on the books and they're just getting ignored.
Right.
It's in the culture, this type of discrimination. And it really helps when we have folks like Alliance who will actually call this out on lawsuits. But right now, a lot of this discrimination is illegal and it's been happening in plain sight.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I know. I think that's totally right. How did this happen? I'm not sure. It all happened kind of under the radar.
Yeah.
There was a lot of push for years.
Yeah, totally, dude. It's just this anti-white discrimination and systematized anti-white racism just kind of snuck in on us, dude. The war against whites, baby. It's real. How do we let this slip, guys? How do we let this slip under the radar?
And then DEI, I think, put it on steroids as far as this kind of racialized view of the world in a zero-sum game where, you know, my racial group has to win and yours has to lose. But a lot of big businesses, institutions, and college and university setting as well, adopted these things and nobody challenged them legally. But it is starting to change. Some of the Harvard decision.
Affirmative action was written by white people to benefit white people? No, that's not true. Affirmative action literally was written by a black Republican, but you are right about it being a Band-Aid solution. Affirmative action in and of itself is ironically a Republican policy. But the reality of it all is that affirmative action, albeit was in the direction of change and progress for some of the wrongs committed towards people of color, specifically black people, it just was always a Band-Aid. It never was like a real solution. Like Obamacare, Romneycare? No, not like Obamacare, Romneycare. Black Republicans at the time of the creation of the affirmative action were progressive.
From the Supreme Court was kind of the first real shot across the bow, but that's not a limited decision. I think it's going to result in a lot of these programs, which really are patently illegal and ultimately undermine the core promise of the U.S. experiment, which is we're all equal before the law, regardless of our race, regardless of our sex, regardless of our religious convictions. And so I think in the end, the arc is going to be long, but we're going to prevail against this.
Bro, this is so funny. Look at this chatter. For the fun time later, Top G, the fall of Andrew Tate. Brother, that was the video we just finished. Whoa, someone did a manufactured authenticity of Brett Cooper video. Let's fucking go. Finally, someone's diving into this shit. Yo, let's fucking go, son. Okay, this is fire. I don't know who Jose is, but, you know, much love to Jose, my fucking goat. Okay, we'll do this.
Because it's absolutely contrary to our founding principles, constitutional protections, and some existing laws and statutes as well.
Well, I see two paths on this road we're on, and I'm hoping we win. I think a strong component of it would require a Donald Trump victory and a Republican victory in November, considering the stakes of this election. But I feel that if I would predict if we were to see a Democrat victory, you're likely going to see the expansion of this as what is written.
Yeah. The war against whites. If you see a Democrat victory, you will see the expansion of the war against whites, which is real, by the way. Is that a joke? How do you not know Jose? Chatter, I think you have to remember, I don't really watch a lot of YouTube. Like, I don't have a lot of time. And all the YouTube that I watch on the show. So sometimes if I don't really know a content creator personally, even if they're fucking dope, I often will stray away from watching their YouTube videos. And because, like, I don't want to upset them. I don't want to frustrate them. I don't want them to be like, oh, why'd you react to my fucking YouTube video? But usually outside of the 9 hours that I'm live every day, I often don't look at YouTube videos, which is further testament to the whole pre-watched allegations are being faulty. Cringe ass. Lord Gandhi 420. Blaze it, Gandhi.
Down in law is completely meaningless. You know, people point out, Donald Trump, he just got convicted in a court of law.
Yeah.
It's a jury.
What would be a good modern progressive version of affirmative action? It would be a world where affirmative action isn't a necessity at all, not even a fucking Band-Aid, because there would be no open wound to put a Band-Aid over. What I mean by this is a world where there is true material equality, a world where like the equality of opportunity principle that Americans love repeating is real. That would require reparations for the black communities specifically, okay, for the harm committed to them by the virtue of the color of their skin, whether it be redlining, whether it be lack of adequate funding for their schools, lack of adequate funding for their social safety nets in general, trying to solve this material inequality that festers in modern American society. And then there would be no need for reparations. The abolition of legacy admission too, obviously, that's another thing. And having a real system that values in a very holistic way all of the characteristics and qualities that a student brings to the table when making the assessment on whether or not someone is worthy of going to a particular college. Beyond that, I would say obviously free college education is a must too. Reparations will make race relations worse. Yeah, dude, racist people get real mad that black people get money. Oops, what are we going to do? You asked me what must be done, what would be the best possible way out of this, and I'm telling you what is just. I'm not telling you what is permissible, what is possible. I'm telling you what is just. This would be the beginning stages of justice, okay? But I do love that I can't even fucking explain a hypothetical or a possible different way out of this unequal structure, this unjust structure, without some dumbass fucking lib chirping, dude. Just freaking chirping and being like, nope, no way, Jose. Can't do that.
They agreed. And it's like, well, yes, in the Soviet Union, they had trials as well. No one takes them seriously. When we're looking at corporations that are outright telling people we won't hire you based on race, this happened to me, actually. Sort of. So I worked for a company called Fusion. They were hosting a big event with presidential candidates. I was one of their top paid correspondents. I am also a mixed race person. And news went out about the event they were doing and the hosts they had brought on to do it. And it was their top correspondents plus one outside contractor who was black. And so I'm like, hey, man, look, you don't got to come and ask me to do anything. Let me do my thing. Pay me my money. But I did ask the president of the company. I was like, couldn't help but notice you brought in all of the top paid correspondents and then a contractor, and then I'm not invited. And he said, you look too white. Just straight up. He said, you look too white. And I was like, well, I'm a mixed race person. And he was like, yeah, but that doesn't matter. And I was like, all right, well, at least he was straight up with me. And they paid me a lot of money. So I was like, honestly, like, I'm if it was something I was pursuing, like I had applied for it, I probably would have lost my mind.
Well, it's interesting, Tim, and I think your experience is really similar. And I was one of the first interviews I did about this book with Charlie Kirk, and Charlie, I thought, had something really interesting to say anecdotally because he talks to such a broad swath of people in the conservative movement.
Yeah, no, Charlie talks to a diverse, broad swath of people in the conservative movement. You know, you got like super rich white guys, and then you got like moderately wealthy white guys. I mean, he's got all different kinds of guys that he talks to. All of them are racist. Okay, even the minority populations represented in the broader conservative movement, most of them are wealthy. All of them are definitely racist. Okay,
movement. He says, when I talk with my older donors and folks like that, and they say, I start talking about anti-white racism, they kind of freak out. They're like, oh, can we even say that? Is that bad? Is that?
Yeah, because they're not as fucking groped up, especially because the older people he talks to are literally not as invested in like here's why that happens. Those older rich white guys that he's talking to, as opposed to the younger rich white guys that he's talking to, come from a different era where, one, they saw the civil rights movement happen, and more importantly than that, they probably have their material conditions pretty fucking on a solid foundation. They're gonna die soon. They already have money. They have disposable income. Their situation is not dire. Whereas younger people that Charlie Kirk talks to are coming into the workforce that is dramatically different, coming into an economic situation that is dramatically different. It is incredibly fucking volatile, okay? And that volatility causes people to be way more fucking unhinged. That volatility causes younger generations to look for alternative reasons. Now, because of that endless seeking of answers, people will either look at like capitalism and the structures that bind us, the economic organization of society as it stands, the global economic order, or they look to other things. If you're a liberal, if you are a conservative, you have this idealistic notion that capitalism might have its faults, but ultimately it's like pretty good, and the alternative is much, much scarier. So clearly it can't be capitalism. It has to be some other shit. What is the other shit? Oh, it's these marginal aesthetic choices that corporations make in terms of trying to showcase how progressive they are, right? That's it. And that's precisely the reason why I think younger Republicans are like way more fucking groiped up than even the older Republicans are. This doesn't mean that older Republicans aren't racist. Of course they are. Having said that, however, there is definitely a momentum among younger Republicans towards like, you know, I would say a warmer reception towards dangerous fascist ideology.
Make us racist. Whereas when I go on college campuses and I talk to young people about this, like young white people, they're like, yeah, this is the biggest issue we're facing. You know, thank you so much for raising it. So I think there's also a generation gap here where a lot of old people or older people, even people like me or middle-aged, my generation, don't understand how bad it's gotten for younger people trying to make their way in the world right now on some of this stuff.
Yeah. I mean, are you guys seeing more and more lawsuits or more and more requests for lawsuits?
They're literally describing everything that I just mentioned. No, they're not lying, dude. The situation for younger generations, our generation and younger, the economic situation is dire, okay? It is. I'm 32 years old. I'm about to be 33. Anyone that's younger than me is in an infinitely more fucked predicament than myself. Like 75% of the wealth in this country is in the hands of the boomers, okay? Think about that. There has been no income redistribution, no wealth distribution in this country as a direct consequence of tax cuts over and over and over again. The wealth is trapped up there, okay? It's crazy, brother. It is actually fucking crazy. So yeah, obviously, when you're in that situation, the situation looks pretty fucking dire to you, and that spells that spells trouble. It creates economic uncertainty. It creates fear and anxiety amongst the younger populations, and that creates a perfect environment for people to get swept up in a frenzy and start believing that it must be, I don't know, marginalized people that are at fault, that you are not getting what you are due. You are not getting the American dream. Do you get what I'm saying?
There are more lawsuits being filed on the overreach of DEI now than there ever has been. I think the floodgates really opened with the Harvard decision from the Supreme Court a couple sessions ago. And so, I was just looking at an opinion the other day coming out of the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals, where a program that has race preferences built into financial awards.
Is it though? Don't more college graduates make like 80K? Yeah, 80K at a time when things are incredibly expensive, especially housing, especially healthcare, especially the college education itself that you just paid for. Those are like the three major sectors that have become unimaginably unaffordable. Okay? That's the problem. You're making 80K, but you live in fucking Los Angeles where you're dumping, or any major market that you can get a job for 80K starting salary implies that you are probably in a fucking housing market that is unsustainable. You're probably dumping half of your paycheck, if not more, into rent. Okay? On top of that, a shit ton of that paycheck is going to go back immediately to paying off your student loans because college education costs have gotten out of control. God forbid you get into a healthcare situation, you get into an accident, then you're completely fucked. So 80K doesn't necessarily mean 80K anymore. Do you see what I'm saying? So people think like, oh, what are you talking about? Like our wealth has grown dramatically. People are making a lot of money, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, not necessarily, not really. And you also forget that you're getting 80K, dumping it into rent. Who's paying, who's taking the money from your pockets? Is boomers. Boomers, if you're making 80K a year and you think that shit's good, boomers have millions of dollars in their fucking savings account, some of which is directly tied back to the real estate market. Now, all of that looks really good when you think about the GDP. There's just a lot more money circulating around in the American economy. So as far as numbers on the board, yeah, we look so much wealthier. We look so much wealthier than every other nation. And in many instances, in many respects, we are. It's just that money is not necessarily improving your living conditions beyond regular technological advancements improving your material conditions. Because obviously, the great expansion of technological advancements does definitely make a lot of quality of life adjustments in the positive direction. It's just that beyond that, things should be so much better right now. If you look back at economists that looked to the future way back in the day, maybe 100 years ago, it would have been unimaginable to think that people in the Western world would be working this long every fucking week. This many hours was seen as like an insane prospect, especially with automation. Think about how much more output you are responsible for as a regular worker because you're on your fucking phone and you can do all this shit, things that you normally previously could only do on a computer. And even before the mass production of computers, people were working, people were still typing shit up, people were sending each other memos that they wrote by hand or by a typewriter. That is a genuine boon in productivity. And yet, none of the extra revenue that you are able to generate, that your corporations are able to generate, ever came back to you in the form of less hours worked or more pay for the amount of time that you put in. That's something you have to think about. That is why we always say, that is why at least Marxists look at productivity increases and recognize that wages have remained stagnant, especially in comparison to the skyrocketing of productivity in this country. In all countries, really. This is not a problem just in the United States of America. It's a problem across the board. It's gotten to it's become such a dire predicament that people are literally anti-technological innovation. We have become, ironically, the Luddites weren't wrong in this assessment. We've become Luddites, which wasn't necessarily a negative thing in general, but they too abhorred technological advancements because what they thought was it spelled trouble for the prospect of workers. And that's what we are right now. We are a nation of Luddites because we understandably look at technological innovation in the form of like AI, for example, and we see that as a mechanism of displacement. We worry that AI is going to displace the existing labor force, going to fucking kick us out of jobs. And in the process, a job that requires 10 people to do will now be done by one person. One person will be doing the job of 10. Maybe one person will be doing the job of 5, but they'll be working extra hours to make sure that they're doing the job of 10. That way, you fire fucking 9 people and you eliminate redundancy in the corporation. That's how it works. Huh.
The court said this violates federal law against race-based contracting decisions. Another decision came out recently that struck down a federal program and the racial preferences they have for minority-owned businesses. And so basically, if you fell into certain racial categories or ethnic categories, you got favored preferential treatment under the program. And they said that violates the fundamental principle of equal protection before the law. So I do think that a lot of this stuff exists. It's pervasive. But I also think the legal decisions are going to go the right way. They're going to stack pretty quickly. You were saying before, Tim, about the things that are written are ignored in many ways. But what we're worried about is what's happening behind the scenes, what's shrouded. And one of the things that we're working on is the way in which the federal government is taking kind of the secrecy that's allowed within the banking system and using it and weaponizing that against people, totally legal businesses, weaponizing it against people for their constitutionally protected activities like speech and religion. There's a lot coming out on this. I testified at Congress on this a few months ago, where we were actually caught up in it as well, ADF, where I work, Alliance Defending Freedom, because the FinCEN, part of the counterterrorism kind of ecosystem at the federal level, shared a document with big banks saying, look, around the January 6th, activities, we want you to look for people who could be domestic violent terrorists. And they said, here's a list of hate groups, so-called hate groups, which is put out by all these far left activists. We're on it. Lots of other Christian organizations are as well. And they're like, these organizations are, domestic violent extremists, or at least could be, and people who donate to them could be. And they're asking big banks to scour their records for people who give donations to groups like us, who, use terms like MAGA or Trump or shop at Dick's Sporting Goods or Cabela's. Like this is really alarming stuff. So it's a whole government problem. Yeah. And there's a lot of manipulation of the kind of legal apparatus, especially the counterterrorism and criminal divisions in the federal government, to harm people's First Amendment rights. And so that's a real concern. And I think it's all part of the same package.
Yeah. And I think maybe part of the reason I'm a little less optimistic, and I mean, if I were totally pessimistic, I wouldn't have written the book, because I think there are things.
And so that's a real concern. And I think it's all part of the same package.
Yeah. And I think maybe part of the reason I'm a little less optimistic, and I mean, if I were totally pessimistic, I wouldn't have written the book, because I think there are things we can do. But I'm a little less optimistic because I think a lot of these things that we're doing to challenge the law are only as good as the people we have who are enforcing them. And so by that, what do I mean? You just touched on the Harvard Supreme Court decision, which says affirmative action is illegal in universities. So Missouri has a really excellent forward-looking attorney general. As soon as that happens, he cancels $16 million worth of race-based scholarships in the state. But I don't think any other state AG did it, right? Because nobody actually stepped forward and said, aha, I'm going to go use this. And then the kind of real black pill, if you will, is to look at California. So California has now twice at the ballot box outlawed affirmative action by race in its universities. If you look at the statistics for admission, if you really squint,
Greg Doucet
fun
responded.
time in my life. It was so bad that when I had sexy time, I couldn't even finish. I kept thinking about, what have I done to my life?
Bro, what are you talking about? This is about fucking how he couldn't ejaculate. You liar. I got excited. I got so fucking hype. You're a hypocrite. HasanAbi didn't bang, by the way. A police department staged a school shooting with zero warning to a classroom. Real brain dead thumbs. Nice. Dude, less than average Joe, you're still being fucking annoying, okay? Just take an hour off. You're just being annoying every day. Please stop.
You can maybe see a little bit of effect that outlawing has had.
Right.
But it ain't much.
This was, that was funny. So
I'm not gonna lie. I've what was this video on you about? It's about how I'm a hypocrite because I made fun of the way he looks. Okay, listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. This shit is boring. Okay? There's only so much I can take of a bunch of old ass divorced dads sitting around chirping about how white guys are under attack. White people are under attack. Get to the fun shit, okay? Give me something more than just oh, in all my times of working at the federal agencies, I saw white people under attack and I did nothing. It's like, all right, pussy, you should have fucking done something about it then.
So this, you're referring to, I think this was, 4 or 5 years ago. They had an attempt to amend the Constitution of California to allow them to discriminate on the basis of race in public contracting and education.
Yeah.
I remember I had a conversation with a friend of mine who's excuse me, a woke LA actress, and I saw that she had posted in favor of it. And so I immediately texted her and then ended up with a phone call. And I was like, so why do you think people should be allowed to discriminate against people based on their race? And she was like, well, no, this is to help, minorities.
Exactly.
And I said, what's the population breakdown of Clatfornia? What are the racial demographics? Let's pull this one up.
I think whites are 38% or something. So they're a minority.
So 40% are Latino, 35% are white, 15% are Asian, Pacific Islander, 5% are black. And I was like,
no wonder fucking California is awesome, bro. Holy shit. for all of its faults and failures. Jesus Christ, thank God for fucking diversity. Jesus, Lord mercy. I'm doing my part, okay, by making California more diverse, being a part of the minority, okay, the white minority. I'm here, baby. I'm doing justice to the whites.
You know, what's the breakdown? And then actually, let's do this. Los Angeles. I was like, so the racial makeup of LA is 48.7% white.
But that includes Hispanics there, like the
dude, Mr. Race Scientist. Oh, that includes Hispanics. Okay, they're not real white, bitch. They're white. The fuck you mean? There it is.
Non-Hispanic numbers.
Well, it says 44.6 are Hispanic or Latino.
Right, because it's adding, if you look that, it's adding up to way more than 100, right? Because
right.
Number of Hispanics who self-identify as white. So if I had to guess, the white non-Hispanic number.
Oh, right, doesn't make sense, does it? I asked her. I was like, do you think that in like these towns that in California that are predominantly white, do you think they're going to choose to be more or less racist? And she was like,
what?
Well, I would assume more racist. And I was like, why would you want to give them the legal right to do so?
Right.
And she didn't have an answer. I feel like a lot of these activists just want to be racist for real. I mean, that's it. I mean, like the outcome of amending the Constitution in the way they did, certainly at the state level could have some impact.
Right.
But there are counties that are predominantly white in California. There's the East, certain farming areas. And I'm like,
that's not how any of this shit works. Also, the certain farming areas are so funny. No, man, the majority in farming areas in California are not fucking white. That's only in your mind, okay? White people ain't farming, big dog. The fuck? I don't think there's ever been a point in American history, unless you're considering Hispanics to be white now, okay? But usually they're not the white Hispanics that are in the farming communities. But beyond that, dude, the notion that, like, you know, white people are farming out there is so silly.
Like, the reality is, I think if California changed the amendment, these overwhelmingly white areas would not implement racial laws to protect white people.
Right.
The other counties that aren't predominantly white would absolutely pass laws to harm white people.
Right. Well, the interesting thing on that ballot initiative in California was every politician in the state endorsed, at least all the Democrats did, which is everybody who has office. They outspent the proponents about 30-1 or something preposterous, and everybody thought that they were going to win. And they lost 56-44 while Biden was carrying the state with 63%. So I think the good news is that actually racially discriminating is sort of unpopular in America, at least when you sort of expose it to light. But the bad news is there's a lot of this stuff, and as you point out, a lot of this is coming out behind the scenes. And so, you know, I think part of what I'm trying to do in the unprotected class is just to shine a light on it, to say, hey, this is going on.
According to the 2022 USDA Census of Agriculture, 95% of farm producers in the United States are white, which is about 3.2 million people. Yeah, that probably does not factor in migrant workers, which, let's see, farm workers, demographics. You said farm producers too, but let's see. Demographics from the National Center for Farm Worker Health, also from 2022. 2.9 million agricultural workers in the United States. They travel throughout the United States working as the backbone for the trillion-dollar agricultural industry. The majority, 70% of agricultural workers were foreign-born. 63% of all agricultural workers were born in Mexico. 42% of Mexican-born workers were from traditional sending states of West Central Mexico. 30% were born in the U.S. or Puerto Rico. 66% of crop workers were male and 34% were female. The majority, 78% of agricultural workers self-identify as Hispanic. 32% of U.S.-born agricultural workers identify as Hispanic. Unless you're talking about the farm owners, that is not true. The majority, 62% of agricultural workers, reported that they were most comfortable conversing in Spanish. Does that make sense? Many who are considered farmers do not do the majority of the labor. There's a lot of jargon around agricultural workers and their demographics to suggest a higher amount of white people in the labor force. Yeah. Size and composition of U.S. agricultural force. In the 1950s, the number of farm workers was totaling 10 million. By 2000s, that had whittled down to 4 million, less than 4 million, 3 million. The U.S. agricultural workforce is long considered a mixture of two groups of workers. One, self-employed farm operators and their family members, and two, hired workers. Both types of employment were in long-term decline from 1950 to 1990 as mechanization contributed to the rising agricultural productivity, reducing the need for labor. Since 90, employment levels have stabilized. The reduction in self-employment and family labor through 1990 was more rapid than the decline in hired labor. Hired farm workers make up less than 1% of all U.S. wage and salary workers, but play an essential role in U.S. agriculture. Does that make sense to late night last night or no? I hope it does. So I don't know where you're getting that number from, unless white just simply means like
we now have
any all.
But the bad news is there's a lot of this stuff, and as you point out, a lot of this is coming out behind the scenes. And so, I think part of some people is I think some of them like to be super intellectually purious and say, it's just the Civil Rights Act. It was really horrible. My view is the Civil Rights Act of 1964 was a response to real problems that were existing. I mean, there was segregation, there was racism, things had been improving, but it was not it was a blunt instrument to solve a very real problem. And I think it turned out to be too blunt. It took away too many freedoms over the long term. And even more importantly, the deep state / administrative state and future really dubious Supreme Court rulings and other things built on this and took it way away from what I think everybody would have wanted it to be in 1964. But having said that, I don't think you can tell this story without discussing the act. I don't think a lot of this happens without the Civil Rights Act of 1964. And I think without seriously amending our civil rights laws, I don't think we can fix fully some of these problems.
But I also think that the left has made a calculated decision that they can, at least for right now, the best way to drive their agenda is through a lens of discrimination. So they have co-opted a lot of good laws, like the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and other state and local laws that are really meant to be shields to protect people from discrimination based on immutable characteristics that they have no control over and they shouldn't be deprived of jobs or other things because of, and they've decided to drive, an agenda through that and essentially say there's a point of view or a perspective that you need to bend the knee to, and if you don't, we're going to use this as a sword instead to harm you, to run you out of business, to litigate and make and
Oh, okay. This chatter actually sent a really good and valuable description, but got blasted by FOSSABOT for typing up a goddamn essay in the chat. What is it? PRzer. I was kind of on the, I was right. Producer in the United States agricultural policy is generally thought of as a farm operator. However, given the sometimes complex ownership and rental agreements of today's farms, the 2002 Farm Bill defines a producer for purposes of farm program benefits as an owner, operator, landlord, tenant, or sharecropper that shares in the risk of producing a crop that is entitled to a share of the crop produced on the farm, according to Wikipedia. So farm producers, 97% of the farm producers are white, as in like the owners of the farms are white, whereas close to 70% of the workers on the farms are immigrant-born, foreign-born, many of them specifically Latin American, Latino, Hispanic. 69% of hired farm workers interviewed in the fiscal years between 2015 and 2016 were born in Mexico. 24% were born in the United States. 1% were born in Puerto Rico. 6% were born in Central America, and a small portion originated from various other regions, including South America, the Caribbean, Asia, and the Pacific Islands. 83% of all farm workers were Hispanic. So that's the thing that a lot of people, that designation of producer, farm producer, agricultural producer is a very nefarious one, specifically done to I guess like go along with the narrative that it's like it's the white farmers, when in fact, aside from the owner operator white farmers, many of the relationship that farmers have, and you see this in like Europe as well. Oftentimes people wonder like why farmer revolts are rather reactionary, right? It's because they're operating along class interests. They're capital owners. Anyway.
Vexatiously and make your life miserable. Our clients deal with this all the time. We represented Jack Phillips from Masterpiece Cake Shop at the U.S. Supreme Court. We won that decision 7-2 back in 2017. He's still been sued today because other folks in Colorado didn't like the outcome of that decision and just took the non-discrimination law and decided to Can't
believe this was too boring for me to pay attention, like low key but high key. Not gonna lie. Let's watch the Brett Cooper, Manufactured Authenticity of Brett Cooper by Jose.
For 27th, 2023, Miriam.
Before we get into Jose, you're gonna get into the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can say "No way, Jose" to the ads at the top of the hour by subscribing for $5 or for free. Para usted, por favor. $5 por favor. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Hell yeah, my Latino king.
On November 27th, 2023, Merriam-Webster declared that their word of the year was authentic. If you're like most people, you probably read that headline and went, huh, and then moved on with your life. 2023 wasn't just the year for authentic, it was also the year for the new right-wing darling, Brett Cooper. During that year, she saw her channel rise enormously, and currently the comment section with Brett Cooper now has over 4 million.
She kind of carries the Daily Wire franchise a little bit. It's not even a joke.
Subscribers. And she's one of the most prominent voices on the conservative media company, the Daily Wire. For those that love her, she's the bright-eyed, clever Zoomer who is giving a youthful face to conservative commentary. And her detractors would describe her as a phony cutout regurgitating propaganda while gaming social media. I wanted to dig a little deeper than either of those readings, though, and understand her not just through the videos she creates, but the context she exists in and how it reflects our own desire for authenticity. Although she was born in Bellingham, Washington, Brett Cooper was raised in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Her upbringing included a mix of homeschooling and public education, and she emancipated herself at 15 to avoid being caught in the middle of her parents' divorce. She describes her upbringing as being focused on values, leading to her conservative political position in the present. Those values, particularly from her objectivist mother, with whom she is very close, were directly influenced by Ayn Rand.
But I was not raised in a political household by any means. My mom is a student of objectivism. She adopted Ayn Rand's cat after she died.
I couldn't find a record of the cat's name, but I hope it was called Feel Ayn Rand. Although it's been speculated that she was indoctrinated by her mother, Brett Cooper pushes back on that idea.
You know, I've had people say, like...
Typical Brett Cooper, by the way. Cat lover, makes a cat joke. Anyway, no disrespect to Jose. He seems to be good.
Your mother indoctrinated you. And I was like, well, what would you say would be indoctrination? Like, I was not, being told about political policies or anything like that. She just raised me as any good parent would, with the values that she believed were important.
This is a fair point and an important step to understanding how Cooper ended up where she did. A child having the same politics as their parent is not necessarily a product of brainwashing, and is likely just a product of growing up in the same household. It's much easier to just say that Brett Cooper's politics were shaped by her upbringing, and having a close relationship with an objectivist mother obviously would inform her views in the future. At a young age, Brett Cooper took an interest in acting and eventually found enough success that she moved to Los Angeles. Perhaps her most notable role was in the 2018 series Heathers, based on the movie.
I didn't know Brett had a mom/dad. I just assumed Ben vibrated so quick one morning he split into two beings. Dude, yes. That is the truth, by the way. Jose is lying. That is my headcanon. That is actually how I believe Brett Cooper came about. Kind of like Adam and Eve. Ben just fucking spat her out in his own image.
Movie of the same name. It ran for a single season, and Cooper explains its cancellation as a result of heavy edits made in response to a recent school shooting.
Because there's gun violence in Heathers, they scrapped it and basically...
Wait, she's also a failed actress? What the hell is going on, man? Bro, I swear to God, if you want to know the next wave of political commentators on the right, just look to whichever show is getting canceled, okay? God damn. The Daily Wire cast is literally filled to the brim with people who have been quote unquote fucked over by Hollywood. Is LA Dog 80% of them are?
Recut the entire TV show, took out a lot of the offensive parts, and then aired it, and then Paramount said, you're not doing another season. This was too politically incorrect.
While working in Los Angeles, Cooper started moving away from acting towards the production side of the entertainment industry. She explains that at the time she felt she had little control of her life as an actor and wanted to make some kind of change, but still be involved in creating entertainment. While on the production side, though, she became increasingly disenchanted. She started to feel a rising sense of politics in the industry and that her own values were not being represented.
And then during BLM and COVID, the entire industry just became so political. And my job became less about find good stories and more about, could you find a Native American story for us? Could you find a Black story for us? Like, rather than just reading scripts for the value in them, it was like, we need something that is like politically woke. We need to be on the cusp of this. And I understood it because that is what was making money at the time.
Yeah.
That's what people wanted. And there was a lot of pressure. I was like, okay, now I don't like this. Like, that doesn't feel authentic to me.
That's an interesting use of the term authentic, and it speaks to how her values shape her career trajectory. During the 2020 COVID lockdowns, Cooper started making social media videos for PragerU and Young Americans for Liberty, perhaps feeling that this was a more authentic expression of her values. She was eventually contacted by the Daily Wire, who saw her as a good fit for a project they were developing.
Classic.
What would eventually be called the comments section with Brett Cooper was not Cooper's idea originally, but rather came from young people within the Daily Wire.
For the record, I clocked this literally as it came about. If you recall, back in the day, my first ever video on Brett Cooper at a time when she had like 100,000 subscribers, before she fucking absolutely cumstered and dumpstered my ass on the YouTube equation, on the YouTube algorithm. I literally was like, what is this shit? This is like a fake live stream. It's not even a real, it's no different than the way that, like, you know how on TikTok you'll see fake podcasts because it's supposed to like show more professionalism. That's why TikTokers will make like fake podcasts to get clips off. In a way, the Daily Wire was trying to emulate what I was doing at the time for many, many years at this point, and were literally trying to create like a fake stream, a fake streamer persona inside of a studio, which obviously still worked. She popped off on YouTube Shorts, genuinely one of the worst features YouTube has introduced. So many right-wing hacks. Yeah.
It was all people my age. They were sitting in the Daily Wire offices saying, we need content for us.
Brett Cooper was discovered by Daily Wire staffer Gracie Blount Crook.
I spent like 3 weeks scouring the internet for like...
Yeah, I do remember.
Do you think Hasan Piker is hot?
No. Why do you think it's so hard? No! She belongs to the chat. She belongs to the chat. Yes, in some photos? Please be lying.
Recently, I don't like the hair. Before, yes.
Okay. Fair. I mean, he is.
Yeah, he's built.
Do you think...
No!
Hold it. Hold this fucking L, you goober. Different time. That was 2022, baby. August 31st, 2022. We had 40,000 people watching 4 hours into the broadcast. Now 4 hours into the broadcast, we got 18,000 motherfuckers watching. Maybe I should have never cut my hair, dude. Hoscourt exposed you yet again. Is that why he cut the hair? Yeah, that's why I cut the hair, dude. Years later. Anyway, let's continue.
Young, cute girls who could like be the host of the show or whatever. And I found you. And I remember very distinctly slacking Kobe and saying, BC is my girl. Like, we have to go with her or whatever.
Crook also designed the set with the help of her mother, and according to Cooper, it cost a few $1,000s to put together. This YouTube channel's videos would be shot with a 3-camera setup, and we see Brett Cooper make use of that throughout many of her videos. The first video to the comment section was uploaded on March 1st, 2022.
Okay, so we all do it. We stay up way later than we should, laying in bed, scrolling on Instagram and TikTok, trying to find content that is not angry leftists having a meltdown.
I'm not sure what her exact resources were when she debuted, but in a September 2022 video, we were introduced to Brett Cooper's team, which consists of 5 different people providing support. Since this video was in 2022, and according to the LinkedIn pages of the people mentioned, at least one of them doesn't work at the Daily Wire anymore, it's hard to know what the status of this team is today. She does still have a team, though, and at the very least, there's this guy named Jared who seems to be with her as of February 2024. We saw him during a live stream when she had to call for some tech support.
Jared's coming to save the day because he has... because he has the login information.
According to Brett Cooper, she writes all her videos with her team handling video editing and social media posting. Brett Cooper's start on YouTube was unlike most other video creators on here. She had a team working with her, financial resources to build a set, and access to an existing audience on the Daily Wire. This isn't to say Cooper is a puppet, but rather was set up with an enormous amount of resources behind her, all to cultivate a brand around her videos.
People that are critical of the show or whatever will say, like, oh, this must be a top-down show. Like, you're told what to say. You're just an arm of, you know.
Do they literally organize paid orbiters too? No, paid orbiters come directly from just like being in the Daily Wire network. Her trademark to make this all look real is that one foot on the chair like a gamer. Yeah.
Ben Shapiro and Jeremy Boring, but it's not the case at all. Like, I have total, you know, veto power over, you know, my show. I write the segments. I put it together. I have a very different brand than the other hosts.
The unique brand she has is where the performance comes in. It's not so much that she doesn't believe anything she says, but rather the way in which it's presented creates a manufactured authenticity. The look of the show carefully mimics the standard video, vlogger, or live streamer setup, as if we're visiting a friend in their private space to have a friendly chat about a topic. It's a style that countless other faces on YouTube and Twitch have cultivated and imitated for years. It's something audiences associate with an authentic person on the other end sharing their opinions about pretty much everything. Brett Cooper's headphones and giant microphone create the impression of a streamer in her bedroom. All of this is to create the feeling of someone who doesn't exist in the typical studio setup of most other commentators, although in this case, she does, and this is all just cosplay. These are produced segments filmed on a set by someone hired to fill a role. It's the performance of an authentic experience. A big part of Brett Cooper's success early on was her use of YouTube Shorts. She very quickly racked up millions of views, and her most successful short has a staggering 40 million views.
Oh my lord, why didn't I get in on the fucking shorts train, man? Not that it would have fucking mattered, because the reality is that shorts favor reactionary fucking content as opposed to other, you know, left-leaning, leftist content, reactionary fucking content as opposed to other, you know, left-leaning, leftist content. She probably made $5 off those 4 millions, bro. Dog, are you kidding me? This is nothing. YouTube is not about making money, silly. She's not making any money off of her YouTube page. Daily Wire is making money off of her YouTube page anyway. But that's precisely what, you're missing the point. My point is, she got a lot of social capital. She got a lot of reach off of that.
In addition to adopting that relatively new format on YouTube, she also commented on trending topics on social media, something that's still a standard in how she operates. So let's look at some of her more recent videos. Do
you still think her channel is AstroTurf?
Women can get quite hairy. Exactly. Yeah, it turns out they don't even like the biology of cis women. They want the biology of cis women to be a certain way. Ironically, that certain way is quite literally dictated around the male gaze and what the male expectations of women and women as desires of objects of desire are, which is kind of the reverse of what these people are doing as far as their like form of protest. It's weak nuts as far as the form of protest goes. Is like, it's not serious, not real. It's just like, but who cares?
Wait, what is this clip? This clip has nothing to do with anything.
Just horrifying. I'm trying to normalize this. We don't need to normalize that. We really don't. Nope. If dudes are expected to be almost.
By the way, when you're AstroTurf like a motherfucker, 2.56 million subscribers, like it don't matter.
There it is. This is in the end. I do think it's AstroTurf. This video literally is proving that the AstroTurf allegation.
The major topics she touches on is gender politics, often discussing dating and how young adults find their way in the world. Typically, she uses these stories to...
She is engaging, not gonna lie. Yeah, because you're horny, dude. I mean, that's kind of my appeal, too, to a certain degree. I'm not gonna lie. Like, that's just what it is. It's a way to get your fucking foot through the door. Lucky for you, I try to use that to sell good things rather than bad things, bad ideas. I sell you good ideas rather than bad ideas. She looks 14, huh? First of all, she's a grown-ass woman, number one. Don't do this fucking weird shit. And number two, like, yes, being appealing to the eye is absolutely a part of the brand here. Motherfucker, she does not look 14. Shut up. Some of you guys are so weird, dude. She's like a grown-ass woman, and chatters are saying she's married. So shut the fuck up.
deliver a message of reverting to traditional gender norms or pushing other conservative talking points regarding sex and gender. In the video, Bumble does not understand women. She's reacting to the dating app, adding an optional feature that lets women use a pre-written opening message instead of having to write an original one for each match. One way in which Brett Cooper differs from other hosts at the Daily Wire is that she's often willing to speak with some kindness towards the people she's critiquing, at least some of the time. But these moments are brief and subservient to the less thoughtful right-wing talking points she often uses instead.
Like, if you actually wanted to rebrand and make the app better, you should let people on the app filter things like religion and politics for free, because according to your comment section, that is the #1 thing that people want. Apparently, there are multiple pay levels, and you have to pay a premium every month if you even want to see what somebody's religion is and filter based on that, which is absurd.
That's all well and good, but it's also only in the final minute of the video. Before that, it was 8 minutes of stuff like this.
Like, this is so classic. They are reverting to traditional norms, as we always do, but they can't say that, of course. They have to pretend like this is revolutionary so that they can keep going with their feminist nonsense.
Here's another example, this time from the video. Women believe bears are safer than men. This is responding to a social media trend where women expressed how they've been so traumatized by sexual assault that they would feel safer with a bear than a strange man. It was meant to illustrate a very real fear experienced by women, and Brett Cooper
Why she look like she's in a Swedish prison? Oh, the man versus bear shit.
very close to addressing that point in the video.
Violence is sadly very prevalent in our society, and it's heartbreaking to see that so many women genuinely believe that a bear would be safer.
Coming in only halfway through the video, this would seem to set it up for a very interesting and nuanced conversation about how women express their discomfort, and perhaps how men can do a better job of picking up on that. But instead we get...
When humans have been asked what species should prevail on Earth, they don't even say their own kind.
Instead of discussing the traumatic impact of sexual violence and how it was highlighted by this trend on social media, this video is actually about how people are too anti-human.
You can care for the Earth that feeds us and keeps us alive and breathing and healthy without hating yourself and calling for your own extinction.
I think women just...
I think she does a pretty good job of softening like hardline right-wing positions. That I will admit, both with her aesthetic appeal, but also with like the way she communicates her positions. It's never like, I hate the Civil Rights Act. Like, you're not going to catch her saying shit like that. She's supposed to be like a more moderate right-wing force that gets your foot in through the door. I've never seen her go like so far that she has like a Candace Owens style nuclear take. It's very good. It's very good entry-level propaganda. This is precisely the reason why dumbasses in the chat are like, please have her on the Fear and podcast, please, Haas. She's still a right-wing propagandist paid by Daily Wire. But some of you fucking idiots are too stupid to see that. No, she's not anti-me. I have a lot of fucking reaction inducing takes. I have a lot of takes that are far beyond the edges of what the normal American would consider to be appropriate. I am nowhere near as manufactured or manicured as Brett Cooper is. That's the difference. That is precisely the reason why people catch me slipping, or people people can clip me out of context and shit like that. That's the difference there. The other difference is because I have to be authentic. I cannot be inauthentic because I'm doing this for 8 to 9 hours throughout the fucking day. So that's the thing. She, on the other hand, can merely present herself as this person who is streaming when in fact she's just simply going in there, doing an hour-long read and clipping it down to like 20-minute sequences at most, 10-minute sequences at most. So in that process, she can maintain this facade that she is like an authentic commentator, just simply talking to you from her bedroom, when in fact she's not doing that. She is, it is no different than sitting behind a Ben Shapiro style desk and reading her laptop in the way that he does.
Want men to stop sexually assaulting them. How did we end up talking about people leading humanity to self-extinction? There's a web of talking points.
She did a great job of deflecting away from that position. See?
Connecting these narratives together, but the leaps in logic she makes creates commentary that isn't informative. It's just a jumbled mess. It's very hard to understand what people are getting from these videos sometimes, but when you read the comments under them, a message is getting through. And in this one video about women and bears, we can see an overriding message about how women, or Generation Z, just aren't that bright. Here are some examples of highly upvoted comments under this video. I can't bear the stupidity of this generation anymore. The same women who say they're safe around bears will run to the safety of a man as soon as an actual bear shows up. If a lady wants to pick a bear to hang out with in the forest over a man, I don't see the issue. She wants to go out in a very unique, terrifying, and excruciatingly painful way and feed the wildlife in the process. Unless it's a bear cub, but the mama bear is probably nearby, so you're probably checking out either way. Oh well, do what you do, boo. Brett Cooper's videos are often designed to badmouth people in her gender and her generation. That's kind of the point of her commentary. Although she doesn't go as hard as some other commentators, it's very much a running theme, and is very consistent with a lot of messaging in the conservative space. In that sense, she is advocating for her ideals in that it lines up with a very specific conservative worldview, apparently unaware or willing to ignore that those ideals happen to dump all over women and Generation Z, often on spurious terms, and since she's joining in on that kind of mockery, she can safely consider herself one of the good ones, even if it means selling out other women and girls who are just like her. The video that best encapsulates what I mean is they took the boy out of Boy Scouts, where we see Brett Cooper upset that the Boy Scouts of America are changing their name to Scouting America.
When I was a kid, I desperately wanted to be a Boy Scout. Everything they did sounded so much fun. You know, they would come home for the camping trips. I just desperately wanted to go. But of course, because I was a girl, joining the Boy Scouts was not an option. Obviously, duh. My mom was like, suck it up, babe. There's nothing you can do.
There's something really sad about this. A little girl just like Brett Cooper now has an opportunity that she didn't and desperately wanted, and Cooper seems to think this is a bad thing.
This will be a simple but very important evolution as we seek to ensure that everyone feels welcome in scouting. Everyone did feel welcome. That's why this is so ridiculous. There was boy and girl scouts.
Everyone felt welcome, except literally her, who was not allowed to do.
I think the funniest part about the Boy Scouts shit is that it literally was done directly to just neutralize the fucking massive amounts of sexual assault and abuse that was happening in the Boy Scouts of America. They were like, oh dude, fuck, let's rebrand. Let's do the woke thing. We're no longer Boy Scouts, we're Scouts. That's it. That rebrand came directly in that fucking news coverage that was happening about how there were numerous accounts of serial sexual assaulters in the ranks of the Boy Scouts. So they turned around and were like, oh, we're the Scouts now. And then everyone, including these fucking dumbasses on the right, immediately dove in head first into that culture war pond. The logic being they won't sexually assault women. No, the logic being the name change will eat at the algo, will eat away at the SEO, and absolutely zero people will give a shit about the sexual assault. Okay? And they were right. That's why absolutely zero people know about the many sexual assaults that were happening. And everybody knows about the fucking Boy Scouts changing their name to Scouts. They very successfully diverted the attention away from a looming PR catastrophe. Their numbers were falling. They needed to shore up numbers. I'm sure that was another reason. This kind of stuff is pretty indecent in general. Like aesthetic liberalism and aesthetic diversity measures such as this one are so expertly and so cynically weaponized. Okay, it's basically like a parachute. Right-wingers do a similar version of this, obviously, or people who are like apolitical centrist content creators in general. When they see their numbers declining even a little bit, they'll immediately hit the I hate trans people line, bar for bar, like Aiden Ross did, or Sneeko or many other examples. Like they always do that. This is like the liberal version of that. When they're like, oh shit, am I in trouble? Kevin Spacey, I'm coming out as a gay man, said Kevin Spacey after accusations of sexual misconduct, sexual assault, rape, and improper relations with minors. It's all good though, because all of those lawsuits have fallen apart mysteriously in many instances. So who knows?
The cool stuff Boy Scouts did because she was a girl and the Girl Scouts didn't offer the same activities. It seems needlessly harsh telling other little girls to suck it up when the very easy solution of letting girls join the Scouts has existed.
Yeah, here's how you know my shit ain't manufactured, okay? Because I've been picking my goddamn nose nonstop for the past week or so because I have like, it's just like painful. I don't know what it is. There's like a pain in my nose and I just can't, and it gets itchy and I need to itch it. That's how you know. I need to itch it. I can't stop myself. It might be a zit. I don't know what it is. It might be a nose hair, but it's really, really, really fucking annoying. And I'm probably making it worse.
Existed for several years now. The principle supposedly being argued for here is that boys and girls need spaces exclusive to one another.
Male camaraderie and community is vital. They need to play together. They need to learn together. They need to fight together. They need to push themselves away from girls. Just like girls need spaces to grow together away from men. That is important.
This supposed principle really just boils down to administering strict gender roles into children. Camping, jamborees, paddling, and other outdoor activities aren't inherently gendered, but presenting these as the domain of boys is just a way to exclude girls. Girls like Brett Cooper. When getting into a bit of the history of the Boy Scouts, this video goes in a very weird direction though, when we see Brett Cooper wax nostalgically about what appears to be the introduction to the first Boy Scouts field guide.
This, it will be seen, is a reproduction of the condition that ended in the fall of Rome. In her days of growth, every man was a soldier. In the end, a few great gladiators were in the arena, to be watched and applauded by the millions who personally knew nothing at all of fighting or heroism. Degeneracy is the word.
For anyone familiar with far-right dog whistles...
Yeah, dude, yeah, we need to make sure that everyone's a soldier by going to the fucking Boy Scouts. It's so stupid. I mean, Jesus Christ, probably a good activity to go outside and like learn how to camp and tie knots and shit. I myself was a Boy Scout in Turkey. I didn't really like it. I thought it was whack. But like, goddamn.
The fall of Rome and the term degeneracy are very big ones. And to hammer it home, she gives us the classic far-right meme.
I genuinely do not think that I have seen a better example of that maxim, that hard times create strong men create good times create weak men create hard times, and then again, hard times create strong men.
This commentary, especially in regard to Rome, is deeply silly. An article by historian Brett Devereaux provides context when he wrote, Western cultural memory fixes on the Gauls, Vandals, and Huns who broke the Roman frontier, but it is quick to forget the rather long list of non-state peoples broken by the Romans. The Samnites, Cimbri, Teutons, Ambrones, Helvetians, Ubronis, Arveni, Celtiberians, Lusitanians, Pannones, Dalmatae, Catuvillani, Iceni, Marcomanni, Quadi, Yazyges, and all the other hard people crushed under the Romans do not become household.
It could be a cold sore or oral herpes. Bro, I can't even fucking say my nose is itchy without some chatter diagnosing me with herpes, bro. I swear to fucking God. It's inside of my nose, man. Paramedical relationship, parasocial paramedical relationship. Chatter will be like, bro, it probably is nose cancer. I'm just going to let you know, you have literally 1 month to live. This happened to a friend of mine. I'm really sorry. You have to die. Okay? It's like a classic situation where it's either A, scratch or something like that from playing basketball. I did get hit in the face a bunch. Or B, an ingrown hair or something along those lines. But chatter went to, it's probably nose cancer. And honestly, you have, I know I said you have a month to live, but honestly, probably less than a month. I'm assuming half a month, give or take.
Household names. Most successful large states in history can boast similar butcher's bills. On closer inspection, hard times creating strong men turns out to be a child's version of history, simplistic and unhelpful. The invincible barbarian or insurgent or terrorist was always just a mirage, a trap in strategic thinking. This poor reading of history has been used throughout the years and in recent history by right-wing figures trying to enforce strict gender rules and a more authoritarian style of government that fashioned young men into soldiers rather than simply letting them choose how they wanted to grow up in society. But even worse than misreading history, we also have an example of Brett Cooper navigating gender topics and getting science completely wrong in the video Stop Playing Politics with the Pill, in which she fearmongers about birth control pills. I suggest checking out Dr. Danielle Jones's video response to hear what an actual doctor has to say about this subject.
I'm willing to bet that she does the exact same shit there too. If we were to watch Brett Cooper's video, she'd be like, "Oh guys, who amongst us hasn't had a weird hookup and felt conflicted about it later? It's normal to feel this way. Do not order over the counter birth control or fucking abortion pills. Do not."
Nothing in that video was helpful or beneficial. It was fear-mongering.
All of this light and not so light commentary on gender issues is not informed by facts or even decent research. Rather, it's a strict adherence to ideology and finding whatever little bits and pieces of evidence support it. It does raise the question that when she gets lost in a topic, going from talking about bears to the extinction of humanity, or argues against something that seems like she should naturally support, like wanting to let young girls into scouting so they can enjoy all the activities she wanted to do as a child, it raises the very obvious question of, is this how she really feels? Ultimately, it doesn't really matter though. In some way, shape, or form, she probably does believe what she's saying, but her role in all this and what she truly believes doesn't matter as much as what she's putting out into the world. And that's why the aesthetics become so important. Presenting her as an authentic, genuine person creates the impression that these videos are expressing a form of genuine politics. In the video, "We're Back, Baby," Brett Cooper celebrates various conservative wins within the culture. In this instance, frat boys protecting American flags and diversity, equity, and inclusion programs being scaled back.
Now, in the same vein, which is just so epic, we are seeing even more change and resistance across the country, specifically from these frat boys.
Other wins include Target not having a pride display this year, and lots of news on social media posts. As Gen Z faces climate change, inflation, and a housing crisis, the conservative vision of winning means getting some dunks on social media. It's hard to imagine someone falling for this, but looking at the numbers, some people clearly do. Here's one comment. "I'm in high school in Tien, and I got a lot of hope when some random kids started handing out American flags to people in the hallway." What Brett Cooper is presenting here is a counterfeit for having real politics, which is what this comment so perfectly illustrates. I hate to break it to anyone who loves flags, but they're fabric and don't have any intrinsic value. They're symbols, and they don't always mean the same things to different people. And the emphasis on the flag reflects a type of politics that ignores the material realities people live with and emphasizes instead symbols that make them feel good but may not necessarily reflect the reality in which we all share. This comment, I suspect, is alluding to the frat boy story I mentioned a little bit earlier. As a bit of a quick recap, the story of the frat boys at UNC Chapel Hill who surrounded the American flag isn't the brave act of courage.
Dude, this was so funny. Like, God, the conservative movement is so weak and feeble in many respects that this was it for so many people. They were like, hell yeah, dude. They're so fucking, God, these frat boys, man, they're doing the dang thing. How dare our flag touch the ground, brother?
That Brett Cooper presented it as. Rather, it's them standing as a bulwark against a valid form of protest. Early in the day, pro-Palestinian...
Yeah, meanwhile, they literally were also holding up Israeli flags, but I guess that was not factored into the equation at all.
Demonstrators had taken down the American flag and replaced it with a Palestinian one to protest their university's financial ties to Israel in light of the violence in Gaza. When the Palestinian flag was taken down by the police and replaced by the American one, the demonstrators tried to put it back, only to be met by the frat boys who formed a barrier around the flagpole. The frat boys were effectively...
Yeah, Bill Ackman helped raise $500,000 for those guys. They're a rager. They're just such lame asses in general.
Silencing a form of protest, which is an important part of free expression, all to defend a symbol of that expression. In this case, a symbol of freedom becomes more important than the actual freedom, and is then celebrated because it supports a particular type of right-wing politics. And so these boys became heroes who are given $500,000 to have a wild party, not because of them engaging in some kind of brave political action, but because they served as useful props to demonize a group of protesters the right would like silenced. Here's a comment from one of the frat boys named Alex Jones, not to be confused with the conspiracy theory radio host. It's just a coincidence that they have the same name. For me... Protecting the flag was not about taking a stance within the ongoing Israel-Palestine discourse. I recognize the pain and suffering experienced by both sides of that conflict, but my decision yesterday to protect the flag of the United States was not about any other nation. It was simply about the importance of our country and the values we believe in. Not every frat boy had such a hollow reason, though, and I will give more credit to the frat boys who only joined in because they wanted to support Israel, because that's a lot closer to a genuine expression of political activism, although in this case their activism is support for an ongoing genocide. But to the other frat boys who were talking about laying their lives down for a flag and what it represents, they are silencing a demonstration for a literal symbol of allowing that protest to happen. This is what I mean by counterfeit politics that Brett Cooper is endorsing, where symbolic gestures matter more than material actions, at least when the symbolism is conservative. And it's a shame that she's been so successful in reaching young people with the message that saluting the flag matters more than upholding the ideals it supposedly represents. This isn't to say everyone is falling for this. Other creators on YouTube, including Gabby Bell, have great videos looking at Brett Cooper's work that reveals
she looks exactly like Ben Shapiro. I think she
True.
looks more like Ben Shapiro than Ben Shapiro's sister looks like Ben Shapiro.
Brett Cooper's videos
True.
have this highly produced vibe that attempts to camouflage her in this React space, but she hopelessly gives away the game with its boomer-esque splicing of movie and
Why is protecting the flag a bad thing? I highly doubt even supported Israel. They're just being American college kids. First of all, there were literally kids right there that were holding up the Israeli flag next to the American flag. That's number one. And number two, you're not first of all, fuck the flag. I thought this was America, goddammit. You can shit on the flag if you want to. You can wipe your fucking ass with the American flag, okay? It's our God-given, constitutionally protected right, okay? So you are actually un-American for being like, oh, brother, I have to defend the flag. That's number one. Number two, did you just miss the entire segment that this dude carefully went through in what the flag protection was being done to represent, to demonstrate? It was anti-Palestinian demonstrations. That was the whole point. It was a aesthetically vague gesture towards American dominance in a situation where America's participating in a fucking genocide. Okay? So that's the second thing. In any case, a lot of people who are otherwise, you know, kind-hearted and empathetic individuals such as yourself will fall for symbolic gestures of this kind because it is a given. Of course you're going to protect the flag. What do you mean? This is America, damn it. I love America. I love the American flag. It's the greatest country on the planet. These are the things that you're conditioned into believing, okay? So, therefore, you immediately get duped into this idea, into the story about these beautiful frat boys protecting America. Thank God. Thank God they did that. Yeah, we put the flag on our underwear next to our nuts here in America. So they were going to take down the American flag just to put up a different flag? Yes, they did take down the American flag to put up a Palestinian flag as a symbol of Palestinian emancipation, to say we are here, to say this college campus is in support of Palestine and the Palestinians who are victim to America's participation in the ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign. Now, having said that, however, of course, that ended up in this demonstration that you are defending currently, where people went in and said, fuck no, this isn't America. I mean, this ain't Palestine, brother. We fucking do genocide and we defend that genocide, and we will fucking ride the Israeli flag alongside the American flag. Hell yeah, baby. That's what they did. Do you understand? Why can't they show other flags out by areas they're protesting? Why even bother to take the flag law? Oh my God. Oh, this is precisely the reason why you can never win in this conversation functionally with people who are just like demonstrating their inability to understand. This is precisely the reason why you can never win in this conversation functionally with people who are just like demonstrating their inability to understand. Are you empathetic to the cause? Do you care about Palestinians? Do you think that, let me ask you a question, Moldy Hands, you have to answer quickly, okay? This ain't about the flag at all. This is just a serious question. Do you think that Israel is carrying out a genocide against Palestinians? Yes or no? Just a very easy yes or no question. If you don't answer and then answer and ask a different question in an effort to deflect away from the main point of contention here, I'm going to have to give you at least some time off. Okay.
TV clips. Some of these
Doesn't seem like
cutaways
he's
are
gonna
references
answer.
that are so old, I can't imagine she has the faintest clue what they are.
Benny Blanco is not a quad six, and he has Selena Gomez wrapped around his pinky finger.
Maybe there's hope for you yet.
That was a cutaway to The Dukes of Hazzard, a show that ran from 1979 to 1985, ending 16 years before Brett Cooper was even born. This sort of reference is fitting in that Brett Cooper's commentary often sounds like it's coming out of your grandpa's mouth, but I suspect any youths who recognize the Duke boy.
Yes, I do. War is hell. Both sides commit heinous things against each other. I don't agree with either side, to be honest. So you do believe that Israel is doing an ethnic cleansing campaign, but you also think that Palestinians are also doing heinous, which I suspect you meant heinous, things to the Israelis. Is that what you're going to say? And that you don't agree with either side? So you're saying that, yes, Israel is carrying out an ethnic cleansing campaign, but also you don't really agree with the Palestinians who are victim to said ethnic cleansing campaign, as in like they should be what, sitting down and taking it or something? Like what should they be doing? What should the Palestinians be doing? Just eating the bombs? Like, I don't understand. Investigate within. You just said it's a flag. Why bother holding it up? Then contradicted yourself by supporting the act of Palestinians doing the same crap. No, those aren't Palestinians doing the same crap. Those are American students in an act of protest putting up the Palestinian flag on an American campus to say these are the victims of genocide. Okay? There's a difference between being like, hell yeah, brother, I love America. As an American, I think it is the right of Americans to say, yeah, fuck this shit. I think it's the right of people to also burn the Palestinian flag if they choose to do so, but that doesn't mean I'm going to agree with it, because I understand the symbolism behind these acts. I understand the ideology behind these acts. The ideology behind these acts that motivate the person burning a Palestinian flag is to say the ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign directed at the Palestinian population is good, and fuck the Palestinians. Burning the American flag for any number of different reasons oftentimes can mean America's genocidal actions all around the world are unjustifiable. This is why I would agree with one form of protest over the other form of protest. This might be really hard for you to understand because many of you guys have this like very weird centrist position on issues, and you think that like an action is what matters. It doesn't matter what the direction of this action is. It does not matter what the intent behind certain actions are. I'll give you a better example. Okay? You might say, I'm against violence. That's an understandable position that many people have. However, what kind of violence and who's doing it is important. For example, if I, a 6'4", 230-pound person, was brutally beating the shit out of you, someone who, let's say, is 100 pounds for the sake of this argument, okay, for no particular reason other than the fact that I just want to fucking brutally beat the shit out of you, that would be pretty unconscionable and pretty bad. However, that's just the act of throwing a punch in that situation. That's wrong. But beyond that, it's who's doing it and why they're doing it that makes it worse. Now, having said that, if I, the very same person, was throwing a punch against someone who was like, I don't know, trying to steal my dog or trying to hurt my family, you would find that act of violence not to be unconscionable, but perfectly well within the boundaries of what is just behavior. This is because people have the capacity to understand complex thoughts. I hope you are also capable of that. I hope you can also personally understand this. You know, sometimes an act, even if it's the same exact act, right, within different contexts, can be totally appropriate and just. There's a difference in the simplest terms. There's a difference between good things and bad things. Okay? To simply say, no, violence bad, you mustn't defend yourself would be silly, I think. Hopefully this was enlightening for you, chatter, and now you understand it a little bit better.
Boys are probably only understanding that because their dad or grandpa sat them down and made them watch a couple of episodes. Another way these videos feel very artificial is when we get to the ad reads. Brett Cooper slides into them seamlessly.
We are all sharing the same problems and grievances. We are all fighting this mind virus together. And if you're fighting your own virus, you might need Jace Medical.
This is very goofy and completely unnatural, and these ad reads take up so much time in each video. The example I showed you ran for a minute in a video that was only 7 minutes and 21 seconds long. That's close to 14% of the video's runtime devoted to an ad. Other videos aren't quite so bad, but still give up a lot of runtime to advertise these products, often close to 10% of a video. These kinds of ads are pretty common on YouTube, so Brett Cooper participating in them isn't that strange, but coming from such a big business production, they hit differently. This isn't Brett Cooper who has taken up video blogging as a personal project, who's found a way to make...
People are ridiculous, okay? The top of the hour ad break takes up 3 minutes out of the 60 minutes in an hour, okay? 3 whole minutes. That's it. That's all you fucking see. That's not 10%, okay? 3 minutes. And not only that, but you can also avoid the ads at the top of the hour by subscribing, okay? For $5, and it's slated to be $6 come July, or for free with a Twitch Prime. Decoy1666, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Make some extra money. She's someone who is hired to fill a role, and part of that job includes reading ads. She's using the guise of an amateur when she's actually a professional. And usually the appeal of these ads is that they come from an amateur who is following a passion project and is therefore considered more trustworthy rather than some kind of celebrity who's just getting a paycheck to endorse a product they may or may not believe in. There's a line on the Daily Wire About page that reads, "We're building the future you want to see." And when they speak to their audience, they often use grandiose terms about how they're going to change the culture and take it back from the left. You'll also hear folks from the Daily Wire make reference to Andrew Breitbart's famous saying that politics is downstream from culture. It's important to remember that the Daily Wire is presenting itself as a political project, spreading conservative values. One of the major differences between the Daily Wire and other conservative advocacy groups is that the Daily Wire is run as a for-profit business. As such, it's far more aggressive with its advertising and other monetization practices, and its conservative branding is often a means for making a quick profit. Some examples are the anti-woke chocolate bars and razors of dubious quality. They're sold to people as if buying a chocolate bar is somehow political activism. It's very similar to the counterfeit politics we saw Brett Cooper pushing in her videos, cynically telling people they can buy their way to a better world, or that the best way to celebrate free speech is to honor a flag, then respect the voices of protesters. In the article, Constructing Authenticity, Social Media Influencers and the Shaping of Online Identity by Maureen Eben and Elizabeth.
Yeah, all the anti-woke products that they sell are so funny because it's the same ass cheeks bottom of the barrel product, but with just like conservative branding slapped onto it. I don't think that that is like even remotely profitable as a business. I think they were just like kind of testing it. There ain't no fucking way there's enough dumbasses who would be like, hell yeah, brother, I'd rather get fucking not gay Hershey's instead of just gay ass Hershey's, you know, especially when the price points are the way they are. Yeah. It's like pink tax, but for dumbasses. Exactly. Except the problem with pink tax is that if all the companies that sell feminine products are all applying that pink tax, and there is no alternative to certain products like, tampons or whatever, then you're kind of cooked. You know what I mean? You just have to pay more for the same shit because there's no alternative. That's the issue. Whereas this is even dumber than the pink tax. This just straight up is a dumbass tax where it's like, hell yeah, brother, I'm paying more because I want my chocolate bars to be anti-gay. Consumer activism is a perfectly understandable direction that conservatives will move in because that's all they give a shit about. That's all they chirp about. In a world where Joseph Robin and Brandon, thank you for the 5 community give the subs. In a world where conservatives get pretty much everything they want, obviously there's like only one area where they aren't able to demonstrate their desires or forcibly push their desires upon the broader population. It's culture, it's consumer products and things of that nature. So then they just constantly chirp about that too, because the project demands that you forcibly enjoy conservative culture. Okay? Even if personally there isn't anything there that you are interested in, you must enjoy it. You must it's not just about like, oh, these are my beliefs, okay, and I don't care if you don't agree with them. It's these are my beliefs and you must agree with them, which is ironic because it's a case of pure projection from conservatives that fucking yell at the classic archetype of SJW, social justice warrior. Oh, they don't just want liberties for gay people. They want us to be gay. They won't shut the fuck up until I'm gay. You know, it's not the case at all. Exactly the opposite, as a matter of fact. Social justice warriors and leftists in general are oftentimes advocating for liberties for marginalized people, and conservatives have been able to perfectly package a counter to that as basically a means of turning them gay somehow. The gay agenda.
With Bull, the authors describe the complementary strategies of transparent authenticity and passionate authenticity. This is pairing advertisements that are transparent and presented with regular media that include an authentic persona. They write in their article, when used in tandem, the two strategies balance the tensions between the influencer's persona as a seller and the influencer's persona as human, relatable, and authentic. Viewed through this lens, Brett Cooper's success makes some sense. Although she is stylistically inauthentic, her personality seems to be informed, at least in part, by what she actually feels. It's not so much she's a fraud, but rather a willing participant in a business strategy that is using the constructed influencer persona and conservative branding to turn a profit. While I was researching this video, I noticed something interesting. When I typed authenticity into the search bar on YouTube, I got a lot of psychology videos on how people can become their authentic selves. When I did the same thing at my local library, I instead got a bunch of books on marketing. It reflected the strange impact the word authenticity has had on our modern day, and how a personal journey for authenticity is used by companies to make money. In the book, Authenticity, Building a Brand in an Insincere Age by Mark Toft, Jay Sunny, and Rich Taylor, one line leapt out at me. We want to attract people who need and respond to the truth and purpose of our company and our products and services. The evolution of that sentence to associate truth and purpose with products and services through the medium of our company is really wild to me. The purpose of any company, at the end of the day, is to make money. This exercise in branding is about associating intangible qualities to these products and services to increase their values in the mind of a consumer. I probably don't need to tell many of you that a shoe company pledging to fight racism isn't doing that to be altruistic, and that it's a means to add value into the minds of potential customers and translate to more sales in the future. But it's worth repeating that fact because it works, or at least companies believe it works. It's presented as authenticity, but like the brief mention of Target earlier, and it's...
This doesn't mean that like diversity and representation, especially in culture and media, is a bad thing across the board. Especially when done right, it can be very positive. It's good to see yourself on screen. That's why I talk about, you know, Luka Doncic or Doncic, however you fucking say his last name, or the Joker, okay, Jokic. Seeing a fat, schlubby white guy who's like significantly more out of shape than all of the other dudes on that court is going to Doncic. Okay, I'm an Ottoman son, okay? Obviously, it is in my fucking epigenetic memories to not be able to say a Slovenian last name or a Serbian last name correctly, okay, for obvious historic reasons. My point is, wait, Doncic is not fat? I mean, they are schlubbier than the average athlete. My point is, I jokingly brought that up, but the reality of the matter is, like, seeing yourself represented on screen, especially if done in a decent way, if done in an authentic way, is good. It can be a positive thing. It can lead to people dreaming that they can also achieve these positions. This is not overall a bad thing, okay? It's a nice thing. The problem with liberalism is that it's the only thing. And as a matter of fact, it's not only the only thing, but it's also the only thing worth fighting for, while simultaneously the very same corporation could literally be applying business practices that are harming those very same subsects of society that they're propping up in an aesthetic fashion. We saw one of the better examples of this during the Black Lives Matter movement, when in the aftermath of George Floyd's state-sanctioned, unjustifiable, extrajudicious murder in the hands of Derek Chauvin, there were a lot of protests. Black Lives Matter all of a sudden was co-opted by liberal outlets and liberal institutions. People basically had, companies like Walmart were throwing up the black fist in support of Black Lives Matter. Now, while they were doing that, Walmart was also, still actively funding local PBAs, police benevolence associations, and the like, giving them new cop cars, things of that nature. That was antithetical to the fucking black fist that they were throwing up simultaneously. This is a phenomenal demonstration of the aesthetic front of liberalism, co-opting social movements while simultaneously using that as a way to just, stop you from paying attention to the actual impact, the tangible impact that they have in reinforcing the same exact dynamic, same exact unjustifiable hierarchy, same exact power struggle. Anyway, so just so you understand.
Dropping of pride displays, these values can be jettisoned at a threat to the company's bottom line. The Daily Wire is not an exception to this marketing strategy. It's how they can opine about the supposed degeneracy of Hollywood while working with a production company that ignored one of its producers' long history of being a sexual predator. These conservative values, meant to signify the company's authenticity, become more flexible when it's time to make some money. To join the Daily Wire seems less like an authentic career path and more like joining a business that claims to have conservative values. And to an extent, I'm sure many of the people working there do have those values. But a quick look at the Glassdoor reviews for the Daily Wire reveal many former staffers who were attracted by the mission and were then chewed up by the demanding work hours and capricious leadership that uses the genuine desire these people have to help the conservative movement to exploit them as workers. To give you a better sense of that, here are a couple of the reviews. Must sell soul. Pros. At first it's cool, you're excited, got your dream job, sticking it to the leftist, soy-riddled, emasculated man. Famous people walk by. Nice. You made it. Cons. They blocked out the windows so you can't tell what time it is. They make it very clear they don't care about your work-life balance.
Wow, I'm shocked that a right-wing hyper-capitalist institution would do all of the expected, awful, devastating, no workplace protection having moves that they literally espouse on a daily basis. Like when you're hired by the Daily Wire as an editor and you're editing a video from Ben Shapiro who's talking about how workers deserve less, does it not even enter your mind that perhaps he might be talking about you, the worker yourself, working hours on end, toiling away for someone else? Do you never, when you watch a Daily Wire video and you get the vibes that Ben Shapiro might not exactly be too fond of workplace protections, do you not perhaps think this is not the best employer to work for? I don't know. Just something to consider. This is what I said, literally, this is what I said about Steven Crowder. When people were leaving the Steven Crowder franchise, the Louder with Crowder franchise, they were like, I could not believe the fucking litany of lack of labor laws and litany of workplace violations that were occurring on a daily basis. I'm like, what do you think was going to happen? It's like joining the Klan and then being like, wow, you guys don't really like black people all that much. Brother, you joined the Klan. The fuck? That's their thing. You joined the anti-worker organization. You got what they were saying openly. They weren't hiding it. They were being honest about it.
They said it in a town hall, which more so resembles a Hunger Games announcement, despite horrible things happening to people who work there because they had none. Bigwig owns a Tesla and gets in like Batman, but dresses as if gay. It's hilarious. They rail against the left as if they're any better. They ignore the real issues in favor of making fun of sad little leftists with half-brains. When you start there, you're high on making a difference, but if you're not an idiot, you quickly realize the only difference you're really making is dividing neighbors, spreading hate. Real godly of y'all. If you have a real conscience, you will not like this place. Must be willing to sell soul to conservative devil. Of the 15 or so reviews, There are a few positive ones, although they strangely all seem to come at around October of 2022. There's a review here that sheds some light on why that is. You have been warned. Pros, you get to work with some really smart people, plus having the DW on your resume is like gold in conservative circles. You also get to make a real difference in the culture wars. Hashtag SBG for life. Cons, it's an incredibly toxic work environment.
What the fuck is SBG for life? Anyway, let's continue.
Notice how all the reviews on this site were negative up until recently, when there was a big influx of positive reviews, gushing with praise for the DW. LMAO, they are so transparent. The constant negative reviews were hurting recruitment, so they astroturfed a bunch of positive reviews to try to hide the truth. And the truth is, I don't know if...
Oh God, does he mean Sweet Baby Gang? Matt Walsh? Oh God, this guy's so brain broken.
Anyone at the Daily Wire who is happy. The firings and the resignations have reached crisis levels. Everyone has at least one eye on the door. I would never want anyone I care about to work here.
Yeah, I wonder why. For two reasons, by the way. One, because it's a media company, and media companies are notoriously difficult to keep in the green, especially when, you know, advertisement dollars dry up or whatever. Even though I would expect conservative media companies to do a lot better in that field. One, because there's a steady flow of dollars coming in, advertisers that want to work with you because you have a decently sized audience. But more importantly, I suspect conservative companies have big dollar donors that are funding them in times of need. So I'm kind of shocked that they would have these kinds of like downsizing fears at the Daily Wire.
Terrible, unethical company. Pros, there is no pros to working at this company. It is built on lies. Cons, many cons. The founder of this company is truly a terrible human being and has created an organization based on lies and unethical behavior. The company is so disorganized and has no clear direction or philosophy. Its mission is to spread lies, sadly. There is also a lack of transparency. A company full of narcissists. Advice to management? It's 2022. This company needs to be shut down already. No real values. The Daily Wire seems like a miserable place to work, and many of these reviews are clear.
Executive leadership think they're the salt of the earth. They couldn't care less about the employees. All other reviews have summed it nicely. Positive ones were written after HR asked folks to write them. Dude, they couldn't care less about the employees. Again, brother, it is the fucking Daily Wire, dude. What are we talking about? How are people so fucking stupid? I'm going to look at Ben Shapiro. I want to see what Ben Shapiro's YouTube page with 6.8
late on Thursday afternoon, American.
Let's do this. Socialist tells Ben Shapiro workers should own the means of production. 3.5 million views. Shapiro reacts to discussing race baiting. United Auto Workers strike explained. UNRWA workers be like professor hired after consensual relationship with coworker. Twitter employees melt down when asked to work hard. Ben Shapiro explains socialism. 12,000 Google employees laid off. Why woke Twitter employees hate Elon Musk. Help, my coworkers are intolerant liberals. What should I do? Ay, ay, ay. Who's standing with the workers? New leaked video shows Disney CEO grovel in front of employees. Are unaliving civilization. They run on politically paying laborers as little as possible. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I will say this. That was a little bit of an old head Hassan moment of me to expect that Ben Shapiro's new videos would be talking about workers' rights, because that's old school Republican Party shit. Donald Trump did kind of change that with his populism a little bit and made it seem as though the Republican Party is aesthetically pro-worker. If you guys recall, back in the old days, the Republican Party, especially from like 70s onward, and 60s and 50s onward, were so openly hostile to workers' rights. Like, just straight up, that was the thing that they advocated for. That's changed a little bit. That has certainly changed a little bit. And there is definitely a mystification on their position on working class people. They just like own the gay workers that work at Twitter, things of that nature. But that doesn't change the reality that, like, when push comes to shove, whenever the fuck they're talking about workers, you know Ben Shapiro is going to be the first to be like, guess what, dude? Workers ain't shit. They should be excited at the prospect of even having a fucking job. That kind of sentiment and that kind of open hostility towards the workers is going to, of course, yield a hostile work environment, a shitty work environment. Anyway, let's continue.
Clearly not from people on the left, but rather conservatives who went in there hoping to make a difference, only to find themselves exploited by their employer, using their passion for political change to extract as much labor out of them as possible. While it's doubtful I agree with the politics of any of these people, I still think as workers they are deserving of some level of respect and good treatment by their employers. Whether or not that's living up to their conservative values, you can judge for yourselves, but at the very least, the people leaving angry reviews seem to think that these values weren't their conservative values. But where does any of that leave Brett Cooper? There's a trend right now of people trying to figure out whether popular figures in the media are industry plants. And there are certainly people in Brett Cooper's audience that believe she is one. But I think there's a bit more going on here. First, let's look at a history of the term industry plant from Bubblegum Club. The term industry plant is derived colloquially from hip-hop, which is understood to mean an artist who has a major indie label backing their movement but presents themselves as a homegrown startup to create the illusion of an organic following. The definition of an industry plant doesn't negate any prior work an artist has done in their past before their label.
Amazing Haas, Sim Talk doing big numbers. Check it out, people. Me, when I found out Hasan Piker actually does know how hot he is, so when he does his little TikTok vids, he's not being a clueless millennial, but a slut for the camera. Okay, to be fair, I am personally a millennial and oblivious to how to make like a hot, sexy TikTok. If I knew how to make a hot, sexy TikTok, I would make a hot, sexy TikTok. I promise you, TikTok. If I knew how to make a hot, sexy TikTok, I would make a hot, sexy TikTok. I promise you. The first comment, Hasan the Nepo Trust Fund Warrior. I know. Dude, one day, I promise we're gonna have the trust fund one day. Sorry that I serve face and ass at the same time in one video will happen again. Lol, your haters have one joke. I know. You show your nipples every 5 seconds. True. I didn't say I don't know how to make like. That was not the first comment. Oh, I missed it. Okay, let's just continue with this.
However, it just questions the legitimacy of one's growth and establishment in the industry. The problem with this term is outlined in this article, and
what's sad to me is that TYT repeats that dumb joke. Wait, dude, that would be really funny if Jank, my uncle, was like, yeah, he is a nepotism recipient trust fund, baby. It's like, bitch, where's the trust fund? You're my family member. You know there's no fucking trust fund. No, I don't think Jank has said that. As a matter of fact, Jank literally was going to bring up how I openly recognize my privilege and how I am a recipient of nepotism on a regular basis in that commentary, but chose not to, you know, have a visible public argument. I don't know why people are still trying to make like drama work. So, you know, like I have said from the jump, Jank is my family. I love him. Anna is like family. I've known her for 20 years. I do not care. We have political disagreements. That's fine and dandy. But ultimately, you know, I wish them well. I hope that, you know, whatever's going on is resolved. But it's not even coming from Jank's side, I don't think. This was a great TikTok you posted. I didn't even post this. Austinox made this. To be fair, not Jank Mosana. Yeah, I don't think Jank would say some shit like that. Also, regardless, I don't even have hate or anger or animosity in my heart towards Anna Kasparian either. I don't care.
And several others. The desire to point out someone as a plant often ignores talent they may genuinely have, and is often hard to distinguish from the process of how big media companies find new talent. It's also giving companies that rely on talent far too much credit in their presentation. An article in Loud and Quiet explains it well. There are many reasons why industry plants are a bogus construct. The first, most glaring and unsurmountable, is that if there was some kind of ready-made workable formula to break young artists into overnight sensations and viral megastars, then we'd be drowning in industry plants. That would be the de facto industry method. When applying this loose label to Brett Cooper, we have to be even more careful, as the article also highlights how this term has been used to target women. The overwhelming majority of artists attacked and accused of being plants are young women. The idea being that they are not capable of attaining talent, fame and success on their own at such a young age with no help and therefore are immediately suspect. In the Daily Wire's case, Brett Cooper is far from the only obscure talent they've found and groomed for the spotlight. Matt Walsh, Michael Knowles, and Ben Shapiro have all been, to varying degrees, polished and marketed to a wider audience. A 2018 Vanity Fair article in particular highlights how Ben Shapiro was groomed for the spotlight and is very much a precursor of what would later be done for Brett Cooper. And we can see the limitations of the Daily Wire's ability to create stars when we look at its less successful commentators. If they were truly capable of taking anyone from anywhere and simply...
Have you seen the video of the trans woman describing her privates as foods at Disney World? No, but that seems like straight fucking rage bait. I have no idea what that
turning
is.
them into a popular conservative commentator, we wouldn't have such a wide range of success, such as when you compare Ben Shapiro or Brett Cooper to the far less successful Michael Knowles and the
Do you think any of these freaks truly believe what they preach? Yes. I think Ben Shapiro believes a lot of the commentary. I think Matt Walsh absolutely believes in the shit that he says. I don't think Michael Knowles believes it as much. I think he's just like you can kind of tell like Matt Walsh 100% is like a hateful little gremlin. Ben, hateful little gremlin. Michael Knowles probably doesn't believe everything, but is just kind of saying the whatever the fuck needs to be said. Tucker Carlson doesn't believe all of the things that he says either, but knows what to say. But ultimately, it doesn't really matter because Tucker Carlson definitely believes the most nefarious part of his agenda, which is WASP supremacy. You know what I mean? You can tell that they believe it by the dedication to their uploads and streams. I can't speak on that old guy. I don't know what's up with that guy. I've never really seen him.
Even far, far less successful Crane and Company. The Daily Wire can only go so far in creating these conservative commentators. I think it's clear that Brett Cooper is bringing some degree of talent into this role. In Alice Sherwood's book, Authenticity, Reclaiming Reality in a Counterfeit Culture, she recounts the story of how Snapple went from a quirky upstart beverage brand to being sold to a big corporation and stripped of its spirit, and then sold again, this time to a private equity firm, and then proceeded to rebound, seemingly recreating its old quirky self. But it did so not in returning to its roots and its original recipe of being 100% juice, but instead adopting the signifiers of being that authentic juice. In 2011, the front label of a bottle of Snapple might have said it was apple juice and all natural, but the back revealed it was only 10% pear juice and had some mysterious natural flavors.
I think Dave Rubin does not believe the shit that he says. I could be wrong. Yeah, I think Dave Rubin is more of a consequence of like grifting, wanting to make money, thinking that there's a good avenue for him out there, and constantly being at odds with like how reactionary the conservative movement is, because the more gains that they make, the more that they end up harming Dave Rubin because he's gay. So, I mean, this literally happened to a certain degree to Ben Shapiro. A lot of old school fans who are brain broken know that Ben Shapiro used to write at Breitbart. Andrew Breitbart's newspaper, rest in piss, Andrew Breitbart. When Ben Shapiro used to write at Breitbart, Breitbart had a tab called Black Crime, as in they specifically, you could go to the website and click on it, okay, and just see all of the black crime that was happening in America. Ben Shapiro had no issue with this tab. Ben probably liked that this tab existed, but Ben Shapiro left Breitbart for a key reason. Why? Because they hired Milo Yiannopoulos. Milo Yiannopoulos was a Nazi. Milo Yiannopoulos openly was trying to highlight Nazis. And not Nazis in the sense that like Nazis who are chill with Israel type Nazis. Nazis who literally were like, oh no, Jews are actually controlling the media type Nazis. Ben left Breitbart, not because of all the other racist shit, but only because maybe he was a little uncomfortable with how comfortable Breitbart writers were with actual anti-Semitic Nazis. Ultimately, this happens all the fucking time. Okay? If you're a conservative and you're not like a fucking purebred white, okay, there is going to be a layer of marginalization that ends up oppressing you as well. Something to consider.
In her book, Sherwood writes, "It takes more muscles to doubt than it does to believe. What the shopper sees at first sight in a convenience store or supermarket is what they are most likely to believe." What this encapsulates so well is what's being sold is a vibe. The product exists and might even be tasty, as pears supposedly have an apple-y flavor, but the packaging is doing the heavy lifting here, telling the person they're about to enjoy some apple juice that's all natural. It's just enough of that authenticity to get someone to buy the product when the product is just a cheaply produced knockoff of the thing or feeling the packaging is supposed to remind a person of. This is at the heart of Brett Cooper's inauthentic channel. She has the talent to, at least for a little while, attract an audience. That's not nothing. But her channel isn't just a showcase of her raw talent. It's wrapped up in something else. A branding that presents her as a regular person having fun on the internet in her bedroom, when the reality is she's working for a company that uses conservative branding to make money. Brett Cooper is the 10% pear juice in a bottle-marked apple. The conservative commentator for Gen Z who presents a counterfeit politics to maintain an audience to generate.
You want to tell me that 200 armed Hamas members that died in the operation as Israeli fanboys claimed they were only capable to kill a single IDF soldier? Holy moly, that sounds like they were a real threat to Israel's existence. Yeah, because it wasn't 200 armed... Oh, shit. Sorry. That was a spider. It wasn't 200 armed Hamas members that died in the operation. That person is just baiting. He's saying that, like, yeah, armed Hamas children...
Generate ad revenue. But let's just remember that the problem is not Brett Cooper. In the same way industry plants are agonized over because of the influence music labels have on what we hear, what all this concern over Brett Cooper's authenticity really highlights is the power of conservative media. Not just the Daily Wire, but the many right-wing media outlets from Fox News to Blaze Media. The money and power of these companies cannot be underestimated, and their ability to exploit the energy of talented individuals and pull them into their messaging is part of their success. What Brett Cooper best serves us is another example of how these media companies market themselves through deception. The only other part of Brett Cooper's career I haven't really touched on is how the Daily Wire is positioning her to be their go-to person for numerous acting projects. Since she signed on with the company, I'm not sure there's a single production of theirs she hasn't acted in. She was a newscaster in Lady Ballers.
To be fair, they do that for all the Daily Wire talent, I'm pretty sure, including, but not limited to, Candace Owens, who formerly was at the Daily Wire and was supposed to be a part of this, like, Brickleberry cutout, whatever the fuck this Adam Carolla show is. She was cut out, of course, after Ben Shapiro realized that Candace Owens wasn't just anti-Semitic, which would have been perfectly fine by Ben Shapiro, as he's said time and time again, but also anti-Israel.
Provided one of the voices on both Chip Chilla and Mr. Bertram. She's appearing in the upcoming dramatic series The Pendragon Cycle and star.
Who is this girl? Is it wrong? I'm kind of feeling her. You, my friend, are a fucking simp. Okay? I don't know how else to describe this other than the fact that you are an unimaginable simp, a simp of epic proportions. This is all it takes for some of you dumb fucks. Oh my lord. Down cataclysmic, down abysmally. Please just, I wouldn't say stop gooning. I would say jerk off before you type. Okay? Because, like, normally, this would be real sexist, right? What I'm saying would be real sexist if I was simply saying, oh, you're a fucking simp because you're coming in to defend a female content creator. Except in this circumstance, this person has not given you anything for you to be like, oh yeah, she's doing a great job. She is a right-wing commentator who is inauthentic ultimately, and the entire video is about how she is inauthentic and promoting conservative ideals and ideologies, but while masquerading it tonally in the most, like, neutral ways possible. And yet you still find yourself falling for the grift. So obviously there's only one aspect of what she's presenting that you find to be good. That's it.
Starring in Snow White and the Evil Queen. There isn't too much to say about these projects I haven't already mentioned in previous videos, though if you truly want me to endure Mr. Bertram, let me know, and I guess I'll look.
How are most men like this and women are not like that? Are you kidding me? Brett Cooper, alongside many conservative commentators for years, have been avid followers of mine. I can't speak for Brett personally, but no, there are definitely conservative women who are like this as well, with the hopes that they can maybe change me, fix me as well. Women get horny too. The idea that women don't get horny is silly.
Into making a video about it. As a closing thought though, while researching this video, I was left wondering what authenticity even means in the YouTube space. A lot of what we see Brett Cooper and the Daily Wire doing isn't entirely unique. Other companies have tried to buy their way into the influencer space to varying levels of success in the past, using the aesthetics of grassroots content creators to create the impression of being authentic voices in this space. But does adopting that style have an impact on the person actually taking up that role? Authenticity is a tough word to pin down sometimes, but an article in Psychology Today that I found while researching for this video made me reflect on this.
Corinna used to ask you to change her, funny enough. Yeah, well, I failed in that project, didn't I? Quite spectacularly, as a matter of fact. If you look at Corinna Koff nowadays, I mean, she's like deep in the gambling meta, cake streamer, very invested in that space. And I think routinely talks about how she's like a Republican or whatever. I don't even know. I haven't really been paying attention. Yeah, I remember when she was dropping 500 sub bombs in here. Those were the good days, man. Those were the fucking days. She was one of my Oilers. 100%. Y'all watching my TikTok while I'm at my shift? Fake as fuck. Thank you, Kirby Virgo. We did watch your TikTok while you were on your shift. It's great TikTok. And it was a banger.
One part read, studies show that the self you create and express in virtual spaces influences your belief, or lack thereof, in your real-world self. Avatars are not without consequence, so take them, but not yourself, seriously. Identity is an all-the-time, rest-of-your-life process of becoming, and technology is here to stay. Negotiating that intersection can be confusing, and there will probably be missteps, but you need not settle for being a bland avatar. Give yourself permission to be a bold, whole person that you can be proud of, in flesh and pixels alike. When that virtual self is paired with a profit incentive, it seems less authentic to me, and that performance of authenticity impacted by that profit incentive has an impact on the performer as well. We become the people we pretend to be, after all. It's something I've felt in myself too. While operating this channel, I've learned so much about other people and their circumstances, and I've felt myself become more empathetic to causes and perspectives I've never considered. Before starting this channel, I could say it's terrible to lie about someone's murdered loved one for a propaganda video, but I didn't know what that rage felt like until I found Lauren Southern doing just that in her Borderlands movie. And even now, I can still feel that anger lingering in my belly. On the other hand, when I read about how much something as simple as an identity being realized by a character in a sitcom can mean so much for the person it represents, the whole thing carries a greater weight. It's not just a nice thing to have, but an important gesture telling someone that they too get to be part of popular culture. There's also the darker side though, as the negativity that swirls around topics and figures urges me to be harsher and less understanding towards them. Or competing voices tell me to sell out my convictions with the promise of profits and a false sense of balance. There are so many pressures urging creators in directions they never imagined for themselves when they start this YouTube journey. Not all of them bad, but not all of them good either. And I'm sure it's incredibly difficult for anyone trying to figure out just how to navigate this space without losing something important in yourself. There are a lot of phonies and fakes in this political commentary space on the right and the left.
To be fair, that's the thing I don't like about like grifting as well. I honestly only care about grifting as far as like what the output is. I'll be honest with you. Because I think that like some content creators, depending on which way the winds are blowing, will like kind of be left leaning. And I don't necessarily have an issue with that. As long as they remain true to that and then shut the fuck up when the issues turn around with a right wing shift and they don't fucking end up leaning on that front. Grifting only matters when people's attitudes, when people's like opinions are malleable and they will use their platform for evil, for right-wing politics, for pushing a right-wing agenda. Does that make sense to you? Like, people always ask me, like, do you think this person is authentic? That person is authentic. Do you think that this person, believes what he says? You guys ask me this question as well. What's really interesting about it is it was a question that was asked, a question that was directed at me by the Iced Coffee podcast, Graham Stevens podcast that I went on the second time. Jose used a bunch of clips from Iced Coffee in this video as well because they interviewed Brett Cooper as well. And they asked me like, oh, do you think that you know, this person is authentic, that person is authentic. And in that question, when they asked me that question, I said this exact same thing. I was like, I don't really care about the grift of it all. I don't really care if a person like doesn't believe any of the things that they're saying, but they're still pushing a right-wing framework. I care about the right-wing framework being pushed. That's what I care about. You know, if someone is an asshole and a right-wing political commentator, but they're authentically an asshole and a right-wing political commentator, that doesn't actually change the equation all that much for me. I don't think anyone is authentic, but that's my experience as a black Arab woman in America. So just my opinion, they tend to not like us IRL white liberals. That is, no, that's entirely separate conversation. I'm specifically talking about right-wing commentators and left-wing commentators, blah, 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 like political commentators in general. I don't care. I personally don't care if Ben Shapiro is authentically who he is or if he's a fucking socialist in secret. I care about Ben Shapiro's output. If Ben Shapiro never made another video tomorrow and then chose to be a right-wing guy ultimately in his day-to-day, then I wouldn't care about it as much. He's putting right-wing agitprop out there.
Left. And I'm not entirely convinced that Brett Cooper is one of them, at least not yet. When watching her videos, she'll often have like a line or two where she reflects a kind of kindness and sympathy towards the subject she's discussing. There doesn't seem to be that level of cruelty or harshness you see from someone like Matt Walsh or Ben Shapiro or Steven Crowder or Tim Pool or many of the other commentators who have been doing this for far longer than she has. This, I think, is one of the long-standing impacts of doing this work. Adopting that harsher messaging is, I think, part of how this platform changes you. It hardens you and calcifies your opinions, and it dehumanizes the other side so much that it becomes so much easier to use the most hyperbolic language in describing them. And it's a shame to see someone who's only 22 years old falling into that.
Are you saying the entire political right wing is evil and unnecessary? It depends. This is a vague generalization, right? Like what I believe is right wing and what you believe is right wing could be entirely different things. But overall, I do think yes, I do think that like we could do without for sure.
Same trap. Maybe it's simply too late for her and she'll keep producing these terrible videos, getting increasingly harsh and mean and hardened by this space. And that will be her new authentic self. Perhaps the one lesson for at least me or any other YouTube creator to take from this whole video is to not let this website turn us into what it has turned so many other people into. One thing I think Brett Cooper really represents is a growing trend in conservative media spaces when it comes to presenting these stories, relying far more on vague feelings and vibes and the barest minimum of evidence to support a claim. It makes it boring for me when there isn't interesting rabbit holes to dive in or research projects to undertake, because what is there to say to someone who is just flatly stating their opinion and not really backing it up with anything more than some empty rhetoric and poor reasoning? But even so, I hope this digression into authenticity and how that's reflected in creators in this space was in some way helpful to you and was interesting, and perhaps you'd like to see me get a little more experimental in my future videos, and you can do that by pledging your support through my Patreon, like the lovely names you see coming up the screen here. You can also join them by becoming a member on YouTube. If you'd like to support the video in a non-monetary fashion, you can like, comment, subscribe, hit the bell for notifications, share this video on social media, and just keep on being wonderful.
And get HasanAbi Parker to react to it. Great video overall. This is a video from 7 hours ago. I didn't even realize, so please do not upload my reaction to this. Chatters, HasanAbi Clips Industrial Complex. If you upload my reaction to this, as this video just came out, I will clap you. I hope that Jose claps you. Okay? Behave. Having said that, maybe in a couple days I will upload my own reaction to it once this video is like hit the algo. But this is a new channel for me, at least, and I like what I see. On that note, I bid you farewell today, on this beautiful day, on this wonderful Saturday, because tomorrow is a big day. Another half day for me because tomorrow, Sunday, we have a lot going on. Tomorrow is the 1,000 buckets challenge. We're going to be laying down bricks. Hopefully not too many bricks so that I can actually complete the challenge in and of itself. 3 half days in a row? Yeah, I know. Hold on. That poster is outdated. It doesn't feature Will because Will is going to be a part of it as well. I'll show you the actual new poster. Shouts out to Oni Spumoni and Austin Ox for making it. They did a phenomenal job. Hold on. I'm going to send the poster to myself and then I'll show it to you. Here it is. This is the real poster. I'm actually gonna post this on Twitter as well right now with a twist. Tomorrow I'll take on the Ludwig 1,000 point challenge with a twist. For every $100 raised, I will score a 3-point shot. We will for every 10K raised, there will be a new every 10 for every 10 raised. We will have many guests raised for Gaza shot before the stream ends. At everyone, many guests. Here it is. Blast this off, chat. Promote this all over. Okay. I love when I'm posting shit as I'm about to end the stream and motherfuckers are too busy being like, can you raid this person? Can you raid that person? Okay. Calm down. It is based on donations raised starting at a specific time. Wait, I should probably post that as well. Yeah. Starting at 11 a.m. PST at Twitch/HasanAbi. Oh, fuck. Is that links hurts the algo? Tomorrow I take on the Ludwig. Oh, yeah. Starting at 11 a.m. PST. You're right. I already said tomorrow. I like that I just said I'm annoyed with people being like, raid this person, raid that person. And chatters are still like, no, you should raid this person. So you do shots when people donate? Yes. Will you have a Palestinian jersey? No. Unfortunately, because I just simply do not have one. Okay? All I want to know is if you will play the original of Hasan is streaming. Lots of new chatters haven't seen it. What is this for you? What the fuck is this? I donated no shout. It's going to be a different link, by the way. It's going to, the donation link is not going to be the Creators for Palestine one, even though we're ultimately going to give it to the same charities. But the donation link will be different because we had to do it for fundraiser goals. So we had to set up a new one so you could keep up with the fundraiser goals. We'll leave you shirtless. Maybe. Most likely not. Can you swap your places with Ray so she's more prominently advertised? Probably a better idea. Is Kaya playing? Yes. Kaya will also be prominently featured on the court. Anyway, love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. All right. Bye-bye, everybody. See you tomorrow.
All the shadows trickling in has how people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sat in Discord at Chip Prop. Great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate. The Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this. Plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in alive. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There is again a sun is streaming